Chapter 1. Rebirth, Awakened Talent. In the square of Central Sea City, Zhanjiang College. Lin Feng was in a daze. Then, his forehead was covered in sweat, and he panted heavily like a drowning person who had finally climbed ashore. Then, when he saw the surrounding situation, he was immediately stunned. Around Lin Feng were countless students. Some had expectant expressions, some were nervous, and some were excited. At the front was a huge tablet engraved with the words Zhanjiang College. I'm not dead? Lin Feng was somewhat shocked. He remembered that he was clearly resisting the foreign races and had even brought human divine-level experts into the foreign race world. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, the divine-level guardian of the island country, Chen Yuan, suddenly rebelled and cooperated with the divine-level experts of the foreign races to kill him. However, why was he fine now? Moreover, where was he? He pulled a student beside him and asked, "Student, what are you doing? Hasn't the divine realm completely fused with reality? Zhanjiang College is recruiting students. Aren't you here for the assessment?" The student Lin Feng pulled was actually a female student. She looked at Lin Feng strangely. When did the divine realm completely fuse with reality? I've never heard of it. Recruiting students? What's the current year? Lin Feng was puzzled. The girl looked at Lin Feng even more strangely. Are you a fool? Of course it's the year 2130. When Lin Feng heard this, he was first shocked before actually laughing out loud. I'm not dead. I'm actually not dead. I'm back. Are you really a fool? Hey! The girl beside him looked at Lin Feng as if he had been possessed and hurriedly distanced herself from him. 2130? Isn't this the year I entered university? Have I transmigrated back in time? Lin Feng pondered. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked out from the square. He was stocky and his muscles were about to cause his suit to explode. He looked dignified and swept his gaze across the students in the square before saying loudly, "Quiet." There was clearly no loudspeaker equipment, but his voice spread throughout the entire square. All the students fell silent and looked at the middle-aged man. Today is the recruitment day of our Zhanjiang College. I believe everyone knows that as one of the top universities in the Dragon Country, our Zhanjiang College has extremely strict recruitment standards. If your talent doesn't reach sea level, our Zhanjiang College won't accept you. The burly middle-aged man gave his opening speech. As for Lin Feng, he looked at the middle-aged man and fell into deep thought. In 2050, the blue planet was invaded by another world. A spatial crack appeared in the sky, and countless monsters surged out. Also in that year, during the open beta of the game Divine Realm, it was discovered that as long as humans entered the game and strengthened themselves in the game, they could bring their powerful abilities out of the game. Ever since then, humans had crazily surged into the game to resist the foreign race monsters with the abilities they had obtained. Among them, Qin Wujiang, who was known as the Guardian of Humanity, was the most dazzling. Lin Feng clearly remembered that in the Divine Realm, talent was divided into the E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS levels. Although the A level was 1 in 10,000, it was not rare. The characters were also distributed into different strength levels. Level 100 was bronze level, level 200 was silver level, level 300 was gold level, level 400 was dark gold level, level 500 was diamond level, level 600 was star level, level 700 was king level, level 800 was epic level, and level 900 was divine level. The divine level experts could be said to be dazzling existences. Qin Wujiang had become the first divine level expert of humanity with an A-level talent and inspired countless humans. From then on, other divine level experts kept appearing. Lin Feng was one of the later divine level experts. He entered university in 2130 and awakened an S-level talent. In just 10 years, he entered the ranks of divine-level experts. Even the human guardian Xin Wujian, who had guarded the entrance to the other world for 60 years at that time, once said, Lin Feng is so powerful that he might become the next human guardian. Thinking of this, Lin Feng naturally understood what the middle-aged man in front of him was talking about and understood his current situation. Zhanjing College was a special university established after the open beta of the game Divine Realm. It specially recruited students with powerful talent, nurtured experts, and protected humans. It was not only Zhanjing College. Now, all the universities would undergo a talent test after the cultural examination. The students present had all come to participate in the talent test after passing the cultural class. At this moment, he seemed to have been reborn on the eve of the talent test in his previous life. After realizing this, Lin Feng was excited and subconsciously clenched his fists as he looked in the direction of the country where the traitor of the human race, Shen Yuan, was. Since the heavens have given me a chance to do it again, I have to become stronger this time. Then, I'll make those people who harmed me in my previous life pay the price. Chapter 2. SSS Level Talent, All Methods Known. Just as Lin Feng's thoughts were wandering, the burly middle-aged man on the stage spoke again. Alright, next, it's time for you guys to awaken your talent. I wish everyone good luck. With that said, he waved his hand, and rings actually flew out that filled the sky and accurately landed on every student's hand, causing the students to exclaim. Only silver-level experts above level 200 could do this. Lin Feng was not surprised. It was only the silver level. He was a divine-level expert in his previous life. It was unknown how many silver-level weaklings he could kill. Lin Feng also had some impression of that burly middle-aged man. He was only a teacher in the admissions office. Lin Feng did not think too much about it and looked at the ring in his hand. This was the login device of the game Divine Realm. Most students knew how to use the login device, so they entered the game one by one and began to awaken their talents. Lin Feng did not hesitate and directly activated the ring. The ring flashed and Lin Feng entered another space. In this space, white clouds fluttered everywhere. Lin Feng was not surprised. This was something normal when one awakened their talent. In my previous life, I awakened an S-level talent, War Intent, which can increase my damage as I fight. It's precisely because of this talent that I can farm monsters and level up especially quickly. That's why I can reach the divine level in 10 years. I wonder what talent I'll awaken in this life. Indeed, in the next moment, a mechanical announcement sounded from the void. Welcome to the Divine Realm. We're entering the game. Talent extraction in progress. Obtained an S-level talent, War Intent. Lin Feng was stunned. It was actually the same talent as in his previous life? It was good too. If it was the same as in his previous life, it would be easier for him to use it. Coupled with his experience in his previous life, Lin Feng was confident that he would be able to reach the divine level in less than 10 years. Suddenly, the mechanical voice sounded again, interrupting Lin Feng's thoughts. Warning! Warning! An abnormality has been detected in the adventurer data. Talent deleted. What? Lin Feng was stunned. Abnormal? Could it be that the game malfunctioned because he had transmigrated back? However, if his talent was deleted, what was he supposed to do? Warning! Warning! Adventurer detected to be talentless. Data is abnormal. Repairing. It can't be repaired. The notification sounded again. Lin Feng was somewhat nervous. Is the game going to crash? Compensation in progress. Compensation successfully distributed. You have obtained an SSS level talent, all methods known. When Lin Feng heard this, his eyes suddenly widened, and his heart trembled. It's actually an SS level talent. Lin Feng was somewhat shocked. He did not expect to obtain an SSS level talent. It had to be known that so far, there was no human with an SSS level talent on the blue planet. Even the most talented American in history, Austin, only had an SS level talent. Not only now, but even in the next 10 years, Lin Feng had never heard of anyone awakening an SSS level talent. Lin Feng looked at the effect of his talent and took a deep breath. All methods known, you can learn any skill of any profession and use experience points to upgrade skills. Moreover, skills are not limited by the level limit. This talent did not seem to be powerful, but Lin Feng, who had been reborn, knew that the upper limit of this talent was simply terrifying. Firstly, there were various professions in the divine realm, and all professions had shortcomings. For example, Lin Feng was a warrior in his previous life. Even though he had the war intent in his previous life, it was very easy for him to be restricted by his short hands. Moreover, a warrior was not agile enough. Otherwise, he would not have been ambushed by Chen Yuan in his previous life. However, now that he had all methods known, he could also learn the skills of assassins, archers, and mages. He could have the strength of a warrior, the agility of an assassin, and also the long-range attacks of mages and archers. This was a development in the direction of omnipotence. Another thing was that skills were not limited by the level limit. The upper limit of skills in Divine Realm was level 10. If one wanted to continue upgrading skills, they had to have special breakthrough materials. Not only were those breakthrough materials difficult to obtain, but the higher the skill level, the more they needed. Therefore, most people's skills were below level 100. Lin Feng remembered that in his previous life, even those divine level experts' skill levels were far from being able to keep up with his level. Now that he had this talent, if Lin Feng became a divine level expert again and had divine level skills, he would probably be able to defeat all the other divine level experts. At the same time, the phantom of the skill tree appeared in Lin Feng's mind. After looking at it for a while, Lin Feng took a deep breath. That skill tree contained all the divine skills he had obtained from killing monsters in his previous life. In his previous life, some skills were limited by his profession and he could not learn them. Now, as long as he met the level requirements, he could learn them all. Not only that, but if there were more skills in the future, the skill tree would also absorb them. There would also be no level limit for these skills. Lin Feng clenched his fists, his eyes flickering with a cold light. In this life, I'll return with even stronger talent. I'll grow even more quickly and become a divine level expert and make those people who harmed me pay the price. At this moment, the awakening of his talent ended. Lin Feng exited the game space and suddenly heard an uproar around him. Damn, an SSS level talent will probably attract a phenomenon. I'm afraid I'll attract the assassination of those foreign race spies. Lin Feng suddenly reacted. In his previous life, with his S-level talent, he had already attracted the assassination of countless foreign race spies. If not for the fact that his heart was powerful enough, he would probably have long collapsed. In this life, with an SSS level talent, those foreign races would probably be even crazier. Lin Feng opened his eyes. Indeed, countless people in the surroundings looked at him. Wait, that's not right. Lin Feng suddenly looked to his side. It was actually a girl, emitting a light that only came from someone who had awakened an S-level talent. The woman was the girl Lin Feng had stopped for a question just now. At this moment, her face was filled with panic. Chapter 3. First Divine Skill, Azure the Arch Longevity Body. Lin Feng looked at himself again and discovered that the light emitted from his body was actually only the light of a B-level talent. The S-level light immediately attracted everyone's gazes. An S-level talent? The burly middle-aged man's voice trembled, as if he could not believe it. This was because an S-level talent meant that no matter how poorly this person performed, they would at least become a king-level or even an epic-level expert in the future. If they were powerful enough, they would probably become a divine-level expert. This was a divine-level seed. The middle-aged man immediately flashed to the girl's side, as if he wanted to protect her, but he had underestimated the S-level. In an instant, several terrifying pressures emitted from various places in the Central Sea. Among them were dark gold-level experts and even the pressure of diamond-level experts. The pressure of these experts covered the sky and earth. When everyone on the field saw this, their expressions instantly changed drastically. The burly middle-aged man's face instantly turned pale. Even a silver-level expert like him might be instantly crushed by the pressure of such experts. If they directly descended, would anyone in this square be able to survive? Lin Feng's expression also turned cold, but he was not nervous. This was because he knew that someone would immediately stop them. This was simply the same as when he awakened his S-level talent in his previous life. Indeed, in the next moment, a pressure that surpassed all the experts came from the depths of the school. This pressure was not as oppressive as the others. Instead, it made one's heart calm like a spring breeze. However, the pressure of several experts from the city was actually blocked outside the school. The cement ground outside the school actually cracked inch by inch under the pressure of these experts. Everyone, who had just relaxed, turned pale when they saw this. The strongest expert of Zhanjiang College, Principal Qin Wui, star level. Lin Feng pondered. What is the meaning of this? Qin Wui's indifferent voice sounded from the depths of the school. Sorry. I was a little excited to see an S-level talent. That's right. I didn't expect Zhanjiang College to actually recruit an S-level student this year. I really don't know why they got so lucky. Two voices sounded from the city. One of them was even somewhat strange. Lin Feng knew that they were experts from the few large families in the Central Sea. As for the strange person, it was the only star-level expert, the principal of the Zhejiang College, Zhou Padian. The Dragon Country had two divine-level experts. One was the first human divine-level expert, Qin Wuzhang. Qin Wui was Qin Wuzhang's son, and Zhanjiang College was also established by the Qin family. The other divine-level expert was called Zhou Tianchang. He had entered the divine level 5 years after Qin Wuzhang broke through. Zhou Padian was Zhou Tiancheng's son. Zhejiang College was established by the Zhou family. In his previous life, Lin Feng was originally the third divine-level expert in the Dragon Country. However, before he could establish his own college, the divine realm had completely fused with reality. Humph! In the depths of the school, Qin Wui snorted. Everyone felt the originally calm pressure increase a little. The pressure outside the school hurriedly retreated. Only Zhou Padian was still probing. Little girl, what's your name? Zhou Padian did not see her, but his voice sounded. The girl beside Lin Feng had never seen such a scene before and could only answer carefully, My name is Su Xiuxiu. Xiuxiu, don't be afraid. Do you want to consider coming to my Zhejiang College? I promise to nurture you into the strongest talent. The only person who dared to poach Zhanjiang College so openly was probably Zhou Padian. Enough! Zhou Padian, what do you mean by this? As Qin Wui spoke, he suddenly appeared above everyone and stood in the air. What do I mean by this? Of course I'm recruiting. Such a good seedling can't fall into the hands of your Zhanjiang College. Zhou Padian also appeared in the air, but he was still outside the school. Clearly, he was somewhat afraid of Qin Wui. I think you're itching for a beating. As Qin Wui spoke, he actually had the intention to attack. Seeing this, Zhou Padian instantly disappeared and actually directly escaped. However, his voice still sounded. Boorish. Little girl, don't worry. After you've made up your mind, you can come to Demon City at any time. No one will dare to stop you. Su Xiuxiu was somewhat stunned, and Lin Feng was also somewhat awkward. After all, he was standing beside Su Xiuxiu. Moreover, the current situation was exactly the same as what he had experienced in his previous life, except that he was no longer the main character. Qin Wui flew down and stood in front of Su Xiuxiu. This was a burly middle-aged uncle. One could clearly sense the aura of a military man from him, giving off a rigid but very reliable feeling. Most people in the Qin family were like this. Qin Wui smiled at Su Xiuxiu, his eyes actually somewhat happy. Su Xiuxiu, right? I wonder what kind of S-level talent you've awakened. Lin Feng stood at the side and felt even more awkward. Everyone was looking over. Should he leave? Su Xiuxiu looked at Qin Wui and was not as at a loss as before. However, she was still unable to react to her current situation. Therefore, she replied timidly, "It's war intent." The effect is... boom! At the side, Lin Feng only felt his head rumble when he heard this. As a result, he did not notice the conversation between the two of them and everyone's surprise at all. After a long time, Lin Feng looked at the letter B on his ring and fell into deep thought. That B represented his talent level. Everyone's talent level would be displayed on their login rings. Even after the distribution of the dormitories, Lin Feng was still somewhat confused as he lay on the bed. He raised the ring on his hand again and looked at it, shaking off the messy thoughts in his mind. It doesn't matter if it's going to be the same as in my previous life. Since I've transmigrated back, the outcome of my previous life won't happen again. Because I want to kill all those people before the divine realm completely fuses with reality. Lin Feng's eyes were firm. Then, he activated the ring and entered the game. Since he wanted to change, he had to strengthen himself first. Welcome to the divine realm. We're entering the game. Please enter your ID. Berserker. Lin Feng originally wanted to use the ID Berserker in his previous life because after the divine level in his previous life, his god title was God of Berserkers. This meant that the more he fought, the crazier his talent in his previous life was. However, after thinking about it, he decided not to. After all, his talent was no longer war intent. Since he could learn all skills in this life, he might as well call himself the Myriad Law King. He had even thought of a good title for stepping into the divine level in the future. He would call himself the God of Myriad Laws. Please choose your profession. There were 6 professions in the divine realm: warrior, mage, assassin, priest, summoner, and archer. In his previous life, Lin Feng was a warrior, so he wanted to directly choose a warrior. However, the system notifications suddenly interrupted him. Hidden SSS level talent detected. You are not restricted by professions. You are now entering the game. Lin Feng was stunned. Before he could react, he had already landed in the beginner village. Do experts with SSS level talent not have to be restricted by professions? But what does this mean? Lin Feng was somewhat confused. He really wanted someone to answer his questions, but probably no one on the entire blue planet could answer his questions. After all, he was the first person with SSS level talent on the blue planet. Forget it, I'll find a monster first and test my talent. Lin Feng walked out of the beginner village, and the others who had just entered were still adapting to the game. Lin Feng quickly saw a small monster, but it was a bit awkward as he did not know how to fight it. As a reborn divine level expert, this seemed very funny. However, Lin Feng felt that this was a serious problem because he did not have a profession now. In my previous life, when I chose the warrior profession, they would always give me a white long sword when I go out. Now, I don't have anything. Could it be that I have to directly go over and slap it to death? Lin Feng looked at the small monster and was somewhat confused. Why don't I try the basic attack method of a mage? Lin Feng pondered for a moment and exhaled. Although he was not a mage in his previous life, he had interacted with many mages and knew how to use a mage's basic attack. Lin Feng began to rub his hands and chant an incantation. Then, a fireball actually appeared in his hand. It really works. Lin Feng directly threw the fireball at the monster. Because it was a beginner monster in the beginner village, Lin Feng directly insta-killed it. After killing the small monsters, Lin Feng discovered that he had gained an additional 10 experience points in his experience pool. Not only that, but there were certain skills that he was able to light upon the talent skill tree. Lin Feng looked over. With 10 experience points, there were not many skills that he could light up. However, there was a skill that Lin Feng felt he needed to light up. Although it was called a skill, it was actually a mental cultivation technique. Moreover, it was a divine cultivation technique. Azure the Arch Longevity Physique. Previously, Lin Feng had obtained a mental cultivation technique in the alternate world, but before he could cultivate it, he was killed by Qian Yuan. With the Azure the Arch Longevity body, one could increase their attack, HP, and defense by 100% starting from level 1. Moreover, their attributes could be doubled at every level. Just think about it, if one advanced it to level 100, wouldn't it mean that they would have 300 times the attributes of experts of the same level? This mental cultivation technique was very easy to learn in the early stages. At level 1, it only required 10 experience points. However, it would require a lot more resources in the future. Of course, now that Lin Feng had an SSS level talent like the all methods known, the restriction of the Azure the Arch Longevity body was no longer a restriction. As long as Lin Feng had enough experience, he could completely keep upgrading it. If I return to the divine level again and increase the Azure the Arch Longevity Physique above level 900, my 3 stats will be more than 900 times that of other divine level experts. Lin Feng took a deep breath. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it seemed. At that time, not to mention a single Qian Yuan, even 10 or 100 Qian Yuans might not be my match. Thinking of this, he decisively used the 10 experience points to light up the Azure the Arch Longevity body. Originally, the level 1 Lin Feng had 10 attributes in all aspects. However, the moment he lit up the Azure the Arch Longevity body, his health, physical attack power, spell attack power, physical defense, and spell defense instantly increased to 20. It had to be known that before changing his profession in the early stages, he could only obtain 5 free attribute points for every level he advanced. However, Lin Feng's skill had increased his total attributes by 50 points, equivalent to advancing 10 levels. Lin Feng clenched his fists and felt that if he went to find a level 10 player to fight now, he would completely be able to resist the other party. In fact, when players reached level 10, they would leave the beginner village and undergo their first profession change. As expected of a divine level skill, it's too powerful. I have to prioritize this skill. The Azure the Arch Longevity body requires 1000 experience points to advance to level 2, and 2000 experience points to advance to level 3. Therefore, I need a large amount of experience points now. Thinking of this, Lin Feng then looked at the small monsters, his eyes shining. Chapter 4. Attributes Explosion. Lin Feng did not continue farming these enlightenment monsters. Instead, he walked deeper. These beginner monsters could only provide him with 10 experience points each. If he wanted to accumulate 1000 experience points, he had to kill 100 of them. These monsters were for newbies to adapt to the game. Lin Feng did not want to waste time. Moreover, these monsters were especially scattered and took time to find. Therefore, the efficiency of killing these beginner monsters was very low. Lin Feng did not walk for long and quickly saw the junior elite monster of the beginner village, the Tauren. This kind of bull-headed humanoid monster had a burly figure. As a junior elite monster of the beginner village, its attack was single target at level 5. Its movement speed was relatively slow, but its HP was relatively high. It was very suitable for newbies. Moreover, Lin Feng remembered that a Tauren would give 50 experience points. The higher the other party's level was, the more experience they could give. In other words, 100 experience points. An excellent experience bag at this stage. Lin Feng looked at the Tauren and directly threw a fireball. A -20 notification appeared on the Minotaur's head, indicating that the Tauren's HP had decreased by 20. The Tauren seemed to be angered by the attack. Its eyes turned red as it rushed crazily towards Lin Feng. It was definitely impossible for Lin Feng to be hit by this stupid guy. Lin Feng turned his body and dodged the monster's attack. Then, he threw another fireball at the Tauren. I remember that the Tauren's health is 100. As long as I attack 5 times, I can kill it. Lin Feng pondered as he attacked. An hour later, Lin Feng looked at his attribute panel and was somewhat excited. ID, Myriad Law King. Profession, None. Level, 3. Data, Vitality 40, Attack 40-80, Physical/Magical Attack, Defense 40-40, Physical/Magical Defense. Talent, All Methods Known, SSS. Mental Cultivation Technique, Azure the Arch Longevity Body LV3. After an hour of hard work, Lin Feng had already advanced the Azure the Arch Longevity Physique to level 3. His 3 attributes had also increased threefold. Moreover, Lin Feng had also spent all the 10 free attribute points he had obtained on leveling up his magic attacks. Now, he could kill a Tauren with every 2 spells. Not only that, but he also comprehended how to deal with his lack of a profession. For example, he could start with a mage's general attack and then use an assassin's surprise attack to instantly kill the Tauren. This greatly increased his efficiency in killing monsters. However, Lin Feng was still somewhat dissatisfied. Boom! As another Tauren fell, Lin Feng gained another 50 experience points. The experience in his experience pool was enough for him to advance to level 4. As for upgrading the Azure the Arch Longevity Body, it required 3,000 experience points to reach level 4. He definitely could not only rely on killing Taurens. This was also why Lin Feng was dissatisfied. After reaching level 4, Lin Feng added the 5 free attribute points he had obtained to his magic attack. Now, his magic attack had already reached 100. It had to be known that even if most players left the beginner village at level 10 and had equipment, they might not have 100 attack power. As for Lin Feng, he didn't have any equipment and had only entered the game for an hour. However, Lin Feng still felt that it was a little slow, so he continued deeper. This time, he encountered a level 10 elite monster, the Pool Swamp Crocodile. The Pool Swamp Crocodile had 200 health points, but after killing it, one could obtain 100 experience points. The higher one's level, the more experience they would obtain. In other words, he could obtain 200 experience points. Compared to the Tauren, it was double the amount. Lin Feng did not hesitate. He threw out a fireball in his left hand and a rock in his right hand. Then, he ambushed the other party like an assassin before fighting like a warrior. He perfectly combined the characteristics of mages, archers, assassins, and warriors and directly insta-killed the crocodile. Seeing that he had gained another 200 experience in his experience pool, Lin Feng nodded. At this rate, he should be able to leave the beginner village soon. Therefore, he took a deep breath and rushed towards the crocodiles again. For a moment, flames flickered everywhere, and rocks were thrown around. Actually, Lin Feng was somewhat depressed. This was because although he could use the general attack of an archer, he did not have any equipment. Therefore, he could only use throwing rocks to replace archery. Fortunately, no newbies in this batch could come here to farm monsters. Therefore, no one could see Lin Feng's strange attack method. After a long time, Lin Feng's experience points were enough for him to advance to level 5. However, it was still far from enough for him to advance to level 4. After Lin Feng advanced to level 5, he distributed all 5 free attribute points to his magic attack again. At this moment, his magic attack had a total of 120 points. Lin Feng did not continue to farm monsters because he felt that if this continued, he would not accumulate much experience points. He could only increase his level and could not increase his mental cultivation technique at all. After reaching level 10 and losing the perk of gaining double the experience, it would be even harder for him to level up his mental cultivation technique. Looks like I have to find an endless dungeon. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for me to widen the gap between me and the others. Lin Feng pondered. If others knew what Lin Feng was thinking, they would probably vomit blood on the spot. His magic attack was already 120 even though he wasn't using any equipment. How much more wide did he want the gap between him and others to be? Lin Feng did not think too much about it because he only wanted to obtain more experience and become stronger. The Endless Dungeon was the place that produced the most experience. In the Endless Dungeons, as long as the players did not die, they could constantly farm monsters. The highest level monsters of the Endless Dungeons in the beginner village were not more than level 15. In other words, Lin Feng could constantly kill monsters above his level in the Endless Dungeons to accumulate experience. With my current attack power, even if I can't instantly kill a level 15 monster, I can guarantee that I can kill it with 2 normal attacks. Thinking of this, Lin Feng walked towards the location of the Endless Dungeon in his memory. However, before he could reach the dungeon, Lin Feng discovered a strange person. Logically speaking, no one in this batch of players should be able to arrive here so quickly. Lin Feng was somewhat puzzled and then looked at that person. It was a middle-aged man. Clearly, it was impossible for him to be a student of this batch. If he was not a student, why would he appear in the beginner village? When Lin Feng saw the person's face clearly, he was shocked. It's actually him? Chapter 5. Epic Mission? And Growth Equipment. The person in front of him was not a player, but an NPC in the game. Generally speaking, game NPCs would issue missions or submit missions to players in a fixed place. However, some special NPCs ran around. The one in front of Lin Feng was one of them. It was usually very difficult to encounter such NPCs. However, once one encountered them, it meant that they could receive special missions. Moreover, the rewards for such missions were extremely abundant. The NPC in front of Lin Feng was called Chu Quanren. It was said that he was an NPC above level 800, epic. Lin Feng remembered that there was once a player who encountered this Chu Quanren by chance. At that time, Chu Quanren had given that player a LV 400, Dark Gold level, mission. The rewards were so rich that even experts above LV 500, Diamond level, were extremely tempted. The so-called Dark Gold level mission was actually not a single mission, but a series of missions. In other words, after completing one mission, there would be another mission until the final mission was completed. It sounded like these Dark Gold level missions were especially cumbersome, but Lin Feng knew that as long as one completed all of these missions, they could be guaranteed to become a Dark Gold level expert in the end. Other than Dark Gold level missions, ordinary players would also receive LV 100, Bronze, LV 200, Silver, and even LV 300, Gold, missions from the NPCs in the main city. After completing them, they could become experts of the corresponding level. Therefore, when that player received the Dark Gold level mission, he was very happy. Although he did not complete the mission in the end, that player still became a Gold level expert in the end and obtained an extremely rich reward. When Lin Feng thought of this, he was also somewhat excited. Although he felt that he would definitely become a divine level expert in the end, if he received some high level missions and obtained rich rewards, he could completely shorten the time he needed to level up and become stronger faster. I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing. Lin Feng whispered with a smile and quickly walked towards Chu Quanren. When Lin Feng approached and looked at Chu Quanren, he saw that the other party was an old man with messy long hair and was wearing a sheepskin fur coat. Although he was an old man, he was not especially old and was probably around 60 years old. Although the way he dressed was somewhat indescribable, he emitted an arrogant and unruly aura. It was as if he was an old sword in a sheath that had been washed clean and had settled down for a long time. However, once this sword was unsheathed, it would definitely make the world lose its color. Lin Feng had seen many experts in his previous life. He had even dealt with many experts above LV 900, divine level. However, even a divine level expert could not do what Chu Kuangren did. He had all his sharpness and every move he made seemed to be in tune with the world. This was a feeling of freedom. Lin Feng looked at Chu Kuangren's interface and took a deep breath. Name, Chu Kuangren. Profession, warrior. Level? Data, life force? Attack? Defense? It was said that Chu Kuangren was an epic level NPC. However, when Lin Feng saw it with his own eyes, he felt that the other party was definitely more than that. It was probably because the level of those who saw him was too low and they could not imagine the other party's level, so they thought that he was only an epic level expert. At this moment, Chu Kuangren was leaning under a tree, squinting and drinking from a gourd. Lin Feng hurriedly arrived in front of him and said respectfully, "Hello, senior. Can I help you with anything?" Lin Feng said his usual opening statement. Indeed, Chu Kuangren stopped and looked at Lin Feng. Immortal? I do have something I need you to do. It's here. It's here. Lin Feng was overjoyed. There's a LV 400, dark gold level. When Lin Feng heard the words dark gold, his heart trembled. He had actually received such a high-level mission in an instant. However, when Chu Kuangren looked at Lin Feng, he suddenly stopped and his originally narrowed eyes widened a little. I didn't expect you to be a full-timer. Full-timer? Lin Feng was stunned. Did the other party mean that he did not have a profession? Senior, what do you mean by full-timer? A full-timer, Chu Kuangren's eyes blurred again, as if he was immersed in his memories. After a moment, he directly stood up. I didn't expect there to be a full-timer now. Not bad, young man. Lin Feng was somewhat puzzled. Senior, what does this full-timer mean? Young man, you have SSS level talent, right? Chu Kuangren looked at Lin Feng with a sharp gaze, no longer as lazy as before. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had actually been instantly seen through. He recalled that when he entered the game, the system had said that SSS level talent was not restricted by professions. Could it be that full-timers were related to this? Lin Feng asked the question in his heart. Chu Kuangren smiled faintly. That's right. All SSS level talents can learn all profession skills without being restricted by professions. In other words, they are full-timers. Lin Feng was even more confused when he heard this. He originally thought that the reason why he was not restricted by his profession was because of the effect of his talent. However, now that someone had told him that everyone with SSS level talents were like this, didn't that mean that all the SSS level talents had the same effect? Do you think that all SSS level talents have the same effect? Chu Kuangren seemed to have seen through Lin Feng's confusion and asked. Lin Feng nodded. Chu Kuangren took a deep breath and then said, to be honest, I actually don't know either. Lin Feng was somewhat speechless. Because I've only seen one other person with an SSS level talent, and he's also a full-timer like you. As for the other full-timers, I've never heard of them. That's why I said that. In other words, there are more people with SSS level talents. Then, where is this guy now? Lin Feng hurriedly asked. To be honest, although he knew the effect of his talent, he still had many questions. For example, he wanted to know how to change his profession after level 10, how to match his equipment in the future. These were all questions he had. Seeing that Lin Feng had asked him a question, Chu Kuangren smiled. You're still too far away from that guy now. Don't think too much and focus on your current path first. Lin Feng was shocked and instantly understood. That's right. He always felt that he had been reborn as a divine-level expert, so he always placed his sights especially high. After all, wasn't it a huge taboo for one to bite off more than one could chew? It was indeed time for him to refocus and take every step steadily. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Lin Feng hurriedly cupped his hands and thanked the other party. Chu Kuangren waved his hand. It's all right. I also know what you're puzzled by. Coincidentally, I have a level 800 epic mission here. As long as you take it, you should be able to resolve most of your problems. When Lin Feng heard this, he took a deep breath and suppressed his restless heart. As long as he successfully completed the epic level mission, he could directly reach the epic level. At this moment, a panel appeared in front of Lin Feng. Chu Kuangren's epic level mission has been triggered. Do you accept? Lin Feng decisively chose yes. Since you've already accepted the mission, I'll give you a few more pieces of equipment. Chu Kuangren continued. Lin Feng's mouth was almost crooked from smiling. The other party had given him an epic level mission and he was even giving him equipment now. Was he that lucky? A few more interface boxes popped up in front of Lin Feng. Receive the Ice Crystal Scepter, Silver. Receive the Madman Armor, Silver. Thank you, Senior. Lin Feng hurriedly thanked him. Chu Kuangren waved his hand. Since you've accepted the mission and I've given you the equipment, it's also time for me to leave. As soon as Chu Kuangren finished speaking, the space he was in actually fluctuated like water. Then, Chu Kuangren's body slowly dissipated before finally disappearing into thin air. Seeing him disappear, Lin Feng also took a deep breath. It was definitely impossible for anyone other than a divine-level expert to do this. However, he did not think too much about it. It was best for him to take things steadily. Lin Feng looked at the two pieces of equipment Chu Kuangren had given him and was shocked again when he saw the attributes on the interface. Weapon, Ice Crystal Scepter. Quality, Silver. Wearing level requirement, None. Magic attack, 80. Effect, a spell attack that will reduce the target's speed by 30%. Remark, growth type equipment. Armor, Madman Armor. Quality, Silver. Wearing level requirement, None. Health, increases 100% of your health. Effect, after leaving the battle for a minute, recover 1% of your health every second. Remark, growth type equipment. A growth type equipment. Lin Feng took a deep breath. As expected of the equipment Chu Kuangren gave me. Although it's only a silver level equipment, its attributes are not inferior to a gold level equipment. Moreover, it's a growth type equipment. As the name suggested, growth equipment could be upgraded. After reaching a certain level, it would be automatically upgraded. Lin Feng remembered that such equipment only existed in the hands of those divine-level experts in his previous life. Moreover, not every divine-level expert had it. After all, if one wanted to obtain such equipment, they had to have heaven-defying opportunities. Lin Feng looked at the two equipment and liked them more and more. He believed that with these two equipment, he would really be able to insta-kill whoever he saw in the beginner village. Chapter 6. Endless Dungeon, 10 times attributes. 1. Lin Feng directly put on the two equipment. At this moment, his spell attack directly increased to 200, and his HP also increased to 60. Then, he looked at the epic level mission Chu Kuangren had given him. Full-timer mission, January 9th beginner full-time. Mission details, please clear the beginner village dungeon, Dark Forest and obtain an SSS score. Mission reward, Landry's Mask. It's actually the boss dungeon of the beginner village. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. As for the SSS score, he did not care. Lin Feng felt that with his current attributes, it was not a big problem for him to obtain an SSS score. However, the boss dungeon of the beginner village was equivalent to the graduation examination of the beginner village. Once one passed, they would directly leave the beginner village. Lin Feng did not want to leave now. He wanted to build the strongest foundation he could build in the beginner village. There was no need for him to be in such a hurry. Therefore, he looked at the mission reward and opened the details of the reward. Landry's mask. Landry is a powerful mage, but he has done many evil things, making the gods furious. However, Landry's powerful magic is something even the gods are helpless against. Later, after Landry died, a god called Zhongya snatched his corpse and used his ashes to make Zhongya hourglass. He used his skull to make Landry's mask. Quality, none. Wearing requirement, none. Effect, the wearer can block the prying of others, change their appearance, and casually modify their profession. After seeing the effect of the equipment, Lin Feng was shocked. Although the quality of the equipment was displayed as none, the mask made from such an expert's skull was at least a divine-level equipment. The reason why it was displayed as none was probably because the quality of the equipment had exceeded the level. As for the effect of the equipment, Lin Feng finally understood why Chu Quanren said that the mission could solve most of his problems. After putting on this mask, as long as Lin Feng casually modified his profession, wouldn't he be able to find the corresponding instructor to change his profession? Lin Feng took a deep breath. If the mission rewards for the first level were already so shocking, wouldn't the mission rewards for the later levels be even better? Thinking of this, Lin Feng hurriedly walked towards the endless dungeon. I have to quickly clear the beginner village and leave the beginner village to start the next mission. Just as Lin Feng was heading to the endless dungeon, Su Xiuxiu entered the game. As soon as she entered and was still sighing at how real the game felt, a middle-aged uncle walked over with a team. Is that Miss Xiuxiu? The middle-aged uncle asked. Yes, Su Xiuxiu replied. Your Uncle Zhang, right? That's right. The leader has instructed that I'll be in charge of all the matters in the beginner village, including bringing you to level up. Shall we set off now? The middle-aged uncle smiled and said. There were actually many people like the middle-aged man who were still in the beginner village despite their age. It was not that they could not level up and leave the beginner village, but because they wanted to work. That's right, he was working. Because people like them were not talented and they were destined to be stuck at a lower level even after leaving the beginner village. Therefore, it was better for them to stay in the beginner village and help the newbies level up. People like them also had a special name called trainers, which meant they guided people and helped them level up. It was fine for such people to follow large families because basically, newbies from these large families would enter the game every year. Moreover, they would receive a fixed salary every month and receive very good treatment. The situation of those self-dependent teams set up by commoners was more difficult. This was because large families had their own plans and would not need to work with these teams. Therefore, these teams could only look for ordinary people. Ordinary people did not have much money to begin with, so these teams earned especially little. This was life. There were always people struggling bitterly but had no choice but to survive. The people in front of Su Xiuxiu were clearly the trainers of the Qin family in the beginner village. This was because they were wearing military uniforms with the word Qin embroidered on their shoulders. Su Xiuxiu did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. This was because before entering the game, someone had told her that such a trainer would come and find her after she entered the game and would be in charge of bringing her to level up. Uncle Zhang walked in front while Su Xiuxiu followed carefully behind. By the way, the profession Miss Xiuxiu chose is archer, right? Uncle Zhang asked. Ah? Yes. Su Xiuxiu seemed somewhat distracted. Uncle Zhang did not care about this. He only wanted to do his job well and successfully send Su Xiuxiu out of the beginner village before guiding another newbie. Uncle Zhang thought to himself, the leader said that if we take good care of her and send her out of the beginner village, we'll receive a raise. I have to work hard. Thinking of this, Uncle Zhang perked up and told Su Xiuxiu some things to take note of as an archer. Xiuxiu, later, will go and attract the monsters. We'll reduce the monsters to low health. You can just stand in the distance and harvest. Remember, don't get close. Uncle Zhang kept talking, and Su Xiuxiu only replied casually. Is that a student of Zhangjing College? I heard that he's an S-level talent. It's her? Wow, S-level talent? It's said that the weakest person with an S-level talent will be an expert above LV 700, King level, in the future. Should we go and say hi? Come on, can't you see that he has someone special to bring her along? She's a genius. You're not worthy of her. Chapter 7. Endless Dungeon, 10 times attributes. 2. But she's so beautiful. If Lin Feng was here, he would definitely not know whether to laugh or cry. This was because this scene was so similar to his previous life. Su Xiuxiu was actually still somewhat stunned. She was originally a woman from an ordinary family. Previously, she only thought that it was fine as long as she could successfully enter Zhangjing College. Who knew that she would actually awaken an S-level talent in the end? For this reason, Zhejian College and Zhangjing College were actually fighting over her. Moreover, Qinwui, who was called the God of War, even personally accepted her as his disciple. In the past, she did not even dare to think about such things. Therefore, even now, she still could not adapt. On the other side, Lin Feng had already arrived at the entrance of the Endless Dungeon. A newbie in the Endless Dungeon? So soon? Does this mean we get to work now? In front of the Endless Dungeon, a burly man hurriedly walked over and asked when he saw Lin Feng, "Brother, do you want to form a team?" Clearly, he was a trainer. Lin Feng naturally knew who they were. In fact, it was not only the beginner village that had such trainers. Even the main cities outside had many such trainers. As long as there were players, there would basically be trainers. However, Lin Feng shook his head and rejected the other party. There's no need. I'll farm myself. Are you sure? This is an endless dungeon. Although the beginner village has a protection mechanism, if you die, you will be weakened for a day. The burly man advised. Lin Feng also knew very well that the weakened period the burly man mentioned referred to when one died in the game and would have their health reduced after reviving. All the experience and benefits would be halved. This was only because the beginner village had a protection mechanism. If they left the beginner village, once the player died, the weakened state would last for 3 days. If they continued to die, it would constantly stack. Moreover, the 1 day and 3 days here were not the time in the real world. They referred to the total time one spent online. Therefore, once one fell into a weakened state, the rest of their time online would become especially difficult. Lin Feng remembered that some people had offended some large factions and were constantly killed by those large factions in the game. Their weakened period was endless, causing them to have no choice but to quit the game. Alright, Erlong, it's fine if he doesn't need to bring him along. After he goes in to take a look, he will know how good it is to have someone bring him along, someone beside the burly man said. When the burly man called Erlong heard this, he did not say anything else. He found another place and continued to lie down. Lin Feng shook his head. Did the other party really think he was a newbie? Putting everything else aside, these people might not be as fast as him. It had to be known that his current attack attributes were already comparable to the boss of the newbie village. Lin Feng did not think further and directly arrived at the entrance of the endless dungeon. Please choose the challenge duration. 1 hour/2 hours/6 hours. Because there was a protection mechanism in the endless dungeons of the beginner village, it would not let the newbies farm for too long. To prevent affecting the newbies' rest time, there was a choice of challenge time. This protection mechanism would last until the bronze level. Starting from the silver level endless dungeons, the choice of time would be taken away. This was because only when one became a silver level expert would they be fine without rest and sleep. A silver level expert had gradually surpassed the scope of humans. Lin Feng directly chose 6 hours. What he needed now was a large amount of experience. Of course, he had to choose the option with the longest duration. After Lin Feng made his choice, a spatial vortex appeared in front of him. Lin Feng did not hesitate and directly walked in. Erlong, that kid just now chose 6 hours. Am I seeing things? A person suddenly said when he saw Lin Feng enter the dungeon. That seems to be the case. He's a newbie, but he chose 6 hours right away. He's really not afraid of death. Erlong smiled. Heh, he's just arrogant. I bet he'll die and end up getting revived in 10 minutes. Another person sneered. I don't think so. Since he dares to choose 6 hours without any hesitation, he might be quite capable. Erlong recalled Lin Feng's calm expression just now and said, however, 6 hours is indeed exaggerated. He should be able to at least last an hour, right? Erlong made a guess and felt that he might even be overestimating the other party. Then do you want to take a gamble? Another person smiled. Heh, so be it. I'm not afraid of you. Erlong smiled. He believed in his own judgment. However, Lin Feng did not know this. At this moment, he had arrived at a large platform. The platform was about 50 meters long and wide, and outside the platform was endless darkness. Suddenly, dozens of monsters appeared in the darkness. They had long teeth and 5 claws and rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was very calm because the monsters in this endless dungeon would become stronger over time. The monsters that appeared in the beginning appeared according to the level of the players. Lin Feng was now at level 5, so a level 5 monster had appeared. However, Lin Feng could kill a monster of this level with a casual attack. Indeed, Lin Feng held a staff in his hand and casually attacked. Every attack was accompanied by the death of a monster. Lin Feng's experience pool was also constantly accumulating experience. An hour later, the monsters had already reached level 10, but even those monsters could not block any of Lin Feng's attacks. Lin Feng still stood on the spot calmly and casually waved the staff in his hand. In the past hour, he had not even moved a step. Lin Feng watched as the experience in his experience pool kept increasing and was extremely happy. Chapter 8. Endless Dungeon, 10 times attributes. 3. Plus 200 EXP. Plus 200 EXP. It's way more satisfying to farm and gain experience here. I don't even have to move much. Lin Feng whispered. Outside the dungeon, the few trainers were already stunned. Damn, why isn't this kid out yet? Is he really a newbie? A trainer said. Alright, an hour has passed. He's still inside. Time to pay up. Erlong chuckled. The other guy gritted his teeth and reluctantly took out a few bills from his pocket and hesitated. Give it to me. Erlong directly snatched it and counted the money. The other party wanted to snatch it back, but when he saw Erlong's burly figure, he thought for a moment and decided to forget about it. I don't believe this kid can stay for long. I bet he'll definitely come out in half an hour at most. He clearly did not give up and wanted to get Erlong to continue gambling with him. Erlong glanced at him and ignored him completely. He sat at the side and continued to count the money. That person could only grit his teeth in anger. Unfortunately, he could not do anything to Erlong. Erlong looked at the entrance of the secret realm again. The pitch-black void vortex slowly spun, terrifying. Actually, Erlong also felt that Lin Feng was about to come out, so he ignored the other party. Unfortunately, the truth was not what they thought. In the third hour. At this moment, Lin Feng did not continue to stand on the same spot because the monster had already reached level 15. Every monster had 300 HP. He had to use 2 consecutive moves to instantly kill the monsters. However, at the same time, he would obtain 300 experience points for every monster above his level he killed. This made Lin Feng, who was constantly farming monsters, not only not feel tired, but also become more and more excited. Suddenly, the monsters stopped. Lin Feng finally stopped. Lin Feng knew that he would encounter elite monsters next. Moreover, they were all going to be level 15 elite monsters, the highest level monsters in the beginner village. Indeed, a large group of monsters suddenly surged out from the surrounding darkness. Every one of them was level 15 and their HP had reached 400. Lin Feng looked at the monsters and smiled before directly rushing forward. He used a magical attack to instantly kill an elite monster. At this moment, he seemed even more familiar with using the basic attacks of various professions. Because his magic attack was the highest, he mainly used spells to deal damage. Then, he used the assassin's surprise attack before pulling away. After that, the cooldown period for the magic attack would end and he could deal damage again. After instantly killing a level 15 elite monster, Lin Feng directly increased his experience by 400. This directly made his eyes turn red. Ah, kill, kill! Lin Feng laughed wildly and rushed into the group of monsters again. At this moment, he was like a killing machine, constantly harvesting monsters. Outside the dungeon, Erlong and the others were no longer surprised, but completely shocked. He's not out yet? One of them asked. Yes. Erlong swallowed and then asked uncertainly, it's been 3 hours, right? He's fighting level 15 elite monsters now, right? The others also nodded uncertainly. Thinking of the level 15 elite monsters, they shrunk their necks. If there were only one of those monsters, they could still deal with them with cooperation. However, if those monsters appeared in groups in a dungeon, they would only feel their scalps tingle. Erlong hesitated for a moment before saying, do you think he can really last for 6 hours? The others were not sure now. They only wanted to complain now. Was this guy really a newbie? By the way, I heard that Jianjing College accepted an S-level student this year. Do you think it's him? One of the instructors suddenly said. S-level talent. The others exclaimed. After all, this had not happened long ago and they had not heard of it. I think it's possible. Otherwise, how could a newbie be so terrifying? Erlong said, when he comes out later, we'll ask him. Also, the few of you who gave him a bad attitude just now, quickly apologize when he comes out later. The person who mocked Lin Feng previously hurriedly nodded. Actually, he had long decided to apologize. After all, he had already seen Lin Feng's strength. Moreover, if the other party was really an S-level talent, he would be even more bothered by what he said. Finally, 6 hours later, Lin Feng came out. At this moment, his eyes were red and his entire body was filled with an extremely terrifying killing intent, scaring Erlong and the others until they trembled. Lin Feng looked around and heaved a sigh of relief when he discovered that he had already come out. Then, he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes had already returned to normal. Then, he looked at the experience pool and directly used all the experience to level up the Azure the Arch longevity body. This was because there was an endless stream of monsters in the dungeon. He could only constantly kill monsters, dodge, and keep killing more monsters. He did not have time to level up at all. Only now did he have a chance. Lin Feng felt that if he really continued, he might really not be able to last. After all, he was really tired. On Lin Feng's skill tree, the skill of the Azure the Arch longevity physique instantly began to soar. LV 4, LV 5, LV 6. It only stopped after reaching level 10. Lin Feng clenched his fists. The fatigue from clearing the dungeon for 6 hours previously was instantly swept away. Now, he only felt that his entire body was filled with strength. The 3 attributes of the level 10 Azure the Arch longevity physique had increased by 10 times. Chapter 9. Maximum level in a day, 1. The tenfold increase in attributes gave Lin Feng an illusion. He felt that the current him could destroy a mountain with a punch. However, Lin Feng knew that this was an illusion brought about by the sudden increase in his attributes. It was also a manifestation of his inability to completely control his current strength. However, Lin Feng was not worried. After all, he was a divine-level expert in his previous life and had even grasped strength stronger than this. With his current attributes, he would be able to get used to it after spending a little time. Lin Feng looked at his information panel and nodded in satisfaction. ID, Myriad Law King. Profession, none. Data, Vitality 165, Attack 110/410, Physical/Magical Attack, Defense 110 out of 100, Physical/Magical Defense. Talent, All Methods Known, SSS. Mental Cultivation Technique, Azure the Arch Longevity Body LV10. Equipment, Ice Crystal Scepter, Silver Level Weapon, Madman Armor, Silver Level Armor. Now, even if Lin Feng was naked, he would still have 110 health points and 330 magic attacks. This attack power could already compare to the attack power of the boss of the beginner village. Just as Lin Feng was checking his attributes, Erlong and the others walked forward. Big shot, our words were somewhat unpleasant previously. I hope you don't mind. I'll apologize to you here. A person who had been sarcastic previously immediately came up and apologized. Previously, he felt that Lin Feng was only a newbie, so he felt that it was fine to mock him. However, now that he saw Lin Feng's strength, he understood that the other party was a genius. Not to mention him, even ordinary large families were unwilling to deliberately offend such a genius. After all, a genius had endless possibilities in the future. He had been training for some years and knew very well who he could provoke. Lin Feng did not fuss over it and only shook his head. After all, he was once a divine-level person. Would he be bothered by someone who was stuck at level 10? It was degrading. Big shot, you're from Zhanjiang College, right? Seeing that Lin Feng did not mind, Erlong became active. Erlong thought to himself, this big shot seems to be quite easy to deal with. Maybe I can follow him? Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. How can you tell? I heard that there's an S-level talent in Zhanjiang College this year. After seeing how extraordinary Big Shot is, I believe that the S-level talent is you, right? Erlong flattered. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. He did not expect the news to spread so quickly. It had not even been a day, right? However, he shook his head. I'm not the S-level talent. It's a girl. What? It's not you? A trainer at the side was shocked. Even the way he looked at Lin Feng changed a little. If the other party was not an S-level talent, he felt that there was no need for him to curry favor with the other party. Erlong did not think so. Although he was also very shocked, when he thought about it carefully, he felt that something was not right. After all, even if Lin Feng did not have an S-level talent, he was only a newbie and was already able to stay in the endless dungeons for 6 hours. Lin Feng was probably even more terrifying than an S-level talent. Therefore, Erlong still smiled and said, "Boss, it's fine. I think you're not inferior to that S-level girl." The few people at the side were somewhat puzzled. Why did Erlong say that? However, when they thought about it carefully, what Erlong said did make sense. No wonder Erlong usually earned more than them. They were still too narrow-minded. Lin Feng also looked at Erlong and immediately understood what the other party was thinking. However, Lin Feng would not stay in the beginner village for long, so there was no need for them to interact much. If they were in the main city outside, Lin Feng did not mind saying a few more words. After all, sometimes, the information obtained from these trainers was not inferior to some large families. This was because people like trainers made a living this way. As long as they could earn money, they were willing to do anything. Lin Feng could not be bothered to think too much. He only nodded indifferently and did not say anything else. Erlong saw that the atmosphere was somewhat awkward but was not angry. He still smiled and stood beside Lin Feng. However, the few people beside him directly walked away. Lin Feng did not care about the few of them. Instead, he looked at his attribute panel and fell into deep thought. Now, it was already very difficult to continue upgrading the Azure the Arch longevity body. Although he had the talent to master all techniques and there was no limit to upgrading his skill heart technique, he still needed a lot of experience to level up. If he wanted to level up the level 10 Azure the Arch longevity body, he needed 100,000 experience points. The cost had been directly increased by 10 times. In other words, he had to kill 300 level 15 elite monsters. Although there were endless monsters in the endless dungeons, this was still a waste of time. If he had the time, he might as well increase his level and go to a higher level main city to hunt monsters. The monsters there would give him more experience. Thinking of this, Lin Feng no longer hesitated and arrived at the entrance of the dungeon again. This time, he chose 2 hours because the experience he needed to level up was actually not much. Coupled with the fact that the monsters after an hour were level 10 monsters and had a higher level bonus, 2 hours was enough. In fact, he might even have some experience left over. Lin Feng did not stop. After choosing, he directly entered the dungeon. Erlong watched Lin Feng enter the dungeon before their professional smiles finally faded away. At the side, Lei Lian was somewhat puzzled and asked Erlong, that kid is clearly ignoring us. Why are you still trying to get close to him? Erlong sneered. Why do you care? I'm willing. Hearing this, the other trainer looked at Erlong in shock and wondered if Erlong was stupid. They did not say anything else and only gradually distanced themselves from Erlong. Chapter 10. Maximum level in a day, 2. Erlong did not care about everyone's attitude. Although those geniuses are usually as arrogant like this big shot, they don't have the aura of a big shot. He recalled Lin Feng's gaze and felt that Lin Feng was becoming more and more extraordinary. The other geniuses would probably have long attacked when facing the ridicule of these wild geniuses. However, Lin Feng did not. Moreover, the way he looked at everyone was indifferent, as if he was looking at ants. That's right, it was as if he was looking at ants. Even if an ant did something out of line, he would not care. In reality, Erlong had never seen such a gaze even on LV 300, Gold, or LV 400, Dark Gold, experts. Therefore, Erlong felt that he had to seize the opportunity. Even if he only ended up becoming the other party's errand boy, his future would still change drastically. In the dungeon, Lin Feng did not know that in just a moment, he had actually been targeted by a small team. If he knew what Erlong was thinking, he would probably say, "You have good judgment." After entering the dungeon again, he was even more relaxed than before. He sat directly on the spot and casually waved his staff. With every wave, a monster died. He even had time to yawn. It's been a while. After I'm done, I'll go offline and rest. Lin Feng muttered indifferently. An hour later, a team came from outside the dungeon. The leader was a middle-aged uncle, and there was a girl among them. The few people who came were Su Xiuxiu and the others. At this moment, Su Xiuxiu had already reached level 5 after 6 hours of training from Uncle Zhang. Su Xiuxiu spent all the increased attribute points on her attack power. This was what Qin Wui had taught her to do before entering the dungeon. The best defense is offense. Moreover, your talent is offensive to begin with, so you just have to focus on attack power in the early stages. This was what Qin Wui said to her. Su Xiuxiu, who had reached level 5, was brought to the endless dungeon by Uncle Zhang. This was also an arrangement by the higher-ups. Their request was for Su Xiuxiu to reach level 10 in 3 days and then leave the beginner village. It had to be known that ordinary people would stay in the beginner village for half a month. Ordinary people probably did not even dare to think of leaving the beginner village in 3 days. Even the descendants of those large families would stay in the beginner village for at least 7 days. First of all, it might be very difficult for ordinary people to advance to level 10 in the beginner village. After all, monsters were not that easy to kill. Secondly, the graduation method of the beginner village was also very hard to pass, as the bronze level boss dungeon was very difficult. Otherwise, there would not be so many people staying in the beginner village. A large portion of them were unable to pass the beginner village dungeon. From this, it could be seen how much the Qin family expected from Su Xiuxiu. Someone else has arrived. Is this batch of newbies that powerful? At the entrance of the dungeon, a trainer said. Erlong also looked at the person and discovered that it was a woman. She even brought a group of people to train. It was obvious that she was from a large family. A woman? She came to the endless dungeon on the first day. Could it be that she's the S-level talent? Erlong muttered. The few trainers at the side were also shocked when they heard Erlong words. However, by the time they reacted, Su Xiuxiu and the others had already entered the dungeon. It seems so. It said that as soon as that S-level talent appeared, the Dean of Zhejiang College came to poach this S-level talent. If not for the Dean of Zhejiang College appearing, the Dean of Zhejiang College might have succeeded. I heard that the two deans almost fought. The Dean of Zhejiang College is a LV 500, Diamond level, expert. TSK, the Dean of Zhejiang College is at the Diamond level, but the Dean of Zhejiang College is at level 600, Star level. Don't you know who he is backed by? That's right. That's the war god of the Qin family. The few of them chatted. Although those experts were very far away from them, it did not stop them from looking up to the other party. The Qin family was the #1 family in the Dragon Country. Even in the entire world, the Qin family could be said to be the #1 family. This was because they had the first human divine level expert, Qin Wujiang. Everyone only chatted casually. After all, a star-level expert like Qin Wui was already very far away from them, let alone a divine-level expert like Qin Wujiang. A divine-level expert was just too far away from them. How long do you think this S-level girl can stay inside? It's hard to say, but she should be able to last for at least 2 hours. Everyone began to guess. Seeing that Erlong was silent, someone asked, Erlong, how long do you think this girl can stay? Erlong looked at the other party and discovered that it was the person who had lost the money to him just now. It seemed that the other party wanted to get him to bet again. This guy was actually still unwilling to give up. Therefore, Erlong sneered and said, I don't know. In any case, it's impossible for her to stay for 6 hours. Everyone was speechless when they heard this. Wasn't this nonsense? However, when they thought of how Lin Feng had stayed for 6 hours, their scalps immediately went numb. Could it be that he was not an S-level talent? Or perhaps he was an SS-level talent? Just as this thought appeared in everyone's hearts, they felt that it was even more terrifying. However, they had never heard of anyone awakening an SS-level talent. Therefore, everyone shook their heads and discarded this seemingly impossible thought. Another hour passed before Lin Feng came out. After farming for another 2 hours, he could already completely control his attributes. Therefore, he added these 2 hours of experience to his level. At this moment, Lin Feng's level instantly increased from level 5 to level 10. Moreover, he still had a lot of experience left. Chapter 11. Maximum level in a day, 3. However, he had not changed his profession and could not continue leveling up. In just a day after entering the game, Lin Feng had reached the maximum level 1 could reach in the beginner village. As for those ordinary people, they were probably still struggling at level 2 or 3. Some were even still at level 1. Even the disciples of those large families would probably only be around level 5 at most. Lin Feng smiled. If other newbies found out, they would probably all rant at him for cheating. However, Lin Feng felt that it was no different from cheating now. The Azure the Arch longevity physique was indeed worthy of being a divine-level mental cultivation technique. Now, Lin Feng only needed to finish clearing the boss dungeon and then go to the main city to change his profession. Of course, he had already played the game for about 10 hours in a row. It was time for him to rest. After all, Lin Feng was not a silver-level expert yet. It was impossible for him to not sleep or rest. Just as he was about to leave, Erlong quickly walked up. "Big shot, if you need anything, I can help you. You're going offline, right? If you need anything, I'll help you settle it. This way, you can directly obtain it when you go online." Erlong smiled. When the surrounding people saw Erlong like this, they felt somewhat embarrassed. Lin Feng looked at Erlong with interest. It seemed that this kid wanted to follow him. He smiled. It would take more than that for him to let the other party follow him. "Alright, I happen to need to gather some materials. Help me gather them and I'll come online to collect them." Lin Feng did not mention the compensation at all, but Erlong was overjoyed when he heard this. "Don't worry, big shot. I promise to complete the mission." Erlong smiled so widely that he could not close his mouth. He had actually befriended a big shot. He might really rise up in the future. Lin Feng handed Erlong a list of ordinary materials, but there were also a few relatively precious materials. This was actually Lin Feng testing the other party's ability. These materials were neither difficult nor easy to find. However, if the other party really had the ability, it would not be a big problem for him to collect it in a day. After collecting those materials, Lin Feng would also use them to forge equipment for the other party. Don't forget, with his talent, the skills he learned naturally included life skills. Therefore, he could naturally forge equipment. Other than this goal, Lin Feng's other goal was to familiarize himself with the forging of equipment first before preparing to upgrade his equipment. After watching Erlong leave obediently, Lin Feng also went offline. The few people at the side were already stunned. Not long after Lin Feng went offline, Su Xiuxiu and the others came out. Because they had chosen an hour, they pretty much came out at the same time as Lin Feng. "Miss Xiuxiu, do you want to rest?" "We'll go in later," Uncle Zhang said. Actually, it was not that they did not want to farm for a longer time, but they could not handle the monsters anymore. An hour later, they were all level 10 elite monsters. Although they had many people, they could not last long. However, after nearly 10 hours, Uncle Zhang also discovered how terrifying an S-level talent was. With Su Xiuxiu's talent, the longer she fought, the higher the damage she would cause. Therefore, Su Xiuxiu could actually farm for a longer time. Moreover, the longer she fought, the easier it might be for her to farm. However, they could not hold on. Although it was not impossible to grind for 2 hours, he was afraid that an accident would happen. This was because the instructions from the higher-ups were that Su Xiuxiu had to reach level 10 in 3 days. If he died and entered a weakened state, wouldn't it prolong the time? For the first time, Uncle Zhang discovered that as a trainer, he was actually a burden. Was this the power of an S-level talent? He was somewhat ashamed. On the other side, the few of them were somewhat shocked to see Su Xiuxiu and the others come out in an hour. She's an S-level talent, but she only spent an hour in there. Then that big shot just now spent 6 hours. The person who lost money looked in the direction of Erlong, his eyes somewhat blurry. Did I miss something? This was the thought in the minds of the few trainers. Chapter 12. Forging equipment, becoming a big boss. 1. After Lin Feng went offline, it was already late at night. Looking at the empty dormitory, Lin Feng was slightly unaccustomed. Zhangjin College was rich and imposing. The student dormitory was all a single suite, so there was a bathroom, a gym, a study, and a kitchen. Lin Feng got up and went to the kitchen. He casually made some food and lay down again. Lin Feng thought to himself and felt that the girl who had awakened her S-level talent should still be grinding in the dungeon. Lin Feng lay on the bed and kept thinking. The reason why he felt this way was because he was like this in his previous life. In his previous life, after he awakened an S-level talent, he was fought over by the two academies and was accepted as a disciple by Qin Wui. Although Qin Wui was the dean of Zhangjin College, as a member of the Qin family, he was born in the military and did not know how to teach. Occasionally, he would teach others according to the rules. Moreover, as a member of the military, Qin Wui seemed to be used to seeing too many life and death situations. Therefore, he had always been relatively indifferent to Lin Feng, even if Lin Feng had an S-level talent. The two sides actually did not have much of a master-disciple relationship. This was also the reason why Lin Feng did not have any emotional fluctuations when he saw Qin Wui back then. In his previous life, Lin Feng was basically brought up by the people around him until he broke through to the dark gold level, LV 400. Only then did he work hard himself. Therefore, Lin Feng, who had never suffered much, was plotted against by Qian Yuan. Of course, it was different now. Lin Feng no longer needed anyone to bring him around. He basically remembered the dungeons he had cleared in his previous life and the missions he had done. Now, he only needed to do it all over again. Moreover, he would reach the divine level faster than in his previous life. This was because he had an SSS level talent in this life. Lin Feng smiled and stopped thinking about it. There were still some missions in the Newbie village tomorrow. Although it would waste some time, the rewards were still not bad. Lin Feng closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. In Divine Realm, Su Xiuxiu came out of the dungeon again. At this moment, she had already reached level 7. Although she was very talented, she would only grind for an hour every time. Before her talent could be properly unleashed, she would retreat. Su Xiuxiu did not say anything. After all, the other party was helping her level up. How could she blame anyone? Uncle Jean looked at Su Xiuxiu and sighed in his heart. It's only because the little girl is inexperienced. If it were those descendants of the family in the past, they would probably have long stomped their feet and cursed. When Uncle Jean thought of this, he gradually started to like this little girl. I hope she can always be so innocent. Uncle Jean sighed in his heart and then said, Miss Xiuxiu, that's all for today. Rest well first. We'll continue tomorrow. When Su Xiuxiu heard this, she nodded. She had actually long wanted to rest, but the people who brought her along had not said anything, so she was too embarrassed to mention it. On the other side, Erlong kept collecting materials. Some of the materials were easily found, and some were new to him. Moreover, these materials were all paid for by him. Although he had a pained expression when he took out the money, at the thought that he could follow the big shot, he gritted his teeth and paid. In the morning, Lin Feng woke up and washed up briefly before preparing to enter the game. As for reporting to the school, 7 days after school started, there was nothing much to do. The school had only gotten the students to choose the corresponding specialization and familiarize themselves with the game. Some descendants of large families would use these 7 days to see if they could leave the beginner village. Of course, very few could do it. Therefore, after washing up and eating briefly, Lin Feng directly logged into the game. Lin Feng appeared in the beginner village and looked around. At this moment, the new players had probably adapted to the game and began to try their luck everywhere to see if they could receive missions. Some people went straight to the mission because they had bought a strategy guide. The descendants of the large families had already left the beginner village. Some people brought them to the wilderness to level up. Some family descendants had even reached level 4 or 5. This was the difference in resources. Lin Feng did not think too much about it. He was here to do a mission now. After completing the mission and clearing the boss dungeon, he would go to the main city. Most of the missions in the beginner village taught newbies how to farm monsters. The newbies were taught step by step. Lin Feng was not interested in those missions. This was because not only was it a waste of time, but the rewards were also very ordinary. However, the rewards for some missions were still not bad because they were hidden missions. Let me think. What hidden missions are there in the beginner village? Lin Feng stood on the spot and pondered. Just as he was thinking, his communication device suddenly rang. When Lin Feng saw that it was a message from Erlong, he knew that the other party had probably already completed the mission. This surprised Lin Feng. Looks like I've still underestimated these trainers. Lin Feng muttered. The materials he asked for were not difficult to find, but it would still take some time. However, the other party was able to find them in one night, which meant that he was indeed capable. After Lin Feng got Erlong to come to the beginner village to find him, he continued to recall where the hidden missions of the beginner village were. A moment later, he saw Erlong looking around the village entrance with dark circles under his eyes. Lin Feng waved his hand. When Erlong saw this, he ran over excitedly. Boss, these are the materials you asked me to find. They're all here. Erlong panted slightly. It was obvious that the other party had not slept the entire night. Other than some of the materials being insufficient, I've found them all. Lin Feng received a cloth bag from Erlong and examined it carefully. Chapter 13. Forging Equipment, Becoming a Big Boss. 2. This cloth bag was the storage bag of the game. Any NPC in the game could buy it. Of course, there was a certain chance that anything stored in this way would drop after the player died. Therefore, ordinary people would prepare many storage bags and place their stuff separately. Lin Feng looked at the materials in his storage bag and nodded. The other party had indeed gathered more or less everything that he asked for. As for the few materials that were lacking in quantity, it was not a big problem. Then, Lin Feng looked at Erlong. You? Big shot, just call me Erlong. Erlong smiled and said. Lin Feng nodded. Erlong, do you want to follow me? Erlong nodded and looked at Lin Feng expectantly. Lin Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry. To be honest, he had really never taken in an underling. In his previous life, because he always had a group of people around him, he did not need any lackeys. Later on, when he wanted to recruit them, he was already at the divine level, LV 900. Lin Feng looked at Erlong and suddenly said, "You're a warrior, right?" Erlong nodded but wondered why the big shot was asking him this. Could it be that taking in underlings depended on one's profession? Big shot, don't worry. I'm very chubby. I can definitely resist monsters, Erlong said. Lin Feng smiled and was not surprised. Trainers were originally meant to attract monsters for others. Therefore, most of them were warriors and their attributes would also be spent on increasing their HP. Follow me, Lin Feng said and walked out of the city. Erlong was overjoyed when he heard this. Had the big shot accepted him? Lin Feng indeed had this plan. After all, there were no longer a large group of people around him in this life. He had to have someone to help run errands for him. It would be a waste of time if he had to do many small things himself. Of course, although he planned to accept the other party, some problems still had to be resolved, such as how the other party was going to leave the beginner village. For example, Erlong usually added his attributes to his HP, so his damage output was a big problem. This was also the reason why most trainers could not leave the beginner village. This was because it was impossible to pass the boss dungeon with high HP alone. The boss dungeon of the beginner village was a solo dungeon. Lin Feng brought Erlong out of the beginner village and into the wilderness. After confirming that there was no one around, he stopped. Erlong looked around and swallowed. The big shot wouldn't rob him, right? However, there was nothing worth robbing on him. However, if not to rob him, why did the big shot bring him to such a remote place? Erlong tended to think a lot. Otherwise, he would not have planned to follow Lin Feng when he saw Lin Feng. At this moment, Erlong looked at Lin Feng, who had stopped in front of him, and was somewhat nervous. Lin Feng did not know what Erlong was thinking. If he did, he might really beat the other party up. At this moment, Lin Feng opened his skill tree and looked at the forging skill. He thought for a moment and directly used the experience in the experience pool to light it up. Then, Lin Feng saw a panel pop up in front of him. Congratulations on successfully learning the forging skill and becoming an ordinary blacksmith. Lin Feng continued to spend his experience on it, and his forging skills kept leveling up. Forging skill LV2. Forging skill LV3. The level of his forging skill soared all the way until his experience ran out. Lin Feng had no choice but to stop. At this moment, his forging skill had reached level 21. Moreover, another message appeared on Lin Feng's information panel. Bronze Blacksmith. After level 10, one would become a bronze level blacksmith. However, if one wanted to become a silver level blacksmith, they had to be above level 100. Lin Feng did not have that much experience for the time being. Moreover, he was only trying it out now. Lin Feng looked at the storage bag in his hand and poured out all the materials inside. Then, he waved his hand, and a dazzling light flashed on the materials, enveloping all the materials. After the light dissipated, a long sword and a pair of greaves appeared on the spot. Beside the equipment were some broken materials. Because this was a game, forging was actually not that complicated. As long as one learned the forging skill and had the materials, they could activate the skill and think about the equipment they wanted to forge. Of course, there was a certain chance of failure. However, this chance was relatively small when it came to bronze level equipment. It was higher when it came to silver level equipment. The higher the level, the higher the failure rate. At this moment, Lin Feng saw another interface frame in front of him. Bronze Forging Proficiency +4. This forging proficiency was something that increased the success rate. If one successfully smithied a piece of equipment, they could increase their proficiency by 2 points. If they failed, it would increase by 1 point. After accumulating proficiency, one could also consume proficiency. With every point of proficiency consumed, the success rate would increase by 1%, even if one was forging divine equipment. However, which divine level equipment was not forged with extremely rare materials? Given how rare these materials were, how could one afford to fail? Moreover, it meant that one had to fail 100 times before they could successfully forge it. Erlong at the side was directly stunned when he saw this. This is a forged weapon? Erlong was shocked. He was even more shocked than when Lin Feng stayed in the endless dungeon for 6 hours before coming out. This was because it was impossible for there to be blacksmiths in the beginner village. Forging skills could only be learned in the main city. Moreover, one could not return to the beginner village after level 10. This was a cycle. Therefore, this also caused the beginner village to not have any equipment at all. However, what was going on now? He saw the big shot smith equipment with a wave of his hand. Was this a hack? Erlong trembled. No wonder the big shot could stay in the endless dungeon for 6 hours. It turned out that he was cheating. Now that he knew that the other party was cheating, would he be killed and silenced? Chapter 14. Forging Equipment, Becoming a Big Boss. 3. Erlong looked around. The quiet environment made him more and more uneasy. Lin Feng saw that Erlong was in a daze and did not care. He picked up the two equipment. He did not need to look to know that both of them were bronze level. After all, he had forged them himself. He directly threw the two equipment to Erlong without blinking. This is the equipment for you. With this, you should be able to leave the beginner village, right? Lin Feng calmly spoke. When Erlong received the equipment, he was stunned for a moment. The big shot didn't kill him? Then, when he heard Lin Feng's question and looked at the equipment's attributes and quality, he immediately gasped. Bronze level equipment. He had only seen this on the disciples of big families in the Newbie village. Most of them were only beginner weapons. He didn't even dare to think about it in the past. Now, the other party was giving such a weapon to him? He looked at Lin Feng and was a little stunned. Was this the power of cheating? This was still because he didn't see Lin Feng's silver level equipment. If he did, he would probably faint from fright. Seeing that he was in a daze again, Lin Feng suddenly suspected that this guy was not very smart. Hey, say something. Do you think you can leave the village? Yes. Yes. Of course. Erlong hurriedly replied. Don't worry, big boss, I definitely can. Isn't it just a boss dungeon? With the equipment given by a big shot like you, a mere boss is easy. Erlong bootlicked crazily. He originally thought that he was only following a big shot, but who would have thought that he was following a hacker? If he did well, didn't it mean that he could also become a dark gold, LV 400, or diamond, LV 500, level expert? Erlong thought about it happily, so his flattery became even more overboard. In his eyes, dark gold level and diamond level experts were already powerful. As for the levels above that, he never thought about it. As for reporting Lin Feng, he didn't even think about it. If he wanted to report, he had to have a channel. Was there customer service in this game? Moreover, if he followed this hacker big shot, his future would be limitless. There was no future in reporting. Lin Feng nodded. Alright, then go to the dungeon in a while. Wait for me in the main city after you pass. Boss, aren't you going to the dungeon? Erlong asked curiously. In his opinion, Lin Feng was definitely already level 10. If he did not go to the main city at this time, what was the point? As for the dungeon? What a joke. The big shot was a hacker. He could beat it casually. I still have some matters to attend to. You can go first, Lin Feng calmly said. After that, he returned to the novice village. Erlong immediately nodded. He knew that there were certain questions that shouldn't be asked. He had been a trainer for many years, so he knew this. Alright, don't call me big shot in the future, Lin Feng reminded. After all, it would be a little awkward if the other party kept calling him that when they traveled outside together. Then what should I call you? Erlong asked. Call me, young master. Lin Feng thought for a moment before replying. Alright, big shot. What did you call me? I'm sorry, big shot. A moment later, the two of them returned to the beginner village. Young master, I'll go to the boss dungeon first and wait for you in the main city. Erlong smiled. Yeah. Lin Feng nodded, still thinking about the hidden mission in the beginner village. However, as he walked, he suddenly stopped and stared blankly ahead. Young master, what's wrong? Erlong felt a little strange when he saw Lin Feng suddenly stop. At this moment, Lin Feng looked at the entrance of the novice village in front of him with a stunned expression. It was because there was a woman in purple standing there. Her face was cold, and she frowned slightly as she looked around, as if she wanted to find someone to team up with. However, perhaps because of her cold personality, she did not find anyone. Hence, she stood rooted to the ground in a daze. It's her. Lin Feng's voice was almost inaudible as he stood there in a daze. Chapter 15. Hidden Mission. The violet-robed woman's name was Yining Xue. She was Lin Feng's best companion in his previous life. He remembered that the first time he met her in his previous life was after he left the beginner village. At that time, because Lin Feng was a warrior, the Qin family had arranged a priest for him, and Yining Xue was that priest. Yining Xue was actually very talented. Otherwise, the Qin family wouldn't have arranged for her to stay by Lin Feng's side. She had an A-level talent, overhealing. When healing the opponent, she could increase the opponent's spell strength by 50%. When attacking, she could increase her spell damage by 30%. With her talent, even if she did not become a full-time priest and became a mage, she could still go far. However, because she was arranged to be by Lin Feng's side, she only learned healing skills. Hence, Lin Feng's path in his previous life was very smooth. It could be said that Yining Xue played an indispensable role in helping Lin Feng become a divine-level expert within 10 years. She didn't say much. She just quietly did what a priest should do. Even when facing Qin Wuxian, she still looked cold. Lin Feng had once asked her what she wanted to do the most. At that time, she said with a cold expression, "There's nothing I want to do the most, as long as you become a divine-level expert quickly." At that time, when Lin Feng looked at her, his heart was somewhat moved. He believed that he had hindered Yining Xue's life. Hence, from then on, he rarely interacted with her and his improvement was getting faster and faster. Lin Feng felt that as long as he became a divine-level expert, she should be able to free herself. Lin Feng didn't know that when he asked that question, Yining Xue had been avoiding his gaze. "Young master? Young master?" Erlong called out. Lin Feng retracted his thoughts and let out a long breath. "Let's go." When Erlong saw that Lin Feng wasn't willing to say anything more, he didn't probe further. He merely cast another glance at the violet-robed woman. Lin Feng walked toward the novice village. It was as if he didn't know Yining Xue at all. He brushed past her like a stranger. "In my previous life, I was the one who affected your fate. But in this life, it won't happen again," Lin Feng thought to himself. After Lin Feng had walked far away, Yining Xue suddenly felt something. She turned her head back but didn't see Lin Feng's back. For some reason, she felt empty inside, as if she had lost something precious. "Miss Yi?" When Yining Xue heard this, she looked at the person who called her. It was Uncle Zhang. "My surname is Yi, and you are?" "I'm the one who brought you to level up." "This is Miss Xiuxiu," Uncle Zhang said and introduced Su Xiuxiu behind her. Su Xiuxiu looked at Yining Xue and nodded slightly. Although Su Xiuxiu was an archer, the Qin family had arranged for a priest to protect her in order to ensure her growth. The priest was Yining Xue. Su Xiuxiu and Yining Xue looked at each other. Their fates seemed to have changed, but it also seemed to be the same. At this moment, Lin Feng and Erlong were walking on the streets of the beginner village. "All right, Erlong, I still don't know what your talent is?" Lin Feng asked. Originally, it was impolite to ask others about their talents because everyone's talents were their own secrets. Once one's talent was exposed, it was very likely that they would be targeted. However, if Erlong wanted to follow Lin Feng had to know his talent. Only then could he help Erlong specifically. On the other hand, it was also a small test for Erlong to see if he really wanted to follow him. Erlong did not hesitate and said, "Young master, my talent is triumph. Every time I kill an enemy, I can recover 80% of my lost HP." Lin Feng was stunned when he heard this. The talent of Erlong wasn't weak. It could be said to be quite strong. But how did he end up like this? Therefore, he asked the question in his heart. "Young master, this talent sounds powerful, but my attributes are not good. If I can't kill the enemy, it's useless no matter how talented I am, Erlong sighed and said.
Lin Feng fell silent. Yes, talents like Erlong needed to be nurtured with resources in the early stages.
Without attributes, everything was empty talk.
With his talent, once he reached the later stages, he could be said to be extremely strong in the army.
After killing the enemy, his health would recover.
It was as if he was a perpetual motion machine. Even though it was a B-level talent, the effect in the later stages could be said to be not inferior to an A-level talent. But in the end, it was the lack of wealth that stopped him. In his previous life, although Lin Feng's talent was S-level, the effect of his talent was similar to the talent of Erlong. They both needed resources to nurture. If not for the help of the Qin family in his previous life, he would probably have been like Erlong.
Lin Feng quickly said, "Don't worry, follow me. I'll definitely nurture you into a peerless expert." Erlong nodded. He believed this. After all, Lin Feng was a hacker. If he could not become an expert even after following a hacker, Erlong felt that it was better for him to leave the game early. "Alright, quickly go to the boss dungeon. After clearing it, just remember to choose the Blazing Sun City."
"I'll be there soon," Lin Feng said.
Erlong nodded. "Alright, young master. I'll go first." With that said, Erlong walked excitedly towards the boss dungeon. After obtaining the bronze equipment, he could not wait to kill everyone.
At the thought that he could leave the beginner village, Erlong was very excited and his speed became faster. Lin Feng looked at Erlong, who had run to the dungeon, and smiled as he shook his head. As long as Erlong were really loyal to him, Lin Feng did not mind nurturing the other party into a king-level expert or an epic-level expert. Lin Feng was even confident that he could nurture the other party to the divine level.
Chapter 16. Hidden Mission 2.
After all, this confidence came from the fact that he had hacks.
After Erlong left, Lin Feng arrived in front of an NPC. This NPC was a very ordinary resident of the beginner village.
He looked to be in his 70s or 80s and was very inconspicuous as he sat in front of an earth-walled house. However, Lin Feng knew that although the NPC sometimes seemed to be very ordinary, the rewards they gave out were really luxurious.
"Hello, uncle. Can I help you with something?" Lin Feng asked.
The old man looked up at Lin Feng and slowly said, "I'm already old and can't move much."
"Young man, can you help me collect the vegetables in the vegetable garden?"
At this moment, a mission box popped up in front of Lin Feng. Triggered mission: help the residents of the Newbie village collect vegetables.
"Do you accept?" "Alright, uncle. I'll help you collect the vegetables immediately."
Lin Feng directly accepted the mission.
Actually, this mission was very easy to trigger.
However, some new players might not accept it after triggering it. This was because there was no reward for this mission in the beginning. Moreover, most people would think that the reward was not good for such a simple mission. However, Lin Feng knew that the reward for this mission was honor points.
Honor points were basically useless in the beginner village.
However, they would be very useful in high-level cities in the future. Many rare things could only be exchanged or bought after one's honor points reached a certain level. Moreover, honor points were the easiest to earn in the beginner village, unlike those large main cities that sometimes needed one to participate in wars to earn them. Lin Feng arrived at the vegetable garden in the backyard of the house and began to collect the vegetables. Soon, he finished collecting the vegetables.
"Uncle, look, here are your vegetables. I'll help you put them in the house."
Lin Feng returned and submitted the mission.
"Young man, thank you. You're really a good person. You're even willing to help an old man like me."
The old man smiled and said. Completed the mission collecting vegetables and obtained 30 honor points. Lin Feng looked at the dialogue box in front of him and smiled. Then, he put the vegetables away for the NPC and continued to the next mission point. Soon, Lin Feng swept through all the mission points in the beginner village. Those new players were very puzzled when they saw that he was doing these small missions.
This person is so powerful. He can actually trigger missions for every NPC he encounters.
TSK, I also triggered a few missions, but those missions were very trashy and useless.
That's right.
Those missions clearly have trashy rewards. As for the fact that he triggered so many, I think he probably bought some scam strategy guide and got scammed.
Ha ha ha. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in disgust.
Lin Feng also heard those discussions, but he ignored them.
These idiots actually did not do anything after triggering the missions. What else could he say?
They were laughing at Lin Feng, but they did not know that Lin Feng was also laughing at them. Actually, in his previous life, Lin Feng had also triggered these missions, but he did not do them at that time. At that time, he only thought about leveling up quickly and did not care at all. It was not until later that he realized how good the mission rewards in the beginner village were. Half a day later, Lin Feng finally finished most of the missions. Some had already been done, so he could not trigger them.
These missions could not be triggered at any time. As long as someone completed them, they would be refreshed every once in a while.
Therefore, now that Lin Feng had finished farming, if these people wanted to farm again, they would have to wait for a while.
However, unless they were people who could not leave the beginner village, which genius would be willing to spend time in the beginner village? Lin Feng looked at his interface.
At this moment, another interface appeared.
Honor points, 500.
Although 500 honor points did not seem to be a lot, in fact, even in the main city, this amount of honor points was still quite high.
In the main city, participating in a small war only gave 1 dozen of honor points. One had to participate in a large war at the very least to obtain 500 honor points. Moreover, one had to obtain the first place in the military merits to obtain it. Congratulations on receiving 500 honor points in the beginner village.
You can choose to directly leave the beginner village.
Do you want to leave? This dialog box suddenly popped up in front of Lin Feng.
Lin Feng was stunned when he saw the content. I didn't expect to be able to directly leave the beginner village with 500 honor points. Lin Feng thought of Erlong. If he had known earlier, he would have gotten the other party to do it too.
However, these missions only came once in a while.
Now that he had done them, they were gone.
Forget it. In any case, Erlong is about to pass, right?
Lin Feng shook his head. He looked at the surrounding people who were making fun of him, especially some trainers, with pity. If they knew that I could leave the beginner village after completing these missions, they'd probably go crazy. Lin Feng smiled.
However, he would not remind them. Everyone had their own lives. If they did not seize the opportunity, who could they blame? Erlong had seized the opportunity, so he now had a chance to leave the beginner village.
They did not have such a destiny, so they could only stay here obediently. Lin Feng smiled and directly left. The surrounding people watched Lin Feng leave and were somewhat puzzled.
What's with that person's gaze? One of them asked in confusion. I think he probably found out he was scammed and is feeling uncomfortable, right?
Ha ha ha. On the other side, Erlong had already seen the boss in the boss dungeon. The moment he saw the boss, he heaved a sigh of relief.
I can finally go out.
Erlong seemed somewhat excited. Actually, in the beginner village, one did not have to kill the boss to leave.
Instead, they only needed to cause damage to the boss.
Although it was so simple, it still stumped most people. Because there were many elite monsters in the first few levels before the boss fight, and they could not form teams in the boss dungeon of the beginner village, it was extremely difficult for them to defeat the boss alone.
Some people even died before they could see the elite monsters. Erlong also slowly arrived with the enhancement of the bronze equipment and the recovery of his talent. However, he did not have any thoughts about killing the boss because the boss's health was 2000. At this moment, in front of him was a huge Taurun. Erlong did not think too much about it. He quickly walked in front of the boss and slashed at it. It actually only caused 2 points of damage, and this was even with a bronze weapon. Without equipment, Erlong felt that he probably would not be able to break through the boss defense. Indeed, the Taurang glanced at Erlong and flicked him. Erlong directly died on the spot. However, if one looked carefully, they could see that Erlong had died with a smile. A light flickered. Erlong arrived at a space and heard the system's notification. Congratulations on passing the beginner village trial. Please choose to go to the main city. Erlong recalled Lin Feng's instructions and said without hesitation, to Blazing Sun City. Then, in a flash of light, Erlong disappeared. On the other side, Lin Feng also arrived at the entrance of the boss dungeon. He looked at the entrance and smiled. Erlong should have gone out, right? Now it's my turn. With that said, he directly entered the boss dungeon. Chapter 17. Breaking the Record, SSS Rating. 1. That guy just now was a newbie, right? I don't think so. This batch of newbies just entered yesterday. How can he be fighting the boss already? Outside the boss's dungeon, a group of people discussed when they saw Lin Feng enter the dungeon. At this moment, someone retreated from the dungeon. Clearly, he had failed the challenge. These people gathered outside the boss dungeon all year round and thought of passing the dungeon and leaving the beginner village at all times. However, the difficulty of the boss dungeon was not something they could handle at all. Sai, when can I leave the beginner village? The person who had just exited the dungeon sighed and left dispiritedly. How many newbies do you think will be able to leave the beginner village this year? The surrounding people began to discuss. Every year, there are hundreds of thousands of newbies, but less than 100,000 people go out. If I still can't get out in another 2 years, I'll quit the game. A player said dejectedly. That's right. If we can't pass again, we can only retreat. Another older trainer echoed. It was getting harder and harder to train now, especially in the beginner village. Some of the trainers gathered together for warmth. Although they received more business like this, because they were a team, there was still not much business after it was evenly distributed. The solo trainers with poor business were even worse. In his previous life, Lin Feng had also cleared the boss dungeon of the beginner village alone. However, at that time, he only obtained an S rating. On the other hand, the epic level mission Chu Quinren gave him required an SSS rating. It could be said to be very difficult. The SSS score required one to defeat the last boss in an hour. In the end, he would also have to clear the level without any injuries. In his previous life, because of his war intent, talent, Lin Feng defeated the boss in the end. However, he also spent a lot of time and did not clear the level without being injured. In his previous life, even Lin Feng, who had an S-level talent, could not obtain an SSS level score. From this, it could be seen how difficult this mission was. Moreover, no one had ever gotten the SSS level score in the beginner village. The best record was only S-level like Lin Feng's previous life. In my previous life, I didn't manage to obtain an SSS score. However, this time, I feel that I can obtain it. Lin Feng said confidently. This was because at this moment, his attack attributes were ridiculously high. After reaching level 10, he still added all his free attribute points to his magic attack, allowing his magic attack with equipment to reach 690. With such a high level of strength, even a level 15 elite monster could not escape the fate of being instantly killed. Although the boss's HP is 2000 and his defense is 50, I can still deal 640 damage to him with an ordinary attack. As long as I'm careful, it shouldn't be a problem for me to clear the level without getting injured. Lin Feng pondered and said.
At this moment, the small monsters of the first level appeared. At this moment, there were only level 10 ordinary small monsters.
Although there were many of them, they were still easily crushed by Lin Feng's high damage.
10 minutes later, Lin Feng cleared the first level, but he stopped. The first level took 10 minutes. If this continues, although I can clear the level without any injuries, I won't be able to make it in time.
Lin Feng frowned.
There were a total of 5 levels in the boss dungeon.
The first level had level 10 ordinary monsters.
The second level had level 10 elite monsters. The third level had level 15 ordinary monsters. Then, there were the level 15 elite monsters. Finally, there was the bronze boss and a pile of level 15 elite monsters. This was only the first level. Lin Feng had already spent 10 minutes, so the next few levels would take even longer. If this continued, he would not be able to clear the level in an hour.
Looks like I have to learn another skill.
Lin Feng thought for a moment and made a decision. Then, he looked at his skill tree and thought.
If I want to learn a skill, I have to first learn a mage skill. This is because my magic attack is the highest. It needs to have enough damage and it has to be area of effect damage.
Lin Feng thought and searched carefully on the skill tree. A moment later, his eyes lit up as he looked at a skill.
This is it, Ice Fragment. Ice Fragment, throw an ice spear.
The ice spear will shatter after hitting an enemy, dealing 200% magic damage to the enemy with a spell attack. The shattered ice spear fragments will pass through the target and splash all enemies within 30 meters, dealing 80% of the magic damage to the enemy that
is splashed.
The target that is injured will receive a 50% deceleration effect that lasts for a minute.
Cooldown time is 10 seconds.
This was also a divine level skill, but it had such a terrifying effect at only level 1. Lin Feng remembered that he had obtained this skill book from an ice world in his previous life. At that time, this was the skill of a divine level expert from that other world and it annoyed the human army greatly. Lin Feng looked at this skill and was very tempted. Although the area of effect damage was only 80% of Fa Chang's, his damage was close to 700. Even if it was 80% damage, it was enough to clear out level 15 elite monsters. However, Lin Feng discovered that his experience was not enough to learn this skill. To learn the Ice Fragment, I need 10,000 experience points. Just now, I only obtained 3,000 experience points after clearing the first level.
In that case, as long as I complete the second level, my experience points will basically be enough.
At that time, I should be able to clear the level in an hour after learning the skill. Lin Feng pondered and said. Although he still had to clear the second level at a slower pace, Lin Feng felt that it was not a big problem. Therefore, he directly headed to the second level. In the second level, there were indeed level 10 elite monsters.
Chapter 18. Breaking the Record, SSS Rating.
2. Lin Feng did not hesitate and directly killed his way into the group of monsters. However, he was not rash and carefully dodged the attacks of the monsters. As a full-timer, he had the agility of an assassin, so those monsters could not hit him at all. 15 minutes later, Lin Feng dealt with all the monsters in the second level. At this moment, his experience points had also increased by more than 10,000. Therefore, he directly lit up the skill, Ice Fragment. Seeing that he had finished learning the skill, Lin Feng smiled.
Now I'll go to the next level and try out the skill.
Lin Feng arrived at the third level. The monsters in the third level were ordinary level 15 monsters. Moreover, there were more of them than in the first and second levels. Lin Feng looked at the monsters and smiled in disdain.
This time, watch me instantly kill all of them.
Although he said that, he did not directly release his skill. This was because the range of the skill was 30 meters, but the venue of the third level was more than 100 meters. Therefore, if he directly released it, the monsters at the edge would not be hit. Lin Feng rushed into the group of monsters and began to attract the monsters over. He wanted to try his best to gather the monsters. Attracting monsters was different from killing monsters. During the process of attracting monsters, it was very likely that one would be hit by monsters. Therefore, this was also the reason why those trainers were basically warriors. This was because if they did not have enough HP, they would easily be instantly killed by monsters. However, Lin Feng did not have such worries. First of all, he had the mobility of an assassin and was not easy to hit. Moreover, his goal of attracting the monsters was not to let others farm them, but for himself. Therefore, once he encountered a situation where he might be hit, he would directly insta-kill the monster. A few minutes later, even Lin Feng found it somewhat difficult to attract the monsters. Because the monsters were all gathered, there were fewer and fewer places for him to move. Seeing that most of the monsters had gathered, Lin Feng did not hesitate anymore. He directly chanted and activated his skill. The temperature around Lin Feng suddenly decreased rapidly, and the ground even began to frost. Above his head, a huge ice spear about 10 meters long actually formed. The ice spear was very regular and crystalline, emitting wisps of cold air. The tip was very sharp and emitted a cold light, as if the space was about to be pierced. Around him, the space seemed to have been frozen. The monsters that were relatively close to Lin Feng were affected by the cold air and even their movements slowed down. Even their bodies began to freeze. Before this skill was released, it had already begun to affect the monsters. The power of a divine level skill was so terrifying that it was enough to change the surrounding environment. Although Lin Feng was under the ice spear, he was not affected by the cold aura. He shouted, "Go!" With a whoosh, the ice spear directly exceeded the speed of sound. The end dragged the smoke produced by the sonic boom and flew towards a monster in the middle of the monster group like an inverted umbrella. Ping! There was no expected roar. The ice spear hit a monster and directly pierced through the level 15 monster before turning into ice. After passing through the monster's ice spear, it shattered into countless pieces like glass and splattered in all directions. All the monsters within 30 meters were injured almost at the same time. They trembled and stopped. Then, they all turned into ice and exploded. When Lin Feng saw the effect of the skill, he nodded in satisfaction. The only regret was that the skill only had a range of 30 meters. It was really only 30 meters, not even a centimeter more. 30 meters away, there were also a few wandering monsters. Lin Feng remembered that the divine level skill he used in his previous life covered far more ground than this. However, as long as he leveled up later, the range should increase. Lin Feng did not think too much about it. After killing a few wandering monsters, he continued to the 4th level. In the 3rd level, he spent less than 5 minutes. It had only been less than half an hour since he entered the dungeon. Now, there's completely enough time. As Lin Feng spoke, he had already arrived at the 4th level. The monsters in the 4th level were level 15 elite monsters. Lin Feng used the same trick. He would first attract the monsters and then directly kill the big guy with an ice spear. Then, he would kill a few wandering monsters. He only spent 5 minutes on the 4th level. In the end, he arrived at the boss level. Lin Feng stood on the spot and saw the Taoran boss from afar. The Taoran was very tall. Its body was more than 10 meters tall and its arms were ridiculously thick. It was so thick that even with 2 people hugging it, it still wasn't a complete hug. With every step it took, the ground trembled. Taoran, bronze level boss. Health, 2000. Attack, 200 out of 10, physical/magical attack. Defense, 50/50ths, physical/magic defense. Lin Feng looked at the boss's attributes and shook his head in disdain. He remembered how shocked he was when he first saw this boss in his previous life. However, from the looks of it, it was still the same. Of course, at this moment, the others in the beginner village probably could not even break the defense of the boss. Even if they could break the boss's defense, they would still be insta-killed. As for Lin Feng, with his current 110 double defense and 165 health, although he could handle the boss's attack, he did not want to try. He wanted to clear the level without being injured. Lin Feng looked at the boss and did not hesitate to directly activate his skill. With 2 skills, enough to kill the boss. As for the small monsters around the boss, Lin Feng was not interested in attracting them. In any case, he only needed to kill the boss. Therefore, an ice spear flew out from Lin Feng's head. After hitting the boss, it did not penetrate the boss. Instead, it directly exploded into a pile of ice fragments. However, the boss's health directly decreased by more than half. Not only that, but with the boss as the center, the elite monsters within a 30-meter radius were also cleared. Seeing that the boss still had a little health left, Lin Feng hurriedly pulled away while the boss slowed down.
10 seconds later, Lin Feng's skill cooldown ended. He immediately activated it again. This time, the ice spear directly pierced through the Tauren's body and directly froze its huge body into ice. Then, the Tauren exploded with a bang. The moment the boss fell, several interfaces popped up in front of Lin Feng. Congratulations on killing the bronze-level boss, the Tauren. You have obtained the equipment Shattered Longsword, bronze level. Congratulations on killing the bronze-level boss, the Tauren. You have obtained the equipment Skin Shoulder Guard, bronze level. Congratulations on clearing the beginner village's gloomy forest dungeon. You have obtained an SSS score and a pet, Tauren. Congratulations on clearing the beginner village's gloomy forest dungeon and obtaining an SSS score.
A server-wide announcement is about to be made.
Do you want to hide your ID?
When Lin Feng saw the last line, he thought carefully and chose no. Then, a teleportation formation appeared in front of him. It was filled with dense runes. Every one of them flickered with a faint blue light, ancient and mysterious. Lin Feng knew that this was the teleportation formation to the main city. After clearing the dungeon, he had to leave the beginner village. This could also be considered protection for the beginner village. Lin Feng did not hesitate and directly stepped onto the teleportation formation. Then, the teleportation formation was activated, and Lin Feng disappeared into a wave of light. After he disappeared, an announcement suddenly sounded in the entire Divine Realm game. Congratulations to player Myriad Law King for clearing the beginner village's gloomy forest dungeon and obtaining an SSS score.
Full server announcement.
Congratulations to player Myriad Law King for clearing the beginner village's gloomy forest dungeon and obtaining an SSS score.
Full server announcement.
Congratulations to player Myriad Law King for clearing the beginner village's gloomy forest dungeon and obtaining an SSS score.
Full server announcement. Chapter 19. External shock. 1.
The moment they heard the server announcement, everyone was stunned, especially those who had left the beginner village. This was because they all knew how difficult it was to obtain an SSS rating for the boss dungeon in the beginner village.
Heavens, someone actually obtained an SSS score in that boss dungeon in the Newbie village. Who's this Myriad Law King? It must be that S-level talent.
I heard that Zhanjing College accepted an S-level student this year.
But it's only the second day since they entered the game this year, right? Is an S-level talent that terrifying? But other than that S-level talent, who else can do it? This was the guess of most people. They did not know that the S-level talent they were talking about was still grinding the endless dungeon in the beginner village. In the beginner village, in front of the entrance to the endless dungeon. Su Xiuxiu and the others had just come out of the endless dungeon when they heard the announcement. Like everyone else, they were also very shocked. SSS rating? Who's this Myriad Law King? Su Xiuxiu was somewhat puzzled. Although she had only entered the game for 2 days,
she was also crazily replenishing her game knowledge outside the game. Therefore, she knew how difficult it was to obtain the SSS score in that boss dungeon. If she were to challenge the dungeon, she would not even have much confidence in obtaining an S-level score. At this moment, she was already level 8. If nothing unexpected happened, she would also have to go to that dungeon tomorrow. However, she was really not confident.
In an unknown building in the demon city of the Dragon Country,
a middle-aged man was sitting in front of the office and reviewing documents.
He looked to be about 35 or 36 years old.
His eyebrows were thick, black, and neat. His eyes were as deep as an abyss, and he emitted the aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. His appearance was actually somewhat similar to Joe Padian. Not only that, but as he sat there, he seemed to have become one with the world. His every move seemed to follow the world and reveal endless Dao runes. At this moment, a man pushed the door open and entered.
His face was somewhat surprised and cynical. The person who came was actually Joe Padian.
"Dad, someone broke through the beginner village dungeon with an SSS score,"
Joe Padian directly said.
The man sitting in front of the desk was actually Joe Potion's father, one of the 2 divine-level experts of the Dragon Country, Zhou Tianshang. Zhou Tianshang was also somewhat surprised when he heard this, but he was still looking at the document.
"Is it that the S-level new student?" Zhou Tianshang asked indifferently, as if it was not a big deal.
Joe Padian chuckled. "That girl is still leveling up. The person who broke through the dungeon was not her, but someone called the Myriad Law King."
"Oh?"
Only then was Zhou Tianshang somewhat surprised. He raised his head and looked at Joe Padian. In only 2 days, he left the beginner village and obtained the dungeon SSS score.
"Do you know who it is?"
Zhou Tianshang asked. He did not seem to care at all that Joe Padian knew about Su Xiuxiu's schedule.
In fact, Joe Padian was not the only one who would pay attention to most geniuses in the Dragon Country. Some other large families would also pay more attention.
Therefore, although Su Xiuxiu had joined Zhenjing College, she was actually growing up under everyone's attention.
Even the document Zhou Tianshang was reading was actually related to Su Xiuxiu.
"I don't know for the time being. I'm still investigating," Joe Padian replied.
"Yes." Zhou Tianshang thought for a moment and said, "If you can't find anything, don't investigate anymore.
When the time comes, make arrangements and don't let anyone find out."
"Got it," Joe Padian said. Zhou Tianshang did not want others to find out.
It was not that he wanted to bury the genius, but he did not want the genius to be exposed.
Humans were not united.
However, this did not mean that there were still wars between the large countries. Although every country would more or less fight for their own interests, it was still impossible for them to kill the geniuses of other countries.
Humans now had a common enemy.
The enemy here naturally referred to the people who had joined the foreign races. No matter what war it was, there would not be a lack of traitors. This was not a secret among the higher-ups of the human race. Thinking of this, Zhou Tianshang stood up, walked to the French window, and looked at the sky, towards the other divine-level expert of the Dragon Country. The other party had not returned to Earth for 50 years. Zhou Tianshang sighed and said, "Pay more attention to those evil sects recently."
First, an S-level talent appeared.
Now that someone has broken through the beginner village dungeon, I'm afraid those people can't sit still anymore. At the mention of the evil sect, Joe Padian put away his playful demeanor, his eyes suddenly filled with killing intent.
"If those clowns dare to come out, I'll kill them all."
On the other side, Xin Wui had also received the news that someone had broken through the beginner village dungeon. His eyes were deep as he trained his military formation. He thought carefully and then instructed, "There's no need to investigate. Since the other party wants to hide it, there's no need to investigate. However, if anyone else wants to investigate, don't stop them."
Xin Wui's actions were somewhat similar to Zhou Tianshang's, but they were also different. Xin Wui felt that since the other party was talented, he should not be afraid of trouble. If the other party encountered a problem, he would need to resolve it himself. As for the cult, Xin Wui also did not mind luring them out. Actually, he did not approve of Su Xiuxiu's nurturing. However, it was not easy for an S-level talent to appear. All the large families in the dragon country were paying attention, so there was nothing he could do. If he had his way, he would definitely throw Su Xiuxiu into the army and directly train her. However, in this way, she would probably be snatched away in a few days. Even his Qin family was helpless. An S-level talent was more important than he had imagined. Thinking of Su Xiuxiu, Xin Wui frowned. He originally thought that he had picked up a treasure. Who knew that it would be so troublesome? It was not only the Qin family and the Zhou family. All the families in the dragon country had also received the news. After that, they all decided to find the Myriad Law King and think of a way to rope him in. Even the foreign factions were frantically looking for Lin Feng. In an unknown mountain, a few people in black robes gathered. Although they were sneaky, the aura on their bodies was incomparably powerful. Every one of them was at least a king-level expert. They were all members of the evil sect. At this moment, a divine sense suddenly descended. The few black-robed men immediately stood respectfully. This divine sense slowly condensed into a human figure, but his appearance could not be seen clearly. However, from the aura on his body, it was not difficult to tell that this was actually the divine sense of a divine-level expert. Bishop. All the black-robed men greeted respectfully. The evil sect bishop was actually at the divine level. It was unknown if the higher-ups of the human race knew. The divine-level divine sense did not say anything and only gave an order. Find the Myriad Law King. It's best if you can recruit him into the sect. If you can't, kill him directly. Yes. The black-robed men replied. Then, the divine sense directly disappeared, as if it had never been here. The black-robed people looked at each other and left one after another. They did not know each other's identities, so they did not talk much. Lin Feng's SSS level rating seemed to have affected the entire world. However, in the eyes of ordinary people, the world did not seem to have changed. At this moment, Lin Feng did not know how much of an impact he had on the world. At this moment, he had arrived at an unknown space. This was the place to transfer to the main city. Congratulations on breaking through the gloomy forest dungeon. You now have control of the dungeon and obtained the permission to enter and leave the beginner village. The system's announcement suddenly sounded. When Lin Feng heard this, he was clearly stunned. Taking down the dungeon referred to obtaining an SSS score. Before this, Lin Feng did not know that after obtaining an SSS score, he would gain control of the dungeon and be allowed to enter and leave the dungeon. This was not Lin Feng's fault. In his previous life, he had never obtained an SSS score in any dungeon. As for the dungeons that he could obtain an SSS score on, others had long obtained SSS scores in them. In other words, the first person to obtain an SSS score in the dungeon can control the dungeon? Lin Feng was really shocked. According to this, the dungeons in those main cities were actually controlled by someone. After controlling the beginner village dungeon, one could enter and leave the beginner village at will. No wonder he remembered that so many people in his previous life wanted to take down the beginner village. Dungeon. Controlling the beginner village dungeon might not seem like much, but it was actually very beneficial. First of all, there were not many equipment in the beginner village. This was also the reason why there were basically no transactions in the beginner village. However, now that he could enter and leave the beginner village at will, he could bring equipment back to the beginner village from the main city to sell. It had to be known that there were many people who stayed in the beginner village. Moreover, there were also many people who entered the beginner village every year, including those rich families.
In addition, even if he did not sell equipment and only controlled the dungeon, he could still directly bring people out of the beginner village. Just by selling the spots of people who could leave the beginner village, he could make a killing. Thinking of this, Lin Feng took a deep breath. In his previous life, he had the Qin family behind him and did not have to worry about resources. However, in this life, he had to work hard himself. In that case, he had to earn a lot of resources himself. Now that he had controlled the beginner village dungeon, he had undoubtedly resolved this problem. In addition, if he wanted to deal with the Qianye Yuan, he also needed his own faction. Perhaps in the end, he could fight the other party alone. However, in the early stages, not to mention anything else, it was impossible for him to complete the collection of some information alone. However, if I directly and brazenly sell things in the beginner village, everyone would be able to tell that something's going on. Lin Feng had a headache again. Forget it, I'll think about it later. Let's see the mission reward first. Lin Feng looked at the mission Chu Kuangren had given him. At this moment, the mission had already been completed.
Full-timer mission, January 9th beginner full-time, completed. Reward, Landry's mask, beginner.
Lin Feng received the reward. At this moment, he was holding a mask. The mask was pure gold, but there was no aura at all.
There were no facial features on it.
Lin Feng pinched it and found that the material was very hard. Lin Feng did not doubt at all that even experts above the epic level, LV 800, could not break the mask. Lin Feng directly put it on.
He was about to change his appearance, but he did not know what to change it to.
Therefore, after thinking for a moment, he did not change his appearance and instead maintained the appearance of the golden mask. This way, he would seem more mysterious. As for the mask's effect being low level, Lin Feng also understood the situation after reading the next stage of the mission.
Full-timer mission, February 9th full-time newbie.
Mission details: clear the Sky City dungeon and control the Sky City. Mission reward 1, Intermediate Authority of the Landry Mask, 1.
You can replicate the mask. The replicated mask can only prevent spying. 2. You can obtain an invisibility function by wearing the mask. You will not be discovered by anyone below the divine level. Your hidden state will be broken when you attack. Mission reward 2, Swordsman's Inheritance. When Lin Feng saw the mission, he took a deep breath. The Sky City was a dungeon for one to go from a level 9 main city to a level 8 main city, just like the dungeon from the beginner village to the main city. However, someone else had already controlled the Sky City, and the mission requirement was to control the Sky City. However, there was already an owner. How was he supposed to control it? Could it be that he had to kill the original owner?
Lin Feng felt that it was not that simple, but when he saw the mission reward, Lin Feng was very tempted.
If I replicate the mask, I can build a mask army. This way, I can have a way to run the beginner village. Secondly, this invisibility function. No one below the divine level could discover his invisibility. How heaven-defying was this? It had to be known that there were not many divine-level experts on the entire blue planet. The chances of encountering a divine-level expert were extremely low. In other words, this function was basically invincible. Forget it, I'll decide later. In any case, I have to wait until I reach level 100 to challenge the Sky City. Lin Feng sighed and looked at the teleportation formation in front of him, prepared to leave. Please choose the main city you want to go to. Blazing Sun City, Lin Feng said. Then, he stepped onto the teleportation formation and disappeared into a wave of light. He did not know that countless people had already received the news and were waiting for him at the other end of the teleportation formation. Chapter 20. Competition between the various factions. War God Hall. 1. Erlong squatted in a corner and was somewhat sad. He originally thought that after leaving the beginner village, he would be in heaven. Who knew that as soon as he stepped out of the teleportation formation, he would be robbed?
That's right, he had been robbed.
Although bronze-level equipment was not considered good in Blazing Sun City, it was not common.
In Blazing Sun City, most people still used beginner equipment. Only those with some money could afford bronze-level equipment. Silver equipment, which was more expensive, was only owned by those descendants of families.
As for gold equipment, once they appeared, they would be sold at an astronomical price in the auction house.
Therefore, the bronze equipment of Erlong could be considered very good. Otherwise, he would not have been robbed as soon as he left the teleportation formation.
However, it was not only his equipment. At this moment, Erlong did not even have a storage bag on him. Everything on him had been robbed.
Erlong squatted alone in the corner, his eyes dull. Having lost all his wealth, he did not know what to do. He originally wanted to accept a few missions and kill monsters to level up.
However, without any equipment, he was completely helpless against those high-level monsters.
He suddenly realized that even if he left the beginner village, he could not survive.
No, he could at least train in the beginner village. However, in the main city, he could not even attract monsters.
At this moment, the server announcement sounded. When Erlong heard the announcement, his lifeless eyes suddenly flashed.
Myriad Law King, isn't that Young Master? Young Master is too powerful. Erlong was somewhat excited. This was because this announcement meant that Lin Feng had arrived at the main city and he was saved. If Lin Feng still did not come, he might have to quit the game. The main city was even harder to survive in than the beginner village. Erlong hurriedly stood up and ran towards the teleportation formation in the city.
When he arrived, he saw a sea of people. War God Hall, High Wind Hall, Carefree Pavilion, Jade Pure Sect.
These are all large guilds. Why have they all gathered? Didn't you hear just now? That Myriad Law King obtained the SSS score of the Gloomy Forest. They definitely want to recruit such a genius. Hiss, a genius has actually attracted all the large guilds domestically and abroad. Is he that terrifying? The surrounding people discussed closely. They did not understand. Although dungeons were very difficult, it was not that big of a deal for these guilds, right? Moreover, wasn't that Myriad Law King the S-level talent from Zhanjing College? Why did they still come?
Indeed, in the next moment, the Qin family arrived. Moreover, it was not only the Qin family, but also the Zhou family.
As soon as the people from the two families arrived, even the large guilds made way. It could not be helped.
In the Dragon Country, the Qin family and the Zhou family had absolute status and were not something guilds like them could compare to. Moreover, the reason why they wanted to recruit Lin Feng was not only because he was a genius, but also because he controlled the dungeon in the Gloomy Forest. There were some things ordinary people did not know, but they knew very well. Now, even the Qin family and the Zhou family could not sit still. After the Qin family and the Zhou family arrived, the surrounding discussion also decreased a lot. The leaders of the two sides looked at each other and snorted without any communication.
Although both families were top-notch families in the Dragon Country, there was still competition. Moreover, be it Qin Wui or Zhou Padian, they were happy to see this competition.
In their opinion, the necessary competition was beneficial to development. Therefore, this was also the reason why the leaders of both sides did not communicate. They had been guarding Blazing Sun City and had fought for many years. They could not stand each other and would not communicate.
However, although they did not communicate, their attitudes towards Lin Feng's potential were the same.
If they could rope him in, they would.
It did not matter if they could not.
This was also the intention of their superior.
To be honest, Erlong was very puzzled by this attitude.
After all, the other party was the master of a dungeon, and it was even a beginner village dungeon.
If they had such an indifferent attitude and others fought for it, wouldn't they suffer a huge loss?
Therefore, Erlong frowned and looked at the teleportation formation.
This time, the surrounding atmosphere became even more silent.
Erlong stood in the crowd and swallowed.
When had he ever seen such a scene?
He heard that they were all here to find the young master. It had to be known that the young master had just left the beginner village.
Was he already so powerful? Even if the young master was a hacker, wasn't this still ridiculous? Erlong also stared at the teleportation formation and waited. When young master came out, no matter which side he joined, he would also follow, right? Erlong thought happily. Actually, it was not only Blazing Sun City.
Now, there were also figures of these large guilds and families in front of the teleportation formations of all the level 9 main cities. They did not know which main city Lin Feng would choose, so they could only get someone to guard every one of them. The importance of the controller of the secret realm was obvious. After a long time, the teleportation formation of the Blazing Sun City suddenly lit up, making everyone shocked.
Lin Feng appeared on the teleportation formation.
At this moment, he was holding a staff and wearing a black robe and a golden mask, making him look very mysterious. The moment he appeared, almost everyone from the large factions probed with their mental strength. However, when their mental strength reached Lin Feng's mask, they were blocked.
This made everyone frown.
After the first profession change, all professions would have mental strength, especially magic-type professions. The strength of mental strength determined the level of control one had over their skills.
If one's skill was compared to a gun, then mental strength was an aiming device. Whether one could hit the target depended on whether one's aim was accurate. Chapter 21. Competition between the various factions. War God Hall. 2.
Of course, mental strength was far more than this.
When forging weapons and refining secret medicine, mental strength could also increase the success rate. Moreover, one could also use mental strength to investigate.
Just now, those people had used their mental strength to investigate Lin Feng's situation. Unfortunately, they were all blocked by Lin Feng's mask. Lin Feng was also somewhat stunned. He had thought that some people would be waiting for him here, but he did not expect so many people. I still underestimated the importance of the controller of the secret realm.
Fortunately, I have this mask.
Lin Feng thought to himself. If not for this mask, once his true appearance was exposed, he would also encounter a lot of trouble in real life.
Silver level staff.
Suddenly, someone from the guild exclaimed. Clearly, he had recognized the level of the staff in Lin Feng's hand. When everyone heard this, they were shocked when they saw the staff.
However, on second thought, they thought that it might have been dropped by the dungeon's SSS score.
Therefore, no one cared too much. However, just as they were about to recruit Lin Feng spoke first.
Everyone, what is the meaning of this? It was very rude to casually use one's mental strength to investigate others.
Hence, Lin Feng questioned in a hoarse voice.
Facing so many people, he was still not afraid.
If there were fewer people, Lin Feng might have been more cowardly. This was because they could attack if there were fewer people. However, now that there were more people, Lin Feng was not in danger. Moreover, even if the other party attacked, he would still be able to escape. He had just cleared the dungeon and still had tens of thousands of experience points in the experience pool. It was not impossible for him to directly learn 2 skills and attack the other party before escaping. Thinking of this, Lin Feng multitasked. As he stared at the people opposite him, he checked the talent tree to see what skill he should learn. Most of the people opposite him frowned in the face of Lin Feng's question. Although they were all below level 100, they were all existences that had been in high positions in Blazing Sun City for a long time.
Wasn't it just a simple probe with their mental strength? When had anyone dared to speak to them like this? The leader of the Qin family and the Zhou family was also somewhat displeased, but the Qin family's leader still said, "Little brother, my Qin family hereby extends an invitation.
If you're willing to join our Qin family, everything can be discussed.
It's my fault for what happened previously.
It's the same for my Zhou family.
I apologize to you here.
Although the two of them did not apologize that sincerely, they still stunned everyone.
The Qin family and the Zhou family actually apologized. Moreover, it was clear that they would let the other party negotiate the terms. Was a genius so important?
Ordinary people did not understand, but those large guilds were somewhat bitter. They could not afford such conditions, so they couldn't be bothered to make such offers.
However, they still had to fight for it.
The War God Hall hereby invites you to join our War God Hall. As long as you agree, you can become an elder of our War God Hall's main hall. The person from the War God Hall said loudly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was in an uproar. The War God Hall was a true large guild. It was said that the War God Hall was not inferior to some large families in the imperial capital and Demon City. The status of the elders of the War God Hall was only below the Hall Master and the First Elder. Of course, the War God Hall of Blazing Sun City was only a branch hall. However, the position mentioned was the Elder of the main hall. This status was not something a branch hall of a small level 9 main city could compare to. In other words, once Lin Feng agreed, his status could instantly surpass everyone present. At this moment, even the Zhou family and the Qin family could not help but look at the people from the War God Hall. The leader of the War God Hall was actually somewhat depressed. He knew what a beginner village dungeon meant, but the conditions offered by the War God Hall were really too high. However, these conditions were passed down from the main hall, so he did not dare to hide them. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Feng.
Everyone was thinking about which faction he would join. Those ordinary people could also tell that this myriad Law King was not that S-level talent. Otherwise, how could the Qin family allow others to rope him in? Erlong in the crowd originally wanted to call out to Lin Feng when he saw Lin Feng come out. However, who knew that these large factions would actually try to rope Lin Feng in one after another? The conditions they offered were also more shocking than the other. Erlong did not know how good those conditions were. He only knew that their young master was probably about to reach the heavens in a single step. As for whether his young master would refuse, he had never thought about it. This was basically what everyone thought. This was because in their opinion, no one would be unmoved by these conditions. When Lin Feng heard the conditions of the Zhou and Qin families, he roughly understood the importance of the controller of the dungeon. However, when he heard the words War God Hall, he could not help but look over. There was even some killing intent in his eyes. Lin Feng remembered that the War God Hall seemed to be one of Qian Yuan's small factions. However, he did not directly attack because at this moment, he had not changed his profession. He was only level 10 and was definitely not the match of the War God Hall. The other party had operated Blazing Sun City for many years and should be at level 99. The difference between level 10 and 99 was not something that one or two divine skills could make up for. Of course, Lin Feng was confident that as long as he reached around level 50, he could completely defeat a level 99 expert. This was the confidence his SSS level talent gave him. Because of the mask, no one could see Lin Feng's eyes, so they did not see the killing intent in his eyes. They only saw Lin Feng look at the War God Hall. This made the people from the War God Hall happy, but Lin Feng's next words poured cold water on everyone. I won't join any faction.
Everyone, don't waste your effort. This was something that Lin Feng had thought about for a long time. Although it was much more convenient to obtain some resources after joining a faction, it was also possible for him to be controlled after joining.
He had many enemies.
Once he joined a faction, not only would it be inconvenient for him to do many things, but he might also expose himself. Therefore, there was really no need. However, if I need to trade anything, I'll look for you guys. When everyone heard him reject the factions, they sighed. However, the other party had rejected everyone. This was also good. At the very least, it was fair and no one had obtained him. As for Lin Feng's last sentence, most people did not care.
Only a small number of people's eyes lit up.
They did not need to trade. They were all big guilds.
Who would lack that bit of equipment?
However, the friendship of a genius was worth something. It had to be known that other than those necessary dungeons that were controlled by the country, the controller of every dungeon had always established a large faction in the end. Moreover, this was a dungeon between the beginner village and main city that people had to go through.
In the past, these dungeons were controlled by the country.
This was also a message Lin Feng wanted to send. He would not join them, but it was fine for them to befriend him. After all, he could not offend them when he needed resources. The leader of the War God Hall looked at Lin Feng and frowned slightly.
Why did he sense some killing intent when the other party looked at him just now? Was it an illusion?
Actually, this was not an illusion, but Lin Feng really had emitted killing intent. Killing intent could only be sensed by experts above the silver level, LV 200. He was not even a bronze level and naturally thought that it was an illusion. As for why he could sense it, it was because Lin Feng was only targeting him.
Moreover, the killing intent was too intense. Since you're unwilling to join, forget it. However, if there's anything you need, you can come to the Zhou family at any time.
The leader of the Zhou family said as a form of goodwill. This was also Zhou Potion's intention. The leader of the Qin family did not say anything and directly left. Lin Feng also smiled and said politely, "Thank you." Then, he did not even look at the others and directly disappeared from his spot, causing everyone to exclaim. This was a skill he had just learned. The divine level, space travel, could allow him to reach 500 meters as well as utilizing 50% of his magic strength.
The cooldown time was 10 seconds.
The reason why he used his skill to directly leave was because he did not want to cause trouble. Actually, he also planned to be more high profile so that some people would not come and find trouble after being rejected by him. However, even if some people did not find trouble with him, he would still find trouble with them.
For example, the War God Hall.
Indeed, as Lin Feng suddenly disappeared, everyone was somewhat shocked. Even the leader of the Qin family, who was about to leave, clearly stopped. Now, Lin Feng was filled with mystery in their eyes. However, no one could tell that it was a divine level skill, and no one would think in that direction. Who would believe that a person who had just left the beginner village would use a divine level skill? This was also the reason why Lin Feng dared to use it directly. Now, he was busy changing his profession and leveling up before destroying the War God Hall. As for Erlon, Lin Feng had seen him in the crowd. Lin Feng would look for him later.
Chapter 22. Hidden Reward for the Profession Awakening Trial. 1. Lin Feng quickly arrived at the Profession Awakening area. The Profession Awakening area was a hall.
The hall was only one floor, but it was dozens of meters tall. It was densely covered in runes, ancient and grand, but it did not lose its mysteriousness. There were 6 doors in the hall, and each door corresponded to a profession. The 3 on the left were physical-type professions, and the 3 on the right were spell-type professions. From left to right, they corresponded to warriors, assassins, archers, mages, priests, and summoners. Although the 6 doors seemed to lead to the same hall, Lin Feng knew that the scene he had to experience after entering from each door was different. The 6 doors were pitch black when he looked inside, as if they led to an endless abyss. However, they actually led to 6 different spaces.
Lin Feng did not hesitate and directly walked towards the 4th door, the mage door. Actually, it did not matter which profession Lin Feng chose. After all, he could learn all the profession skills. However, he was mainly using mage skills now, so he could naturally progress faster if he chose a mage profession. Because Lin Feng arrived relatively quickly and the people on the teleportation formation had yet to react, the surrounding people did not know that Lin Feng was the Myriad Law King.
Moreover, because this batch had only entered the game for 2 days and the others had not even left the beginner village, there were not many people in the profession awakening area at this moment. There were only a few trainers that had just left the beginner village to awaken their profession. When those trainers saw Lin Feng, they were somewhat surprised. This was because Lin Feng was wearing a black robe and a golden mask. He was really too eye-catching. Who is this guy? Why is he dressed like this when he's coming here to change his profession? Is this behavior art? Who knows? He looks quite powerful. Which level do you think he can reach? Probably only 2 to 3 levels. He's dressed fancy and is even wearing a mask. He's probably afraid that he won't be able to pass the profession awakening. How embarrassing. Ha ha ha. The surrounding people started discussing because Lin Feng's outfit was really somewhat strange. As for the level they were talking about, Lin Feng also knew about this. One had to clear the dungeon to change their profession. The Profession Awakening Hall of a level 9 main city was actually a dungeon. No matter what profession one chose, they had to pass a certain level. Generally speaking, one needed to pass through the 3 levels of the Profession Awakening Hall. Of course, no one knew the highest level of the Profession Awakening Hall, but the more levels one passed, the more benefits one would naturally receive. During Lin Feng's first Profession Awakening in his previous life, he had passed the 10th level of the Profession Awakening Hall. At that time, the benefit he had obtained was that the experience required to level up had been permanently reduced by half. This permanent reduction was not to say that it would disappear the next time he changed his profession, but it would remain this way until he reached the divine level, LV 900. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Feng could quickly reach the divine level in his previous life. It had to be known that as one's level increased, although the level of the foreign race monsters they encountered would also increase, the experience needed to level up would also multiply. When the experience needed to level up was halved, it meant that the time it took to reach the corresponding level would be shorter than others. Lin Feng frowned slightly at the discussion of the surrounding people, but he did not pay much attention to it because the profession change was the most important thing now. Lin Feng walked into the mage door. It was first pitch black inside before suddenly lighting up. At this moment, Lin Feng was standing on a square. The square was so huge that the border could not be seen. The entire square was filled with dense runes that looked very mysterious. The runes stretched until they connected the ground in the distance to the sky. Welcome to the Profession Awakening Hall. You are about to undergo the Profession Change Trial. Do you want to begin the trial? The system's mechanical announcements sounded in this world. It was ethereal and distant, and it was impossible to tell where the voice came from. Begin, Lin Feng replied. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a blue ball of light landed from the sky. Boom! The blue ball of light landed with a huge commotion, but it did not cause any damage to the square. It did not even leave any traces on the square. Lin Feng frowned and looked over. The blue ball of light slowly faded, revealing a skeleton in a blue robe. This was a skeleton mage. Although it was only level 10, it was an elite monster. Indeed, it was similar to Lin Feng's expectations. The elite monsters in the profession change corresponded to the profession. Lin Feng was a warrior in his previous life. At that time, the elite monster in the profession change he faced was a level 10 elite skeleton warrior. First level of the trial, defeat the skeleton mage. The system's announcements sounded again. As soon as he finished speaking, the skeleton mage waved its hand and cast a spell. The spell of the skeleton mage was actually ice type. In his previous life, Lin Feng was a warrior. Warriors did not have many elemental attributes, so the skeleton warriors back then did not have any elemental attributes either. However, now that he was a mage and most of his equipment and skills were ice type, the trial monster's spells were also ice type. It had to be known that the difference between mages with elemental attributes and mages without was extremely large.
Elemental attributes had an enhancement effect on attack. For example, ice-type attacks would have a slowing effect. Fire-type attacks would have additional burn damage. Wood-type attacks would reduce the enemy's health recovery. Lightning-type attacks would have a paralyzing effect and additional damage. All spells with elemental attributes would be much harder to deal with than ordinary mages. However, although the skeleton mage was an ice-type mage, the difference was not big for Lin Ce. After all, the other party was only at level 10. It had to be known that when Lin Ce was in the beginner village, he had killed countless level 10 elite monsters. Lin Ce did not even dodge. He directly waved his staff and also unleashed a spell attack. Chapter 23. Hidden Reward for the Profession Awakening Trial. 2. The attack waves of the two directly collided in the air. Because Lin Feng's attack was ridiculously high, the moment the two attacks collided, the skeleton mage's attack was actually instantly dispersed. Not only that, but Lin Feng's attack did not decrease at all and actually continued to fly towards the skeleton mage. Although the skeleton mage was only a trial monster, it seemed to be stunned for a moment. Clearly, it did not expect Lin Feng's magic attack to be so high, so much so that it was hit by Lin Feng's attack before it could dodge in time. The moment the attack hit, the skeleton mage directly turned into ice and exploded. Lin Ce smiled when he saw this and was very satisfied with his attack. Suddenly, Lin Feng's surroundings actually trembled. The runes in the square also flashed, but it did not last long. Lin Ce was not surprised because this meant that he had passed the first level. Actually, Lin Ce did not quite understand why every level was called a level. It was because every level was actually in the same place. However, everyone called it that, as if it was a tradition. He could not be bothered to think too much about it. Then, two more blue balls of light landed from the sky. This time, there were actually two skeleton mages. However, to Lin Ce, 2 and 1 were the same. As long as it was not an absolute advantage in numbers, it did not matter how many level 10 elite monsters there were. Trial Level 2, Defeat the Skeleton Mage *2. As soon as the system notification ended, Lin Ce directly sent out 2 spell attack waves. This time, before the 2 skeleton mages could react, they were instantly killed by Lin Ce. Similarly, after the 2 skeleton mages were killed, the entire world trembled again. Then, after the runes on the ground lit up, it fell silent again. After that was the 3rd level. 3rd level of the trial, Defeat the Skeleton Mage *3. This time, 3 skeleton mages landed from the sky. Lin Ce could not even be bothered to wait for them to land. While they were still in the air, he directly attacked 3 times in a row and instantly killed them in the air. At this moment, even the Profession Awakening Hall seemed to be stunned. After a moment, the world trembled. Congratulations on completing the trial challenge and obtaining the qualification to change your profession. Do you want to continue challenging? At this moment, Lin Ce had passed the 3rd level, so he could already be considered to have completed his profession awakening. However, Lin Ce would not leave just like that because there were benefits to continuing to challenge. Continue. Lin Ce did not hesitate and directly replied. This time, 4 skeleton mages appeared. However, they did not descend from the sky but appeared out of thin air. Lin Ce was somewhat speechless. Was the system worried that he would not give these skeleton mages a chance to perform? However, Lin Ce did not hesitate. After the system said to start, he still directly insta-killed the 4 skeleton mages. Then, it was the 5th level, the 6th level. On the 10th level, after Lin Ce instantly killed the last skeleton mage, the system's notification sounded again. Congratulations on passing the 10th level of the trial. From now on, the experience you need to level up will be halved. Indeed, the reward he was looking forward to had arrived. Unfortunately, he did not receive any experience in the trial challenge. Otherwise, Lin Feng could have directly leveled up now.
You have completed the 10th level of the trial.
Do you want to continue?
Continue, Lin Feng said. In his previous life, he had passed the 10th level and lost on the 11th level. However, this time, it was still very easy for him to complete the 10th level. Therefore, he wanted to see what level he could reach. At the same time, he also wanted to see how many levels there were in the Profession Awakening Hall. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, 10 more skeleton mages appeared around him. These skeleton mages were actually level 15 elite monsters.
The difficulty instantly doubled.
However, Lin Feng did not care. He had also killed many level 15 elite monsters in the endless dungeons, so it was not difficult for him.
However, Lin Feng was no longer as carefree as before.
Facing level 15 elite monsters that were also ice-type mages, he also needed to dodge the attacks.
Actually, Lin Feng could directly use his skill.
The ice fragments could directly insta-kill all the monsters, but he did not want to do this because he needed to accumulate combat experience. If Lin Feng was only a simple mage, it was understandable for him to directly release his skills. However, he was a full-timer. Since he was a full-timer, he had to show his advantage. Therefore, Lin Feng held the ice crystal staff in his left hand and the bronze longsword that he obtained in the gloomy forest in his right. He kept dodging and throwing spells. Sometimes, he would even sneak up behind the skeleton mage and swing the long sword in his hand.
If anyone could see this scene, they would probably be stunned. This was because Lin Feng's equipment was really too good.
He had a silver staff, a bronze sword, silver armor, and bronze shoulder guards.
How was this someone who had just left the beginner village? His equipment was almost comparable to the leaders of the family guilds in Blazing Sun City.
Of course, if one included the mask on Lin Feng's face, not to mention those people in Blazing Sun City, even divine level experts would be shocked.
After all, not every divine level expert had divine level equipment.
A moment later, the 10 skeleton mages were dealt with one by one. Lin Feng began the 12th level. This time, there were 11 skeleton mages.
They were all level 15 elite monsters.
Lin Feng still did not use his skills and still used his advantage as a full-timer to farm monsters. Then, there was the 13th level, which had 12 skeleton mages.
Then, the 14th level, the 15th level, the 16th level.
It was not until the 20th level that Lin Feng panted heavily after dealing with the 19 skeleton mages.
It's not difficult, but it's really tiring.
Lin Feng complained, but he was still relatively satisfied with his performance. At this moment, his understanding of the various professions was deeper. At this moment, the world trembled again. Lin Feng finally discovered something different. He discovered that he seemed to be standing on taller ground. This was because he seemed to be able to see further than when he first entered. Lin Feng shook his head and did not think too much about it because the system's notification sounded again. Congratulations on passing the trial and challenging the 20th level. The upper limit of all your skills has increased by 1. The upper limit of a skill level was usually 10. Now that it had increased by 1, it meant that the upper limit had become 11, but it was useless for Lin Feng. Lin Feng had a bitter expression and was somewhat uncomfortable. He thought that the reward for the 20th level was to have the level up experience again. However, the system's subsequent notification made him unable to care about this.
Congratulations on successfully entering the trial challenge ranking.
You can come to the Profession Awakening Hall to participate in the trial challenge at any time in the future. Then, Lin Feng saw a ranking. There were 10 spots on the ranking, but only 4 people were on it. He was now the 5th. What stunned him was not that the rankings were not full, but that he actually knew 3 of the other 4 people on the rankings.
Chapter 24. Benefits. Trial Challenge Ranking 1. Trial Challenge Ranking. First place, Xiao Yaozi, Swordsman, 99 plus. Second place, Zhou Tiansheng, Mage, 71. Third place, Austin, Summoner, 68. Fourth place, Qin Wujiang, Warrior, 53. Fifth place, Lin Feng, Mage, 20. Sixth place, none. 10th place, none. Lin Feng looked at the rankings and was somewhat shocked. Qin Wujiang, Zhou Tiansheng, and Austin were all famous divine-level experts on the Blue Planet. Qin Wujiang was even the first divine-level expert of humanity. Lin Feng could more or less understand why they were on the rankings. This meant that they were all geniuses. However, who was Xiao Yaozi? Moreover, he was ranked first. Lin Feng took a closer look. He was ranked 5th and there was a number 20 behind him. This meant that his challenge level had reached 20, and since there was no one behind him, it meant that the 20th level was the lowest requirement to enter the rankings. Although the number 99 behind Xiao Yaozi's name was understandable and meant the 99th level, what did that plus sign mean? Could it be that there were more than 99 levels? However, even so, shouldn't it just be written as level 100? What was the deal with the plus sign? Moreover, Lin Feng remembered that other than him, the current strongest talent of humans should be Austin's SS level talent. However, Zhou Tianxing's ranking was actually higher than Austin's. What did this mean? Could it be that Zhou Tianxing's talent was higher than Austin's? However, Zhou Tianxing's talent was only S level. Lin Feng was somewhat stunned. No, that's not right. Talent is something that they tell the outside world. Moreover, in their era, they awakened their talents themselves and no one was by their side. Therefore, the level of their talent is all announced to the outside world by themselves. It might not be true. Lin Feng pondered and said. Lin Feng frowned. He discovered that although he had reached the divine level in his previous life, there were still many things he did not know. For example, what were the talents of these divine level experts? For example, this trial ranking? For example, that first place Xiao Yaozi. Although I broke through quickly in my previous life, I actually didn't know many of the core things of mankind. There's actually another human expert, but I haven't seen any records of him. Lin Feng looked at the name of the first place and took a deep breath. Then, he saw the word swordsman behind Xiao Yaozi. Zhou Tiansheng and the others, including himself, had corresponding professions. However, what was this swordsman profession? Swordsman? Swordsman. Lin Feng muttered. Then, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly opened the mission Chu Qianren had given him. Full-timer mission, February 9th. Full-time newbie. Mission details: clear the Sky City dungeon and control the Sky City. Mission reward 1, Intermediate Authority of the Landry Mask, 1. You can replicate the mask. The replicated mask can only prevent spying. 2. You can obtain an invisibility function by wearing the mask. You will not be discovered by anyone below the divine level. Your hidden state will be broken when you attack. Mission reward 2, Swordsman's Inheritance. Lin Feng looked at the mission and saw the second reward. The inheritance of a swordsman? Could it be that this swordsman is a real profession? Lin Feng was somewhat puzzled. Forget it, I'll know when I complete the mission. Lin Feng thought for a long time but could not figure out anything, so he simply ignored it. He looked at the number behind the first place and took a deep breath. 99 plus, 99th level. As long as I reach the 99th level, I'll know why. At this moment, the system notification sounded. You have completed the 20th level of the trial. Do you want to continue? Continue. Lin Feng said. He was only on the 20th level now. This was not his limit. Although the system had just said that he could challenge again at any time in the future,
the 20th level was only the basic requirement to enter the rankings. This meant that the other 4 people on the rankings had also reached the 20th level at level 10. Although Lin Feng did not know what level the 4 of them had rushed to at level 10, with his SSS level talent, he felt that he was not inferior to anyone. Therefore, he would not leave until he reached his limit. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, 20 skeleton mages appeared in front of him. These skeleton mages were actually all level 20 elite monsters. The 21st level has 20 level 20 elite monsters. The level of the monsters would increase every 10 levels, and the number is increasing with every level. Lin Feng muttered, but he did not hesitate and directly rushed into the group of monsters. At this moment, he still did not use his skill. This time, he spent a lot of time dealing with all the monsters. Lin Feng stood rooted to the ground, his chest constantly rising and falling violently as he breathed. It was also very difficult for him to deal with level 20 elite monsters. Fortunately, he had finally dealt with them. As the world trembled again, Lin Feng began the challenge of the 22nd level. Then, it was the 23rd level, the 24th level, until the 30th level. On the 30th level, there were 29 elite monsters, each of them level 20. Lin Feng kept dodging the attacks and counterattacked. At this moment, his situation was not good because the number of monsters had increased. Although the venue was wide enough, it was not easy for him to dodge. Since they were skeleton mages, they all attacked from afar. Moreover, Lin Feng had not reached the silver level and was unable to fly into the sky. He could only dodge on the ground. Every time he dodged, he was only barely able to evade the attacks. Lin Feng did not dare to resist the attack of a level 20 elite monster head-on. Although one attack could not insta-kill him, he had no doubt that as long as he was hit once, the moment he blocked, the other attacks would also hit him. At that time, he would definitely be finished after dozens of attacks.
Chapter 25. Benefits. Trial Challenge Ranking, 2.
On the 30th level, Lin Feng spent nearly half an hour before finally killing all the skeleton mages.
Most of the time was spent dodging attacks.
Congratulations on passing the trial and challenging the 30th level.
Your upper limit of free attribute points has been increased by 5.
Lin Feng's eyes widened when he heard the system notification.
The upper limit of the free attribute points has increased? He was somewhat in disbelief. This increase in the upper limit of the free attribute points referred to the number of free attribute points he could increase when leveling up. For example, now that Lin Feng had successfully awakened his profession, he would obtain 10 free attribute points for every level he advanced. However, now that he had an additional 5 points, he would obtain 15 attribute points for every level he advanced. 5 points didn't seem like much, but after a long time, he would have 500 more attribute points than others at level 100. Moreover, I have the Azure the Arch Longevity Physique. Ordinary people have an additional 5 points, but I have an additional euro 50 points?
Lin Feng seemed somewhat excited.
No, more than that.
This is even when I have the 10th level of the Azure the Arch Longevity Physique. If my Azure the Arch Longevity Physique continues to level up, it will be even more. At this moment, Lin Feng's eyes were red.
He looked at the few people on the rankings. No wonder they're so powerful.
Not to mention their talent, just the additional 5 attribute points for every level is enough for them to far surpass the others.
Lin Feng said. However, I have the Azure the Arch Longevity body and I'm an all-timer. I'll be stronger than them.
Now that the rewards were already so generous on the 30th level, Lin Feng wondered what kind of rewards he would get if he continued. Lin Feng looked at the name of the first place, Xiao Yaozi, and the number behind it, and was stimulated. You have completed the 30th level of the trial.
Do you want to continue? Continue. Lin Feng replied.
Although it would be even harder to continue, Lin Feng had yet to use a skill. Therefore, he was confident that he could handle it. On the 31st level, 30 skeleton mages appeared, and every one of them was a level 30 elite monster. Every level 30 elite monster had more than 1000 health. Although Lin Feng could kill one with 2 ordinary spells, there were too many monsters. Lin Feng could no longer rush in to kill the enemy. Moreover, the attack of a level 30 elite monster was enough to instantly kill Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng did not waste any more time. He directly waved his staff and chanted an incantation, prepared to use a skill.
Ice Fragment. A huge ice spear quickly condensed above Lin Feng's head.
Cold light bloomed on the ice spear, and runes circulated. The surrounding ground also formed a thin layer of frost because of the cold air.
Go!
Seeing that the ice spear had successfully condensed, Lin Feng directly shot it at the skeleton mages.
Bang!
The ice spear pierced through the first skeleton mage that was hit and then exploded, forming countless ice fragments that splashed in all directions. However, the HP of a level 30 elite monster was too high. The ice fragments that splattered could not instantly kill the other skeleton mages. The splash damage of the ice fragments was only 80% of Lin Feng's spell strength.
Lin Feng's spell strength with the ice crystal staff was 690 points. 80% of the damage was equivalent to 552 points.
Coupled with the defense of the elite monsters, Lin Feng could only deal less than 500 damage. However, the ice fragments also had a 50% reduction in speed. Therefore, after Lin Feng attacked, he immediately dodged and used ordinary attacks to deplete the health of the skeleton mages while waiting for the ice fragment skill to cool down.
Finally, 10 seconds passed.
Lin Feng condensed an ice spear again and directly shot it out.
Bang! 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 As explosions sounded, the skeleton mages whose health had been depleted were finally frozen into ice and exploded. Then, the world trembled again, and the runes on the ground circulated.
Lin Feng did not have the time to pay attention to this and hurriedly sat down to rest. A moment later, the challenge of the 32nd level began again. Lin Feng condensed ice spears according to his routine. He attacked, dodged, and depleted the skeleton mage's health. He kept enduring and challenging. He passed the 32nd level, the 33rd level, and the 34th level. In the end, he arrived at the 40th level. On the 40th level, as he released the ice fragment skill again and destroyed the last skeleton mage, Lin Feng also collapsed to the ground. From the 31st level to the 40th level, he had fought continuously for at least 6 hours. At this moment, he was already exhausted. There were already several holes in the black robe on his body, revealing the madman armor inside. He had not been able to dodge the skeleton mage's attack in time and was brushed by the aftershock. On the 40th level, there were a total of 39 skeleton mages. He was almost hit several times. Fortunately, he still had the space jump skill and could dodge in time to widen the distance. Otherwise, he would have long been insta-killed. Congratulations on passing the trial and challenging the 40th level.
You have obtained an additional 5 free attribute points.
Hearing the system notification, Lin Feng smiled, even though he was already exhausted.
It's an increase in the upper limit of the free attribute points again.
In that case, every time I level up in the future, I'll have 10 more attribute points than others. Lin Feng smiled and said, no, not only that, but I also have the Azure the Arch Longevity Body.
The more I level up, the stronger I will be.
Previously, Lin Feng felt that he could fight the level 99 leader of the War God Hall at level 50. However, looking at it now, he felt that he might be able to defeat the other party at level 30. If the subsequent rewards are all increases in free attribute points, how many more attributes do those guys have? Lin Feng looked at the other people on the rankings and pondered. It had to be known that other than Xiao Yaozi, the other 3 people on the rankings were all divine level experts.
Divine level experts were all above level 900.
Lin Feng shook his head and did not think too much. Now that he had the same foundation as the other party, coupled with the Azure the Arch longevity body, he would only be stronger than them. Lin Feng stood up and prepared to leave. It was impossible for him to continue challenging. If nothing unexpected happened, there would be 40 level 40 elite monsters on the 41st level.
That would be too tiring.
Therefore, Lin Feng prepared to go out. In any case, the system had just said that he could challenge again at any time in the future. However, when Lin Feng stood up, he was stunned because he discovered that he could see further. Then, he looked around and discovered that the place he was at was actually much higher.
Not only that, but there were also a few high platforms extremely far away.
On them, he could vaguely see figures. The few high platforms were of different heights. The highest one clearly surpassed the others by a lot.
However, this was the trial of the Profession Awakening Hall. Where did the figure come from?
Lin Feng couldn't care less as he was exhausted and hurriedly ran towards a few high platforms in the distance. After running for a long time, he discovered that this distance was not something he could cross at all. This was because after running for a long time, he had actually only arrived at the edge of the platform where he was sitting. Lin Feng looked down from the high platform and was stunned.
40th level, 40th floor. Ranking.
Below the platform were 40 floors of stairs.
No wonder the world trembled every time he succeeded. Then, what are the other platforms?
Lin Feng hurriedly looked at the other platforms.
Those should be Qin Wujian, Zhou Tianshang, and the others' platforms. As for the tallest one, Xiaoxio Euro.
Lin Feng looked at the tallest platform and muttered softly.
Previously, he did not think it was far when he looked at the high platform from afar.
Now that he was slightly closer, he discovered that it actually towered into the clouds and had countless stairs. It was even to the extent that the platform he and the others were on was above that person's staircase.
Chapter 26. I don't care. 1. If of Mountain Lu we cannot make out the true face.
Lin Feng muttered to himself. In the beginning, he thought that the square of the Profession Awakening Hall was only a flat ground. He did not expect that the flat ground was actually only a staircase. Most people might have the same thoughts as Lin Feng at the beginning. When the mountain peak was too tall, the people on the mountain peak naturally could not sense it. Or rather, they were not qualified to sense it.
Mediocre people are not qualified to know, right?
Lin Feng looked at the few platforms in the distance and was somewhat dazed. You have completed the trial and challenged the 40th level.
Do you want to continue?
At this moment, the system's question sounded.
I'm not challenging anymore.
Lin Feng did not continue to challenge because he was too tired. After fighting for more than 6 hours, he no longer had the energy.
After all, he was only at level 10.
If it were any other level 10 player, not to mention 6 hours, it would already be very exaggerated for them to be able to fight for 3 hours in a row. It was already not bad for those with many years of experience to be able to last an hour. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the surrounding scene disappeared. However, he discovered that he had arrived at another hall. This hall had 6 exits. In the center of the hall were 5 statues. Lin Feng recognized 4 of the 5 statues. Zhou Tianshang, Qin Wujian, Austin, and the others were among them. One of the statues was even Lin Feng himself. It was a statue of him wearing a mask and a black robe.
The rankings?
Lin Feng looked at the statue and asked. This was because Lin Feng had seen these people in his previous life and naturally knew them. However, Lin Feng did not know who the first person was. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the 6 doors behind him.
He had already understood.
It turned out that he had always been in the Profession Awakening Hall and had not arrived at an unknown space. However, ordinary people were not qualified to see the true situation in the Profession Awakening Hall. Lin Feng arrived in front of the first statue and sized it up carefully. Although the face of the statue could not be seen clearly, one could still vaguely tell that it was a young man. He was wearing a black robe and held a sword in his hand. The sword was red like blood and had a shocking killing intent. Although it was only a statue, Lin Feng could sense that that sword had definitely killed countless people. As for the black-robed man, his body emitted an evil aura. Looking at the statue, Lin Feng actually felt vaguely uneasy. Lin Feng knew that this was killing intent. It was precisely this that shocked Lin Feng the most. Just a statue was enough for me to sense killing intent. Moreover, this killing intent is not targeted at me. Lin Feng was somewhat shocked. How powerful was this black-robed man? Lin Feng looked at the statues of Zhou Tiancheng and the others again, but he could not sense anything. This meant that the strength of the black-robed man definitely far surpassed the others. It had to be known that the other three were all divine-level experts. Moreover, they could be said to be the strongest divine-level experts on the blue planet so far. Xiao Yaozi? No wonder he's ranked first on the rankings. Lin Feng looked at the statue for a moment and felt slightly uncomfortable. This was because the killing intent was too shocking. If Lin Feng still had the strength of his previous life, he naturally would not be afraid. However, he was only at level 10 and had just awakened his profession. It was naturally somewhat difficult for him to endure. I can also become this powerful, Lin Feng declared to the statue before turning to leave. He had to rest now and prepare to level up. A moment after Lin Feng left, a low voice actually sounded from the depths of the Profession Awakening Hall. This is a Euro, the aura of a swordsman? Interestinga Euro. There seemed to be a living person in the Profession Awakening Hall. Lin Feng walked out of the Profession Awakening Hall. At this moment, it was already late at night. There was no longer anyone outside the Profession Awakening Hall, but there was another person who seemed to have been waiting outside. That person was Erlong. When Erlong was at the teleportation formation and saw Lin Feng directly leave, he even started to think that Lin Feng did not want him anymore. He was so frightened that he was prepared to retreat on the spot. However, when he thought of how Lin Feng had come out wearing a mask and how many people wanted to rope Lin Feng in, Erlong instantly understood that his young master did not want to expose his true identity. He could still understand this logic. Coupled with the fact that he was the only person who had seen Lin Feng's true appearance, he immediately felt that Lin Feng would not abandon him. Moreover, Lin Feng had just arrived at the main city and definitely had to change his profession. Therefore, he came to the Profession Awakening Hall to wait. When Erlong saw Lin Feng come out, he hurriedly prepared to welcome him, but he discovered that Lin Feng had directly disappeared again. This situation made his expressions freeze. Young master really doesn't want me anymore? Erlong was somewhat desperate. He could not survive in the main city. He had just arrived and was already robbed. Now, he could not even pass the Profession Awakening trial. Erlong sighed and prepared to go offline. I'll quit the game. We can't play anymore. However, before he could go offline, the communicator rang. Erlong picked up the communicator and looked at it. The dispirited expression on his face immediately disappeared. This was because the person who had sent him the message was Lin Feng. Meet me at the city gate. When Erlong saw this message, he was overjoyed. Young master still remembers me. However, on second thought, he pretended that nothing had happened and walked towards the city gate. In the darkness, some people saw Lin Feng come out of the Profession Awakening Hall and were about to welcome him when Lin Feng directly disappeared. This made them very vexed. These people were the people who had tried to rope him in previously. They had also guessed that Lin Feng would come to change his profession, so they came to wait here. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng did not give them a chance at all and directly left after changing his profession. Seeing this, they were helpless and could only report the situation. Chapter 27. I don't care. 2. However, they did have some dissatisfaction in their hearts, but they would not express it. After all, the other party was a figure valued by the higher-ups. They could only suppress their dissatisfaction. On the other side, Lin Feng was standing at the city gate. At this moment, he had already taken off his black robe, removed his mask, and changed into very ordinary clothes. Lin Feng stood there and looked at his data, frowning slightly.
There was an additional mental strength point on the data.
After changing his profession, his basic mental strength was 10 points. According to the use of mental strength, he could investigate the situation within 10 meters at any time. However, 10 meters was too low for Lin Feng, so he was somewhat dissatisfied. As for just now, he had indeed discovered the person in the darkness, so he directly left. However, he did not discover it through his mental strength, but through sensing the energy fluctuation. After a mage obtained mental strength, they were extremely sensitive to energy fluctuations. Although this feeling was not as useful as mental strength detection, it could still more or less have an early warning effect. However, just now, he had only sensed that there was someone in the darkness. If it was mental strength, he could detect the approximate level of those people. This was also the advantage of mental strength. I don't have a mental cultivation technique to increase mental strength. Lin Feng sighed. The Azure the Arch longevity physique was useless against mental strength. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to use the talent skill tree to learn some mental cultivation techniques that increase mental strength. However, he was a warrior in his previous life, so he did not pay much attention to mental strength. As a result, there were no skills or mental cultivation techniques related to mental strength on his current skill tree. Looks like I have to think of a way to increase my mental strength. If he was a warrior, it did not matter how much mental strength he had. However, Lin Feng was now a mage, so increasing his mental strength was very necessary. Just as Lin Feng was thinking, Erlong arrived.
Young master, you're finally here. Erlong cried as soon as he arrived.
Lin Feng looked at Erlong and frowned slightly.
This was because Erlong was covered in dust and looked very miserable. What's going on with you? Lin Feng asked.
Young master, Erlong began to explain.
A moment later, Lin Feng finally understood what was going on.
Erlong had actually been robbed. In the beginner village, because everyone was below level 10 and did not have good equipment, although there were robberies, there were not many. After arriving at the main city, everyone's highest level was at level 99. Therefore, the difference began to widen. Some people thought that they were slightly stronger, but they could not defeat the monsters after leveling up, so they began to rob. The situation of Erlong was actually considered good. After all, the other party had only robbed him. Sometimes, robbers would even kill their victims. Although dying in the game did not affect reality at the moment, there would be a 3-day weakening period after dying once one reached the level 9 main city. Lin Feng thought for a moment and then gave the 2 bronze equipment he had gotten in the gloomy forest to Erlong.
Use these first. I'll give you a few more equipment later. Then, you can just beat up the person who robbed you and get your stuff back.
Lin Feng did not want to waste time now.
He was still busy farming monsters and leveling up.
In Lin Feng's opinion, Erlong talent was not weak. Lin Feng would give him a few pieces of equipment and let him take revenge himself after leveling up. Unexpectedly, Erlong shook his head and said, "Young master, I can't defeat them. The other party is all level 30. It's said that they're from the Tianqing group. They recently obtained a secret realm scroll and are collecting equipment wantonly, prepared to explore the secret realm."
Secret realm scroll?
Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard these words.
Are you sure it's a secret realm scroll? Erlong looked at Lin Feng's shining eyes and was stunned. The Tianqing group was a large group with a bronze-level expert holding down the fort. The reason why he said this was because he wanted Lin Feng to give up. Why was Lin Feng even more excited? Erlong swallowed and said, I heard that too. Lin Feng pondered. If it was really a secret realm scroll, he had to think of a way to snatch it. After using the secret realm scroll, one could send a certain number of people to a certain secret realm. In the secret realm, there were either a large number of natural treasures or mutated beasts that kept refreshing. They could help people level up and gain experience. The second function was similar to the Endless Dungeon but was also different. In the Endless Dungeon, there was a limit to the level of the monsters. This limit was usually not too high. However, secret realms were different. The upper limit of secret realms was extremely high. Some secret realms could accommodate gold or even dark gold level experts to level up and obtain experience. Moreover, as long as one cleared the secret realm, it was possible for them to control the secret realm. In some universities, there were special secret realms that were left behind to nurture talents after being cleared. In Zhanjing College and Zhejiang College, there were several secret realms. It was said that in the military, there was also a high-level secret realm that could accommodate diamond level experts and above. If he could gain control of a secret realm, he could also keep leveling up. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Although he now controlled the dungeon in the beginner village, he could not use that yet because the implications would be a little big. However, if it was a new secret realm, it would not be a problem. In his previous life, Lin Feng had also conquered some secret realms. He knew very well the benefits of secret realms. Even if it was not a secret realm that could be upgraded to farm monsters, some secret realms could still produce endless natural treasures. Then investigate tomorrow. Let me know after you're sure. As he spoke, Lin Feng sent a string of numbers to Erlong. This is my number. Call me when the time comes. Chapter 28. I don't care. 3. The reason why he wanted to call Erlong was because secret realms were already in existence between reality and the virtual world. They needed to be entered from reality, so the secret realm scroll was also in reality. If he got Erlong to investigate, they would definitely have to do it in reality in the end. Young master, could it be that you want to? Erlong looked at the number on the communicator and was really stunned. He had naturally heard of secret realms. Could it be that Lin Feng was really prepared to rob the other party in reality? Stop talking nonsense. If I tell you to investigate, just go investigate. At that time, I'll help you vent your anger. Lin Feng shouted, Don't worry, Tianfeng Group is just a small company. I don't care about it. After all, Erlong had only been active in the beginner village in the past. It was normal for him to be afraid when facing such a thing. When Erlong heard this, he could only stop talking. However, he more or less felt that Lin Feng was somewhat arrogant. Lin Feng looked at Erlong's expression and knew what he was thinking. However, he could not be bothered to explain. At that time, he would naturally find out. However, he still warned the other party. By the way, don't expose my identity. Otherwise, you know. When Lin Feng said that, his body was filled with dense killing intent and he did not hide his threat at all. Although Erlong did not know his true identity, he had seen his true appearance after all. Now, the others only knew that he was the Myriad Law King and did not know his true identity. However, if his appearance was exposed, it was still very easy for others to discover him. Erlong was so frightened that he trembled. Only then did he remember that the other party was a ruthless person who could kill in the endless dungeon for 6 hours. Hence, he hurriedly promised, Young master, don't worry. I won't expose you even if I have to die. Previously, in the Profession Awakening Hall, I knew that someone might be watching you, so I didn't expose you. Yeah. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised that Erlong was able to have clear judgment in front of the Profession Awakening Hall. This lackey of his was still a little smart. However, one could not only give benefits when it came to controlling people. That was why Lin Feng threatened the other party. Alright, you haven't awakened your profession yet, right? Go and awaken your profession first. Remember to call me when you find him tomorrow.
Lin Feng then thought for a moment and took off the madman armor. He also gave it to Erlong.
This armor is for you. Remember to return it to me after you're done changing your profession. Also, try your best to get to a higher level. Lin Feng instructed. Although he had taken Erlong in as an errand boy, since he had accepted the other party as his subordinate, he could not let Erlong be too weak. Erlong looked at the armor and was suddenly stunned. He knew that Lin Feng could forge bronze equipment, so he was not surprised by the first two pieces of equipment. However, when he saw the madman armor, his eyes directly widened. Silver. Silver equipment. He had always been in the beginner village and had never seen such equipment before. Especially the attributes, they directly blinded him. Could it be that young master could already forge silver equipment? Then it was not impossible for him to rob the Tianqian group. Erlong could not help but think. Actually, if it was an ordinary silver equipment, it did not matter if he gave it to Erlong. He did not think much of it, but this madman armor was a growth equipment, so Lin Feng still had to keep it. After giving his instructions, Lin Feng did not say anything else and directly went offline to rest. When Erlong saw Lin Feng go offline, they heaved a sigh of relief. When Lin Feng became cold, he was really quite terrifying. He did not look like a young man at all. Erlong smiled bitterly. Wasn't that why he followed the other party? Then, he looked at the equipment in his hand and directly put it on before walking towards the Profession Awakening Hall. Young master is so powerful and he's even helping me get revenge. I can't be too weak. Erlong thought. That night, Erlong cleared the 10th level in the Profession Awakening Hall and then went to level up for the entire night. After dawn, he directly investigated everything related to the Tianqian group. After Lin Feng went offline, his body suddenly felt strange as soon as he opened his eyes. However, he was not flustered, because this was a normal phenomenon after his first profession change. This was because the abilities in the game had been officially transferred over to reality. Chapter 29. What's there to be afraid of? I'm with a hacker, 1. A moment later, Lin Feng returned to normal. At this moment, he only felt that his ears and eyes were clear, and his body was filled with strength. With a thought, he could sense the situation in the entire dormitory. This was the effect of his mental strength. 2 days later, Lin Feng left the beginner village. He had completed his profession awakening and his game ability had manifested. In the past 2 days, most of the other new players were still familiarizing themselves with the game. Even the descendants of the large families were mostly stuck at level 6. It was not meaningless to only get mental strength after changing professions. In the game, everyone had various abilities at level 1. If at that time, their abilities were brought to reality, most people would be unable to adapt and cause chaos. However, after reaching level 10 and becoming familiar with one's ability, one would be able to control their ability very well even in reality. Lin Feng clenched his fists and felt energetic. However, he understood that this was the effect of his ability just materializing. He had already fought in the game for a long time and had to rest well. Although he felt very energetic at this moment, if he did not rest, it might cause some bad effects on his body and even affect his absorption of game power in reality in the future. Lin Feng wanted to become stronger quickly, but he would not overdraw his future potential. Lin Feng would not sacrifice his future. Therefore, after casually making something to eat, Lin Feng fell asleep. When Lin Feng woke up, he was woken up by Erlong calls. Lin Feng looked at the time and saw that it was 1 in the afternoon. Young master, I've already investigated. Are you coming now? Erlong's excited voice sounded from the other end of the phone. When Lin Feng heard this, he also sobered up a lot. Alright, send me the address. I'll be right there.
With that said, Lin Feng hung up and received an address on his phone. It was actually a city near the Central Sea. Lin Feng casually tidied up and prepared to take a taxi. However, when he paid, he realized that he did not have much money on him. He only had enough for the fare and did not even have the money to return. Sitting in the car, Lin Feng could not help but smile. In his previous life, Lin Feng was an orphan and had grown up in an orphanage. Therefore, he had worked relatively hard since he was young and before becoming qualified to enter Zhanjiang College. Later on, he awakened an S-level talent and was nurtured all the way. Therefore, his concept of money had long been somewhat blurry. At this moment, Lin Feng began to slowly recall the money system of this world.
In the divine realm, the currency used was the game currency, mainly gold coins, silver coins, and bronze coins.
The exchange rate was 1:100:10,000. Because there were basically no transactions in the beginner village, he had yet to see the game currency.
However, after arriving at the main city, one's game talent could be manifested and the equipment in the game could also be brought into the real world. Therefore, the currency in the game began to be linked to the real currency. Among them, one copper coin was probably worth 10,000 yuan. Although Lin Feng did not have any cash on him, he had a silver staff. According to the price of ordinary silver equipment, it was at least 100 silver coins. In real money, it was 100 million yuan. In other words, Lin Feng was now walking around with 100 million yuan, and this was not counting his divine level mask. Of course, the price of the equipment was only limited to equipment under gold level. For equipment above the gold level, although dark gold equipment could occasionally be seen at auctions, it was also very rare. As for better equipment, they were basically not circulated in the real world. This was because that equipment was already considered strategic resource in the country. Even in some large families, it was a family treasure. Lin Feng shook his head and did not think too much about it. He would not sell that staff. That was a growth equipment. Perhaps it could reach a very high level in the future. 2 hours later, Lin Feng arrived at another city, Linhai City. He had just gotten out of the car and was rather emotional. How long has it been since I sat in a car?
Lin Feng smiled.
Silver level experts could fly.
Therefore, ever since Lin Feng reached the silver level in his previous life, he had not ridden these vehicles much. Now that he had been reborn and was riding them again, he felt somewhat nostalgic.
It's just too slow.
Putting everything else aside, even if they're silver level experts, it won't take more than 15 minutes for them to get here from the Central Sea.
Lin Feng shook his head.
The passers-by beside him seemed to have heard Lin Feng's words and also said with an approving expression, "That's right.
Silver level experts can fly and burrow into the ground. They're omnipotent. Unfortunately, they're not something ordinary people like us can encounter." Hearing that person's words, Lin Feng smiled and did not refute.
A silver level, LV200, expert was indeed considered an elite in the real world. The minimum requirement for graduation from Zhanjiang College and Zhejiang College was also the silver level.
There was no doubt about the popularity of the silver level experts in reality.
Once one entered society, they would either become a corporate executive or start their own business. Even if they entered the military, they would at least be a small commander. This was also the reason why Zhanjiang College and Zhejiang College became top universities.
However, in Lin Feng's eyes, they were only so-so.
This was because in the firmaments, outside the starry sky, there was an entrance to another world. Most experts would go there to guard it, and the mortality rate there was also extremely high. At that place, silver-level experts were considered cannon fodder. Therefore, this also caused a situation where even silver-level experts were rare in reality.
Chapter 30. What's there to be afraid of? I'm with a hacker, too.
Lin Feng shook his head and did not think too much about it. He had to focus on the matter at hand first. He called Erlong and the other party directly drove over to pick him up. In real life, Erlong was also a burly man in his 30s. Although he was burly, he was still respectful to the thin Lin Feng. "Young master, I've already investigated clearly. The people of the Tianqing group indeed have a secret realm scroll. The chairman, Su Tianchang, is a level 50 expert. He has been collecting equipment everywhere in the past 2 days to prepare to explore the secret realm," Erlong said. "Level 50? He's only level 50 but he already formed a corporate group?" Lin Feng asked. Although he knew that strength was respected in this society, Su Tianchang was only level 50. How could he open a corporate group at level 50? Erlong explained, "I heard that Su Tianchang has a son. His son is studying at the Zhejiang College and is an expert above the bronze level, LV 100. That's why his company is so big. Moreover, I heard that his son is also from the War God Hall." As Erlong spoke, he looked at Lin Feng worriedly. The War God Hall was a famous guild in the country. It was not inferior to some large families in the Central Sea at all. Su Tianqing's son was a bronze-level expert to begin with and had joined the War God Hall. Therefore, the Tiancheng group had a smooth journey and was doing well in Linhai City. It had to be known that Linhai City was close to the Central Sea and was also a city filled with good and bad people. If not for Tiancheng Group's backing, the Tiancheng Group would not have been able to do this with just the bronze level of the Zhejiang College. It had to be known that the two academies did not lack bronze level experts. From this, it could be seen that the reputation of the War God Hall was definitely not ordinary. However, while the others were afraid of the War God Hall, Lin Feng was not. He had a grudge with the War God Hall to begin with. Previously, Lin Feng even felt that since the other party had robbed Erlong, he could just rob them back. But now, it was not that simple. As for Su Tianqing's bronze level son, it was somewhat troublesome. Bronze level was above level 100 and below level 200. Although he was not afraid, it was undeniable that he was indeed not the other party's match now. Lin Feng pondered. Secret realm scrolls usually appeared on the battlefield where mutated beasts attacked cities. There were very few such battles in level 9 main cities. Moreover, the other party's son was at the bronze level, meaning that the scroll was obtained in a level 8 main city. The battle in a level 8 main city like this would not end until 4 to 5 days later. Moreover, if one died on the battlefield with a scroll, it was very likely that it would be exposed. Therefore, it was very likely that the other party had sent it back as soon as he obtained it. In other words, the other party was very likely still on the battlefield and would not be able to return for a while. In that case, it was not a problem for him to go and snatch the scroll now. Thinking of this, Lin Feng directly asked, "Did you find out anything about Su Tianqing's son?" "It's said that he's always been in the divine realm. Because the Mingguang city he's in was attacked by mutated beasts, he's fighting a war. That scroll was also obtained in that battle." Erlong was somewhat puzzled. Although the other party was in the game, he was still a bronze level expert. Could it be that Lin Feng wanted to take advantage of the other party's absence to steal the scroll? Lin Feng thought to himself, indeed, since the other party was still experiencing the battle in the game, as long as he moved quickly, it should not be a problem. Thinking of this, Lin Feng said, "Let's go directly to the Tianqing group." Erlong swallowed when he heard this, but he did not say anything. His young master was a hacker. What was there to be afraid of? However, when Erlong drove, his hands could not help but tremble. They were going to rob the house of a bronze-level expert. This was too exciting. A moment later, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the Tiancheng group. In the car, Lin Feng asked for the madman armor from Erlong and used Landry's mask to change his appearance. Although Lin Feng was very confident, he still had to bring his body armor. After all, this was reality, unlike in the game. If he died here, he would really die. As for changing his appearance, although Lin Feng was here to rob, he still had to have an excuse to visit the other party. He had to be more or less reasonable. Then, Erlong saw Lin Feng turn to him while wearing his face. "Wait for me here.
I'll be out soon." Erlong looked at the other identical version of himself and somewhat doubted his life. He can also cheat in reality? This was what Erlong thought at this moment. Lin Feng walked towards the building of the Tiancheng group. When he arrived downstairs, the security guard at the door glanced at him and ignored him. Although Lin Feng's appearance was somewhat unfamiliar, in the eyes of the security guards, how many people dared to cause trouble in the Tiancheng group? However, when Lin Feng passed by the front desk, he was still stopped. "Sir, do you have an appointment?" The receptionist at the front desk asked with a smile.
Lin Feng smiled and then said, "I have an appointment with the chairman of your company."
"Go and ask. Tell him that we made an appointment at the teleportation formation in Blazing Sun City yesterday." Coincidentally, he did not know which floor the other party was on.
Seeing that Lin Feng was relatively polite and did not want to cause trouble, the receptionist really called to ask.
"Then please wait a moment. I'll ask immediately." "Okay."
The receptionist picked up the phone and called the chief secretary.
This was because internal calls from the company were usually made through the internal line. The floor number was usually displayed on the internal line.
Lin Feng looked at the number she had dialed and saw that the first two numbers were 66.
Hence, he smiled.
On the top floor of the Tiancheng group, which was also the 66th floor, a middle-aged man looked at the scroll in front of him and could not stop smiling.
He was Su Tiancheng.
At this moment, a secretary knocked on the door and walked in. "Chairman, there's someone downstairs who said that he has an appointment with you."
"Do you have an appointment?" Su Tiancheng was somewhat surprised when he heard this. He had not made plans with anyone recently. "No, who is it?"
"There's no record here."
"It's a middle-aged man in his 30s.
The secretary thought for a moment and said, "Oh, right, the other party said that he made an appointment with you in front of the teleportation formation in Blazing Sun City yesterday."
Burning Sun City? In front of the teleportation formation? Su Tiancheng recalled carefully.
Yesterday, his subordinates seemed to have robbed someone at the teleportation formation and brought him 2 bronze equipment. It had to be known that bronze equipment was worth hundreds of copper coins in the game. In reality, it was also worth millions, so he remembered it more clearly.
Could it be that person from yesterday? Su Tiancheng thought. Ignore him. I don't have an appointment with anyone. Just chase the person downstairs out, Su Tiancheng instructed. All right. The secretary immediately backed down.
Downstairs, the receptionist's expression was somewhat ugly as she listened to the abuse on the phone. She looked up at Lin Feng, her smile long gone.
You don't have an appointment at all. Security, come and escort this person out.
Soon, more than 10 security guards surrounded Lin Feng. Every one of them was very strong, but when they faced Lin Feng, who had the burly body of Erlong, they did not dare to go forward for a moment. Finally, someone rushed up, but who knew that when Lin Feng kicked out, the security guard actually flew more than 10 meters? Lin Feng shook his head. Although his magic attack was the highest, his physical attack had also reached more than 100 under the enhancement of the Azure the Arch Longevity body.
Now that his game ability had manifested, how could ordinary people resist him? If not for Lin Feng holding back, that security guard might have been directly kicked to death. As Lin Feng kicked, everyone in the company looked over. The security guard who was kicked away curled up on the ground and could no longer get up. Seeing this, the other security guards did not dare to go forward. However, at this moment, a person walked out of the elevator and actually raised the spirits of those security guards. You actually dare to cause trouble in the Tiancheng group. You're quite bold. the person said disdainfully. Chapter 31. Straight to the 66th floor, 1. The person who arrived was a middle-aged man. Although he did not look tall, his muscles bulged out of his suit. Coupled with his dark face, he looked somewhat like a thug in a suit. The middle-aged man was expressionless when facing Lin Feng, who had Erlong's body. He only looked at the security guard curled up at the side and sneered. So you've awakened your profession. No wonder you're so arrogant. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding people could not help but be in an uproar. The few security guards surrounding Lin Feng took a few steps back. However, when they thought of the middle-aged man's ability, they still braced themselves and surrounded Lin Feng. Profession awakening meant that one had left the beginner village, which meant that one's game ability was manifested in reality. It had to be known that not everyone could leave the beginner village. Most people in reality were still ordinary people, and ordinary people were naturally not a match for powerful experts that had gone through a profession awakening. Seeing that the security guards were somewhat timid, the middle-aged man cursed, "Trash." Then, he sized up Lin Feng for a while and said with disdain, "You've just awakened your profession and you're already so arrogant. How laughable." This was because Lin Feng had the appearance of Erlong, and Erlong clearly looked like a trainer. Trainers did not have easy lives to begin with, and Erlong looked to be in his 30s. In modern society, it was clear that Lin Feng was a trainer who had just awakened his profession. Lin Feng used his mental strength to investigate. The other party was only around level 20. He really did not know why the other party was so arrogant. Could it be because he was in the Tianqing group? In fact, the middle-aged man was indeed arrogant because of the Tianqing group. Secondly, he felt that Lin Feng had just awakened his profession and was at most level 10. Although the Tianqing group was not a leading company in Linhai City, it was still a top-notch company. There was really nothing in Linhai City that they could not take down. You stole my equipment yesterday. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll continue to cause trouble. Lin Feng pretended to be extremely furious and said. The middle-aged man smiled. I was giving you face by snatching your equipment. Don't be so shameless. When Lin Feng heard this, the expression on his face became even angrier. You? I'm going to beat you to death. As he spoke, Lin Feng directly rushed forward and punched the other party's head. When the middle-aged man saw Lin Feng rush over, he sneered and stretched out his hand, prepared to grab Lin Feng's fist. The moment the middle-aged man held Lin Feng's fist, his expression suddenly changed. His right hand actually retreated along with Lin Feng's fist and was imprinted on his chest. The middle-aged man was directly sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood in the air before landing heavily on the ground. This sudden change stunned the surrounding people. The security guards immediately hid far away. Steward Zhou. It's over. He killed Steward Zhou. The surrounding people were all ordinary people. How could they not panic when they saw the blood on the ground? Steward Zhou crawled up with difficulty and looked at Lin Feng with some hesitation. With this attack power, could it be that you're not someone who just awakened his profession? Lin Feng smiled. Did I say that I just awakened my profession? Although Lin Feng had just awakened his profession, his physical attack power had also reached more than 100 points after being strengthened by the Azure the Arch Longevity Body. On the other hand, the other party was only level 20. Even if he added all his free attribute points to his attack power, the other party would still only be barely on par with him. Moreover, the other party was so careless just now. It was only natural for him to be severely injured by Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng walked towards Steward Zhou and said, "Return my equipment." When Steward Zhou saw the other party walk over, his expression changed drastically. Just now, he had been severely injured by the other party because of his carelessness. How could he be Lin Feng's match? Therefore, he hurriedly retreated and ran towards the elevator.
Moreover, he shouted at the front desk, "Hurry up and get the managers down.
Hurry!"
Although this was the Tianqing group and there was a high chance that the other party would not dare to kill him, he was still scared.
After all, what if the other party did end up killing him? If he died, he would really die. Even if he did not die, what if he was crippled? Therefore, Steward Joe did not dare to take the risk and was somewhat flustered as he pressed the elevator button. Lin Feng walked over and said fiercely, "Return the equipment to me. I advise you not to act rashly. This is the Tianqing group. If you act rashly, you won't be able to escape the consequences." Steward Joe threatened.
Lin Feng directly slapped him on the head. Steward Joe felt his head go blank before fainting.
"You talk too much,"
Lin Feng muttered and could not be bothered to roar anymore. He directly carried Steward Joe into the elevator and headed to the 66th floor. At this moment, the call at the front desk finally went through. "Manager, Steward Joe is about to be beaten to death.
He's about to die,"
the receptionist said in a panic.
"What's going on? Is someone here to cause trouble?"
A voice sounded from the other end of the phone. Yes, a man came to the company and almost killed Steward Joe.
Now, he's even going to the 66th floor. What? Beep, beep, beep. The other party hung up.
That person had clearly rushed over to stop Lin Feng. The 66th floor was the chairman's place. If he disturbed the chairman, they would not have a good time. Seeing that the call had ended, the receptionist at the front desk became even more flustered.
What should we do? Should we call the police? Although people usually came to cause trouble, the security guards were basically able to resolve it. Even if they could not resolve it, Steward Joe could handle it. They had never encountered such a situation. Don't.
If we call the police about this, the company might also suffer.
Do you want to be fired? Another receptionist said.
Generally speaking, the government would not interfere in the affairs of these people with game abilities.
As long as they did not attack ordinary people and did not kill anyone, the government would not be bothered to deal with it. Chapter 32. Straight to the 66th floor, 2. In addition, the few receptionists thought that if the other party was beaten to death by the manager and the others, wouldn't they be harming the company if they called the police?
This was not the first time someone had been killed like this in the Tianqing group.
Hence, everyone looked at the elevator worriedly.
The number on the top of the elevator changed to 66 and stopped. As soon as the elevator stopped, Lin Feng threw Steward Joe to the side like a dead dog. If not for the fact that he needed the other party's elevator card, Lin Feng would not have bothered to drag him around. As soon as Lin Feng stepped out of the elevator, he saw 3 people. He swept his mental strength and discovered that they were all around level 30.
These 3 people were the 3 managers of the Tianqing Corporation. It's you?
One of them was stunned for a moment. Then, when the other 2 saw Lin Feng, they instantly recalled. Lin Feng had the appearance of Erlong, and the 3 of them were the ones who had robbed Erlong.
You actually found your way here. Are you courting death? The person in the middle said. The person on the left looked at Steward Joe in the elevator and did not frown. Be careful.
The other party can beat up Steward Joe without being injured.
He should be somewhat capable. If he's that capable, he wouldn't have been robbed by us yesterday. The person on the right said disdainfully.
After hearing the 3 of them, Lin Feng also knew that it was Erlong the 3 of them had robbed yesterday. Therefore, he could not help but be somewhat furious.
Return my equipment. Lin Feng directly roared and rushed over, still fighting the other party barehanded.
They were all level 30 and if they added all their points to their attack power, their physical attack would definitely be higher than Lin Feng's. However, this was clearly impossible.
Most people would increase their attributes according to their profession.
The three of them were all warriors, so they had probably added more points to their defense and health. Their attack power was inferior to Lin Feng's, and Lin Feng's defense and health were also not bad, so he fought the three of them to a draw. Although everyone's attributes were similar, as a divine-level warrior in his previous life, Lin Feng's understanding of warriors and combat experience clearly surpassed a few people.
Therefore, the three of them actually ended up getting beaten up.
Although there were three of them, they would still be punched by Lin Feng out of the blue.
If not for their relatively high defense, they might have already fallen.
Lin Feng did not want to expose too much of his strength, so he did not use his other talents and only relied on the basic attributes of a warrior to fight the other party. A moment later, the three of them became bruised and swollen, but Lin Feng was unscathed.
The person on the left reacted and roared, "Impossible, you're not the person from yesterday. Who are you? The person from yesterday didn't even awaken his profession. How can you become so powerful in a day?"
When Lin Feng heard this, he sneered.
"Do you know what a genius is?"
Then, he punched with all his strength and directly sent one of them flying. Because there were only two of them surrounding Lin Feng now, the pressure on them was even greater. However, they did not dare to believe Lin Feng's words.
Genius? What kind of genius would only awaken their profession in their 30s? Although there were such geniuses, they did not dare to believe that they would actually encounter such geniuses.
This was even rarer than fighting a bronze-level boss and obtaining silver equipment. The person who was sent flying crawled up from the ground with difficulty. He felt that his internal organs were in pain and the bones in his limbs were about to break. He looked at the three of them who were still fighting and did not dare to participate again. He was afraid that if Lin Feng punched him again, he would be beaten to death. Hence, he limped towards the company behind him. Su Tiancheng already knew that someone had come to the company to cause trouble and had even injured Steward Zhou. However, the three managers had already arrived, so the matter should be resolved. At this moment, he was guarding the secret realm scroll. His son had sent the scroll over because his son hoped that he would protect it well.
Because the scroll had appeared on the battlefield, many people knew about it. Perhaps people from other companies would come and snatch it.
Not only that, but throughout the day, several families called and asked if there were secret realm scrolls that had never appeared before.
Some secret realm scrolls had appeared before, and some had never appeared before. If they had never appeared before, those large families would probably be tempted. However, this scroll was a secret realm scroll that had appeared before, so those large families did not think much of it and only wanted to buy it. However, this was a chance for his son to advance further. Su Tiancheng would not sell it just like that. After entering the secret realm, my son and I can advance further. At that time, the Tiancheng group will be even stronger than now. Su Tiancheng thought.
At this moment, someone pushed the door open and entered. It was the manager Lin Feng had injured. After the person entered, he immediately said, "Chairman, quickly go out and take a look. Manager Zhang and the others are about to collapse." Seeing that the other party had directly pushed the door open and entered, Su Tiancheng was about to fly into a rage when he saw his manager look severely injured.
He hurriedly asked, "What's going on?"
That person said, "Chairman, the person who came to cause trouble is the person we robbed yesterday.
He came looking for us.
Manager Zhang, I, and the others are not his match."
Su Tiancheng was stunned for a moment when he heard this. 3 level 30 warriors could not defeat the other party?
It had to be known that even for him, it was not easy for him to deal with Manager Zhang and the other two together.
Didn't that mean that the other party's strength was similar to his? However, in that case, how did the other party get robbed yesterday? Su Tiancheng did not hesitate and stood up to leave. "I'll go and take a look now." However, at this moment, 2 figures flew into the office.
It was Manager Zhang and the other party.
Chapter 33. straight to the 66th floor, 3. At this moment, the two of them had fallen to the ground and could no longer get up. Moreover, their limbs were somewhat broken. If their injuries were not handled properly, they would probably be crippled. On the other hand, other than panting slightly, Lin Feng was not injured at all. Su Tianqing's heart skipped a beat. The other party might even be stronger than him. He scanned with his mental strength but was actually unable to detect the other party's level. This made his heart tighten. Brother, let's talk nicely. Let's talk about it. Su Tianqing was indeed worthy of being a superior who controlled a large company. Seeing that the other party was powerful, he hurriedly said. Lin Feng was not surprised to see this. If the other party did not even have this judgment, he would not have been able to open such a large company. They snatched my equipment yesterday. Return it to me, Lin Feng said. Su Tianqing's eyelids twitched. Although a few bronze equipment were worth millions or even tens of millions, the other party had injured so many people just for this? He took out the equipment manager Zhang and the other two had sent over yesterday and threw it to Lin Feng. This is your equipment. Since you have such ability, why don't you join my Tianqing group? Su Tianqing said. Lin Feng received the equipment and sneered when he heard this. The other party was recruiting him? It had to be known that yesterday, the people who recruited him were all waiting in line. Which one of them was not stronger than the Tianqing group? He did not even care about them. Why would he join such a small corporate group? Seeing that Lin Feng did not care, Su Tianqing said again, Are you looking down on the Tianqing group? You have to know that my son is a student of Zhejiang College. He's a bronze level expert and is not far from the silver level. Moreover, my Tianqing group has the backing of the War God Hall. As long as you join, you will have a chance to obtain some skills. Lin Feng was somewhat speechless when he heard this. The other party was actually using a skill to tempt him. It's not impossible for me to join. As long as you give that thing to me, I can consider it. Lin Feng pointed at the scroll on the table behind Su Tianqing and said. Su Tianqing's face was ashen when he heard this. The other party actually had designs on the secret realm scroll. He was wondering why an expert that had been robbed would come knocking on his door. You're courting death, Su Tianqing said angrily. After that, he directly rushed towards Lin Feng. Mountain-splitting palm. Su Tianqing had directly used a skill. He knew that the other party's strength was similar to his, so he attacked with a killing move. Bronze-level skills were even more expensive and rare than bronze-level equipment. He had spent nearly 100 million to buy them. Mountain-splitting palm could cause 110% single-target damage. Moreover, when he was level 50, his attack power was more than 100. Other than warriors of the same level, no one dared to take this palm head-on. Even warriors of the same level would be sent flying after a few palms. Seeing Su Tianqing attack, Lin Feng did not panic. Finally, he had encountered someone with skills. Skills were even harder to obtain than equipment. Because the drop rate of skills in the divine realm was lower than equipment, skills of the same level were even more expensive than equipment. However, it was only a bronze level skill. The increase was at most about 10%. How powerful could a 10% increase be? Therefore, Lin Feng also welcomed it with his palm. Su Tianqing was overjoyed when he saw that Lin Feng did not dodge. Even if the other party's strength was similar to his, if the other party dared to take his mountain-splitting palm head-on, the other party would definitely be severely injured. The two people's palms collided and then separated. Lin Feng took a few steps back, and Su Tianqing's body also swayed. It seemed that Lin Feng was at a disadvantage, but Su Tianqing was shocked in his heart. The other party actually did not use any skills to receive his mountain-splitting palm head-on. Moreover, from the looks of it, he was actually not injured. In fact,
Lin Feng was indeed not injured much.
Su Tiancheng was over level 50.
If he divided his attributes into 5, his attack power would at most be more than 100 points.
A 10% increase would not be much.
On the other hand, Lin Feng's defense alone was more than 100 under the enhancement of the Azure the Arch Longevity Body. The other party could at most break through his defense. This was unless the other party had an extreme attack. However, it was clearly impossible.
How could a company like theirs take such an extreme path?
Seeing that Lin Feng was not injured, Su Tiancheng was slightly stunned. However, Lin Feng did not give him time to react and directly rushed forward. The two of them directly fought in close distance.
For a moment, they were actually evenly matched. Because Lin Feng's defense was not low, the other party basically could not break through his defense without using skills. On the other hand, Su Tiancheng's attribute points were relatively evenly distributed, so his defense was not low either. At most, he would be slightly shaken. The other three managers were somewhat afraid now. After all, how could the other party get robbed by them yesterday if he was actually so powerful? Coupled with the conversation between the two of them just now, it was obvious that the other party was here for the scroll. They had been schemed against. Therefore, Manager Zhang hurriedly took out his phone and called Su Tiancheng's son. "Young master, someone wants to snatch the scroll. We're not their match. The chairman is fighting the other party. Hurry back."
"What?"
The other party was stunned and somewhat angry. "Wait, I'll be there immediately."
As he spoke, the call was hung up. When Manager Zhang and the other two heard this, they heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they looked around warily, in case the other party had other helpers.
They could no longer participate in Su Tiancheng's battle and were injured.
Therefore, they could only be vigilant of their surroundings. Su Tiancheng's son was about to arrive. The other party was a bronze level expert.
Chapter 34. Might of a Divine Level Skill, 1.
Lin Feng naturally heard the conversation between Manager Zhang and the others. Although Lin Feng was not afraid of bronze-level experts, it was still troublesome. Moreover, the other party was a student of the Zhejiang College. If the other party had helpers, it would be even more troublesome. Thinking of this, although Lin Feng did not want to waste any more time and wanted to retreat to use spells, Su Tiancheng was still holding him back and not letting him escape.
Su Tiancheng had also heard Manager Zhang and the others' conversation.
Therefore, he was using all his strength now. He did not intend to defeat the other party, but to stall the other party and wait for his son to arrive.
No matter how powerful the other party was he stronger than a bronze-level expert?
Moreover, the other party had injured a few of his employees.
How could he let the other party leave so easily?
Lin Feng also knew what the other party was thinking, but at this moment, he was also somewhat helpless.
Su Tiancheng did not fight him head-on and only entangled Lin Feng to prevent him from escaping.
This made it impossible for him to even use the spatial teleportation skill.
I don't have any warrior attributes. It seems that I still have some shortcomings.
Lin Feng thought. Actually, this was similar to the situation in Lin Feng's previous life. Once one was restrained or stalled, it would be quite troublesome. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that after returning this time, he would definitely have to increase his other attributes. Therefore, the two of them trembled for nearly half an hour, and neither of them could do anything to the other.
My level is still too low.
If I had increased the Azure the Arch Longevity Physique by 2 more levels, or if I had increased my own level by 2 levels and added attributes to my physical attack, this would definitely not have happened. Lin Feng was somewhat frustrated. In the end, Lin Feng was only at level 10 now, and Su Tiancheng was already level 50. Although their attributes were similar, there was still a difference. Of course, if Lin Feng had not chosen to fight in close combat from the beginning and had directly used the mage attribute to attack, Su Tiancheng would have long been insta-killed. Just as Lin Feng was thinking of breaking the situation, the window of the building suddenly shattered. A masked man in a black tight shirt broke through the window and directly pounced towards the scroll on Su Tianqing's table.
How dare you! Su Tianqing roared angrily.
He actually directly gave up on Lin Feng and rushed towards the black-robed man. Lin Feng was also stunned. There was actually someone else who wanted to snatch the scroll. However, on careful thought, this was also normal. A secret realm scroll might give people a chance to break through. How many people would not be tempted by such a good thing? Although the secret realm scroll was a scroll that had already appeared before, if it was auctioned, the price would definitely be more than billions. Su Tianqing directly activated his skill and blasted the mountain-splitting palm at the man in black. Seeing this, the man in black also welcomed the attack with his palm. The two of them exchanged a move and both took a few steps back, but the man in black clearly retreated less. Seeing this, Lin Feng did not move. If he used a mage attack, although he could instantly kill one person, the other person could definitely snatch the scroll. At that time, if he attacked another person, because the attack power was too powerful, he might even destroy the scroll. Lin Feng was somewhat helpless. Just now, because his attributes were not enough, he could not escape. Now, because his attributes were too high, it was not easy for him to attack. He still had too few methods to deal with the enemy. Lin Feng was helpless, but Su Tianqing was depressed. Two people had come today, but they could actually take his mountain-splitting palm head-on. When did bronze skills become so useless? Not only that, but the black-robed man had also taken the attack head-on. The other party even seemed to have some remaining strength left. The other party's level was probably higher than his. Son, if you don't come soon, I won't be able to defend myself. Su Tianqing was anxious. This time, the three of them actually surrounded the table where the scroll was placed and were in a stalemate for a moment. However, the man in black was clearly even more anxious and was the first to break the stalemate. A flying saber flew towards Lin Feng and then he suddenly pounced towards the scroll. Assassin! Lin Feng sighed in his heart and did not hide anymore. He, who also had the assassin attribute, agilely dodged the flying dagger, but he was still a step too late. Seeing this, Su Tianqing hurriedly attacked the man in black. He had just used the mountain-splitting palm, so it was still on cooldown. However, with over 100 points of attack power, his punch towards the man in black was still quite formidable. The reason why the black-robed man threw the flying dagger at Lin Feng was because he could not see through Lin Feng. After scanning with his mental strength, he was actually unable to determine the other party's level. Therefore, he decided to attack Lin Feng first. Facing Su Tianqing's palm, he welcomed it with his right hand and grabbed the scroll with his left. The two of them exchanged another palm strike. This time, because the man in black did not use his full strength, he was directly forced back a lot. Moreover, his right hand that was used to resist Su Tianqing was trembling uncontrollably. It was obvious that he was injured. Although the man in black was forced back, he had already obtained the scroll. He used the inertia of retreating to directly pounce towards the broken window and jump out. Bastard! Su Tianqing was furious and was about to rush forward, but when he thought that this was the 66th floor, he could only stop. He did not expect to see an unforgettable scene. Lin Feng's figure actually appeared above the black-robed man flying in the air. Lin Feng actually appeared out of thin air in the sky above the black-robed man, as if he had walked out of space. Lin Feng had just dodged the flying daggers and saw the two of them fight. Then, the man in black flew out of the window, so he decisively activated the spatial teleportation skill and directly appeared above the man in black. At this moment, the two of them were in the air and were 100 meters above the ground. Lin Feng did not panic at all. On the other hand, the black-robed man was stunned. Taking advantage of the man in black's daze, Lin Feng grabbed the other party's shoulder and directly snatched the scroll. Then, the two of them began to fall freely. The man in black was immediately shocked. He hurriedly activated his skill and directly attached himself to the wall of the building. Because Lin Feng had just activated spatial teleportation, the cooldown time was 10 seconds. However, 10 seconds was too long. By then, he would have already fallen to his death. Chapter 35. Might of a divine level skill, 2. His 100+ defense could not guarantee that he would land safely. Therefore, he grabbed the man in black's shoulder and hung on the other party from the tall building. Just as they broke out of the window, Erlong downstairs had long seen them. At this moment, seeing his other self do such dangerous actions, his heart skipped a beat. Was that young master? It was not only Erlong. Many people on the street saw it and then understood that the people with game abilities were fighting. Therefore, they left one after another. Some even began to call the police. A car directly drove over and 2 young people alighted. The 2 of them looked at the scene upstairs. One of them had a livid expression. He actually dares to snatch the scroll. He's courting death. As he spoke, the person actually took out a large bow. The bow was bronze in color and was engraved with many runes. Clearly, it was a bronze-level weapon. The young man drew the bronze bow and aimed it at Lin Feng and the other party in the air. A white light arrow actually automatically condensed on the bowstring. The light arrow was actually a little larger than a bow and clearly felt somewhat asymmetrical. Energy circulated on it, pressing down on the young man until his face turned somewhat pale. Sky-piercing arrow. The young man pulled the bow to the full moon and growled. Whoosh! The young man let go, and a white arrow of light shot out towards Lin Feng and the other party with a terrifying sound. Upstairs, Su Tiancheng saw the 2 young people. The person pulling the bow was his son. Seeing that his son was about to attack the 2 of them, he hurriedly shouted. Jiahao, they still have the scroll. Su Jiahao was stunned when he heard this, but it was already too late. This was because the arrow had already been shot, and the scroll was probably going to be destroyed. Lin Feng and the man in black had both awakened their professions. With their mental strength, they naturally discovered the arrow Su Jiahao shot. The man in black's expression directly changed drastically. He was only level 60. How could he block an arrow from a bronze-level expert? Therefore, he hurriedly swung his shoulder and slapped Lin Feng back before hurriedly dodging to the side. However, he was not confident in dodging an arrow from a bronze-level expert. He did not expect Su Jiahao to return so quickly. Because Lin Feng was holding the scroll in his right hand and the black-robed man in his left hand, he was directly sent flying by the black-robed man. Then, the 2 of them exchanged a palm strike and Lin Feng was directly sent flying into the air. At this moment, he looked at the arrow Su Jiahao shot and frowned slightly. Bronze-level experts had more than 900 free attribute points, and a student of the Zhejian College like Su Jiahao would definitely have more attack points. Therefore, if he did not use a skill, he probably would not be able to withstand this arrow. However, if he used a skill, he would probably expose his skill. However, Lin Feng did not have the time to think about this because the arrow was about to fly over. An ice crystal scepter appeared in Lin Feng's hand. He directly waved the staff, and a huge ice spear appeared under his feet. Ice shard. Go! Lin Feng shouted in a low voice and the ice spear instantly flew towards the light arrow. It also carried a terrifying sound as it tore through the air. The 2 directly collided in the air. At the same time, Lin Feng's spatial travel had also finished cooling down. When he saw Erlong's car, he directly disappeared into the air and appeared in Erlong's car. Erlong was still looking at the sky when he discovered Lin Feng suddenly appeared in the car. He was so shocked that their bodies trembled because Lin Feng was still wearing his face. Why are you in a daze? Let's go! Lin Feng shouted. He saw that there was another person besides Su Tianqing's son who was probably also at the bronze level. If they got entangled with the other party, it would be troublesome. Now that they had obtained the item, they naturally had to leave quickly.
Only then did Erlong react and hurriedly drive away. Behind the two of them, Su Jiahao and Su Tiancheng were shocked to see that Lin Feng had also used his skill. Su Tiancheng was shocked that the other party was actually a mage.
It had to be known that he had fought the other party in close combat for nearly half an hour.
What kind of mage was so strong? Su Jiahao was shocked that the other party's skill power was actually not inferior to his at all. It actually seemed to be stronger than his. Could it be that the other party was also a bronze level expert? When the ice spear and the light arrow collided in the air, there was no expected roar. This was because the light arrow was actually directly dispersed by the ice spear. The might of a divine level skill was actually so terrifying. When Su Jiahao saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. The expression of the young man beside him also changed, and he hurriedly blasted a spell over. Boom! The ice spear finally exploded in the air. However, to their surprise, the ice spear still had countless fragments. The fragments danced everywhere. The two of them hurriedly dodged, but they were still in a sorry state and suffered some light injuries. The black-robed man was not so lucky. Originally, he was not in the range of the ice fragments. However, when the ice spear dispersed the light arrow, the dissipating energy affected him, causing him to fall dozens of meters. When the ice spear was shattered, he was affected and fell a little more, landing in the range of the ice. Fragments. The moment he saw the light arrow disperse, he was originally happy. However, when he saw the fragments scatter, his expression changed drastically. Bang! In an instant, the man in black, who was around level 60, directly turned into ice and shattered into pieces with the shattered glass. When Su Tiancheng saw the man in black turn into pieces, his face turned pale. He hurriedly went downstairs to see his son. As soon as the two dragon cars started, Erlong saw the situation in the rearview mirror and his face turned pale. Young master is actually even more powerful than a bronze level expert. This was what Erlong was thinking at this moment. Lin Feng naturally did not know what he was thinking. Even if he did, he could not be bothered. In a skill battle, he had a divine level skill. He was definitely stronger than the other party. However, if he was entangled, he was most likely not the other party's match, as the other party's basic attributes might be higher than his. Therefore, this was also the reason why Lin Feng was in a hurry to leave. There was still a difference between him and the bronze level. Moreover, his attributes were too monotonous. Once there were too many people, he would easily be targeted. The two of them left Linhai City with their own thoughts. Su Jiahao crawled out from under a car. His clothes were tattered, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, but his face was filled with anger. This was because the moment the ice spear collided with the ice arrow, he saw the other party disappear. This meant that the other party had escaped with the scroll. Son, are you all right? Su Tiancheng came downstairs and asked with concern. Su Jiahao did not speak and looked at the classmate beside him. The other party's damage is so high. He's at least a bronze level expert. His skill also has an area of effect damage. Looks like it's at least a silver level skill. Moreover, the skill seems to have attributes. It's hard to say, it might be a gold level skill. Su Jiahao's classmate analyzed. Even he was somewhat shocked after saying that last sentence out loud. He was from the War God Hall and had heard that Su Jiahao had a secret realm scroll. He originally wanted to look at it together, but he did not expect this to happen. Gold level skill. Su Jiahao's expression changed, and it was somewhat solemn. His classmate nodded. It was not Su Jiahao's fault for being shocked. He was actually also very shocked. A gold level skill was a top-notch skill even in the War God Hall. If not for the fact that he was from the War God Hall, he might not have recognized it.
The war god hall here did not refer to a branch hall, but the main hall. When Su Jiahao heard this, he naturally knew what the other party meant. To be able to obtain a gold level skill, the other party probably had a powerful background. No matter who the other party is, now that he has stolen my scroll, I have to find him. Su Jiahao said angrily. His classmate nodded and also said, of course. Even those large families have to give an explanation for snatching something from our war god hall. I'll go back now and get to the hall to investigate who the other party is. For him to be so bold to say this, the young man clearly had a high status in the war god hall. The reason why he was willing to stand up for Su Jiahao was partly because he was also injured and definitely could not let the matter rest. On the other hand, it was also because of the secret realm scroll. Although there were secret realm scrolls in the war god hall, he would never get a chance to use them. Now that he had this opportunity, he naturally had to seize it well. On the other side, Lin Feng and the other party had already left Linhai City. At this moment, Lin Feng had already changed back to his original appearance and was holding the scroll. Tonight, I'll enter the secret realm. Chapter 36. Mysterious Secret Realm, Place to Obtain Mental Strength. 1. Lin Feng arrived at Erlong's house. Erlong was the only person in his family. His parents were once bronze-level experts. However, when the evil sect caused trouble, they were harmed by the evil sect and left behind Erlong, who was only in his teens at that time. From then on, Erlong was determined to become powerful, hoping to kill the evil sect experts and avenge his parents. Unfortunately, although Erlong was not weak, he, who did not have any resources, had been wandering around the beginner village for more than 10 years and had barely survived by training. His family was in a small county city between the Central Sea and Linhai City. Logically speaking, a city in such a location should be extremely developed. In fact, that was indeed the case. Unfortunately, this was a world where the strong were respected. If others were powerful, others would naturally obtain more resources. If Erlong did not have resources, he would not be powerful. The strong were always powerful. Erlong only lived in a small residential building. This was left behind by Erlong's parents. It was said that it was going to be demolished. They said that there would be a demolition fee, but Erlong and the others had not heard any commotion. Lin Feng walked behind Erlong and was somewhat touched when he saw Erlong greet those neighbors. I'll destroy the evil sects. I'll destroy the foreign race. I have to destroy them all in this life. Lin Feng kept reminding himself. Although there were evil sects in his previous life, most divine-level experts did not care and felt that they were only a joke. Moreover, before the battle, the various countries had indeed eliminated most of the evil sections. However, who knew that after the battle, the evil sects would appear again and bring many disasters to humans? They were just too good at hiding. Xianye Yuan. Lin Feng muttered this name in his heart. In his previous life, on the eve of the battle, Xianye Yuan had indeed beat up many people from the evil sections. However, Lin Feng was not sure if Xianye Yuan was from an evil sect. Even now, he was not sure. If a divine-level expert was from an evil sect, it would be too terrifying. It had to be known that there were only so many divine-level experts on the blue planet. If Xianye Yuan was from an evil sect, wouldn't that be crazy? Lin Feng shook his head and could not be bothered to think too much. Regardless of whether Xianye Yuan was from an evil sect or not, it was true that the other party had attacked him in his previous life. In that case, it was also true that the other party had betrayed humanity. He definitely had to settle the score with the other party. Young master, I'll go get something to eat. Wait a moment. Lin Feng sat on the sofa and Erlong said to him before going to the kitchen to get busy. Lin Feng sized up Erlong house. The furniture had clearly been used for a long time. Moreover, the house was not big, less than 100 square meters. It could be seen that Erlong's life was still somewhat difficult. Soon, Erlong brought over 2 bowls of noodles.
There was no soup and only clear water.
There were a few vegetables and 2 poached eggs, but they were all in Lin Feng's bowl. Erlong bowl only had noodles.
Young master, I don't have anything good to treat you with. This is all. Erlong placed the bowl of noodles with abundant ingredients in front of Lin Feng and said somewhat uneasily. Lin Feng did not say anything. He only picked up the bowl and distributed a poached egg to Erlong. Young master, this. Erlong was stunned for a moment.
In fact, there were indeed no more vegetables at home. It was not that he did not have money on him, but he had returned in a hurry and had forgotten to buy vegetables.
Moreover, he usually did not care about food.
In his opinion, Lin Feng must be from a large family, so he was somewhat embarrassed when he brought the noodles over. However, Erlong did indeed have money, but he did not have much. It was only enough for him to support himself.
Stop talking nonsense and eat, Lin Feng said.
Erlong hesitated for a moment and did not waste his breath. He picked up the bowl and began to eat the noodles, laughing as he ate. He could tell that Lin Feng was still kind-hearted, unlike the young masters of the other large families who did not treat people as humans. Indeed, Lin Feng did not have any thoughts of treating people poorly. In his previous life, he was originally an orphan and had suffered a lot. Therefore, he could very well understand the living conditions of the people at the bottom. Therefore, he had never had any intention of looking down on anyone, even after reaching the divine level. Lin Feng finished the noodles in 2 bites and threw the equipment he had brought back from the Tianqing group to Erlong.
I've brought back the equipment. Keep the useful ones for yourself. As for the ones you don't need, sell them. Young master, you want to sell the equipment?
Erlong knew the value of a bronze equipment and also understood that Lin Feng had misunderstood.
Young master, there's no need. Although my life is difficult, I can still survive. There's no need to sell the equipment. I just forgot to buy groceries just now.
Lin Feng was stunned when he heard this and slapped Erlong on the head. Just now, he thought that Erlong was deliberately pretending to be pitiful, so he got the other party to sell the equipment. He did not expect it to be like this. However, he also knew that Erlong was not having an easy time, so he still said, "It's fine. We can have as many equipment as we want. Since I told you to sell them, just go ahead and sell them. It's just a few bronze equipment." Only then did Erlong react. Just now, he subconsciously felt that equipment was really rare and that it was a loss to sell it. Only then did they remember that their young master could forge equipment. All right, young master. I'll sell it later. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Go. Remember to buy some vegetables when you come back. Erlong agreed and left. It was best for ordinary people to go to the black market to sell equipment. Although they might be scammed, the price of the black market would be higher. If they went to a proper equipment store, not only would the price be lowered, but they would also have to go through a lot of procedures. Erlong knew that Lin Feng did not want to expose his identity, so he directly went to the black market. Chapter 37. Mysterious Secret Realm, Place to Obtain Mental Strength. 2. After Erlong left, Lin Feng took out the Secret Realm scroll and prepared to enter. The reason why he did not bring Erlong was because although the scroll was considered a game, it was half materialized. In other words, although the secret realm was not in reality, one needed to enter with their true body. It was unlike a game where one only needed to enter with their consciousness. If he entered with his true body, it meant that if he was injured in the game, the injuries would be brought into reality. If he died inside, he would really die. This was also the reason why the Tianqing group collected equipment. Everyone who explored the secret realm would be fully prepared. Actually, Lin Feng also wanted to prepare more in the beginning, but the moment he saw the scroll, he could not be bothered to think too much. This was because this was only a low-level secret realm. The highest level was bronze level. This also meant that the gains from the secret realm would not be too great, making Lin Feng somewhat disappointed. However, although it's only a bronze level secret realm, it's also helpful for my current improvement. If it's really a higher level secret realm, I really wouldn't dare to enter it right now. Lin Feng thought. Moreover, the fact that this secret realm scroll could appear on the battlefield of a level 8 main city meant that it was not controlled by anyone. This was because it was impossible for a secret realm controlled by someone to be dropped. As long as the secret realm was controlled, whether others could enter depended on the owner's permission. Since the secret realm was not controlled by anyone, Lin Feng had a chance. Although it was only a low-level secret realm, it was still a secret realm. Therefore, Lin Feng no longer hesitated and directly opened the scroll. Then, he placed his handprint on the scroll. The scroll suddenly emitted a dark blue light that enveloped Lin Feng. Then, that light suddenly flashed, and Lin Feng and the scroll disappeared from their spots. Lin Feng felt the world spin, making him somewhat nauseous. He almost vomited the noodles he had just eaten. Fortunately, this state did not last long. Soon, Lin Feng felt that he had landed on the ground. The moment Lin Feng landed, he released his mental strength and looked around warily. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he discovered that he was in a forest and was not in any danger. Then, he retched. I'm only at level 10, but my physique is still a little lacking. It's only a secret realm teleportation, but it has already made me so uncomfortable. Lin Feng thought to himself. The secret realm teleportation was different from the consciousness teleportation in the game. This was why Lin Feng felt so uncomfortable. A moment later, Lin Feng returned to normal and carefully sized up his surroundings. Just now, he had only hurriedly scanned with his mental strength. Now that he observed carefully, he discovered that this forest was different from ordinary forests. The trees here were all dark blue, and there were no leaves. On the branches, countless dark blue lights flickered. They were not bright and only barely illuminated the surroundings. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the sky. There was no sun in the sky, but it was pitch black. There was not even a moon or stars. Clearly, this secret realm was in an unknown space. However, Lin Feng was also uncertain. There were so many secret realms. What if they were only similar? Therefore, he began to explore. Not long after, he discovered something abnormal. Someone's here? Lin Feng was stunned. Then, he took out Landry's mask and put it on, hiding his aura. He jumped onto the tree and pretended to be an inanimate object. Soon, two people walked over. These two people were actually both bronze level. The secret realm did not have an owner. Although this was an opportunity for Lin Feng, others could also enter the secret realm because of this. Therefore, it was very normal for there to be people. Moreover, the secret realm scroll had appeared on the battlefield of a level 8 main city. Since Su Jiahao could obtain it, the others could naturally also obtain it. The two bronze level experts arrived below Lin Feng and sized up the surroundings in confusion. Strange, I clearly sensed that there was someone here just now. Why is the aura gone now? One of them said. It's probably a blue spirit cat. The blue spirit cat is more vigilant, so it disappeared, another person said. Lin Feng was above the two of them and did not even dare to breathe loudly. In the secret realm, one could not trust anyone because anyone they encountered might attack them. It was true that the secret realm was a place to explore opportunities, but it was also a good place to kill and snatch treasures. If one killed someone here, no one would know about it. Moreover, because everyone entered with their true bodies, all their equipment could be looted after they died. Therefore, many people naturally did such a thing. Lin Feng did not dare to use his mental strength to check the other party's level, but from their auras, he could tell that they were definitely stronger than Su Jiahao. When Lin Feng and Su Jiahao's skills collided, he roughly determined that Su Jiahao was around level 120. However, these two were even stronger than Su Jiahao. This meant that the other party was definitely above level 120. Since they were above level 120, it meant that they had more than 1,000 free attribute points. Lin Feng was not confident in defeating such an expert, let alone two of them. Fortunately, the two of them did not stay long and quickly left. Although the two of them had left, Lin Feng did not let down his guard and still stayed on the tree for half an hour before coming down. I didn't expect it to really be that secret realm. Lin Feng seemed somewhat excited. Through the conversation between the two of them just now, Lin Feng had already confirmed the secret realm he was in. Blue Spirit Forest. Lin Feng really did not expect a secret realm scroll that led to the Blue Spirit Forest to drop on the battlefield of a mere level 8 main city. Chapter 38. Mysterious Secret Realm, Place to Obtain Mental Strength. 3. The Blue Spirit Forest did not produce any natural treasures, but it would spawn blue spirit cats. In other words, this was a secret realm where one could farm monsters. On the other hand, one could obtain experience points after killing blue spirit cats. Moreover, every blue spirit cat one killed could increase one's mental strength by a little. The attack power of the blue spirit cat was not powerful either. Its HP was even low. Even Erlong would have an easy time killing it. Lin Feng was originally vexed that he could not quickly increase his mental strength. However, now that he was exploring such a secret realm, it happened to resolve his worries. However, although the blue spirit cat was very easy to kill, it could also be said to be very troublesome to kill. This was because after the exploration of countless people discovered that although the attack power of the blue spirit cat was not powerful, its mental strength was extremely powerful. Therefore, it was very sensitive to danger warnings, making it very difficult for people to successfully kill it. Not only that, but the Blue Spirit Forest looked like a forest, but its area was extremely large. After so many years, almost no one was able to locate its borders. This also enveloped it in a mysterious veil. Moreover, one could only explore the bronze-level secret realm through scrolls for 6 hours. It was already difficult for people to find the blue spirit cat in 6 hours, let alone kill it. Although it's difficult to find the blue spirit cat, it's not impossible. Since I'm already here, I should seize the time and increase my mental strength. Lin Feng thought to himself. Then, he began to explore. However, after taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped because there was a blue spirit cat in front of him. That blue spirit cat actually swaggered past him. Lin Feng was stunned. Didn't they say that it was very vigilant? What was going on? Could it be that it thought that he couldn't kill it and looked down on him? Lin Feng did not hesitate. He picked up a stone and threw it out like an archer. The blue spirit cat walked like a cat. Its figure was beautiful and its entire body emitted a faint dark blue color. In this environment, it was really difficult to spot. Its tail was raised high and it was somewhat leisurely. The moment Lin Feng threw the stone, the blue spirit cat's fur suddenly stood on end. Clearly, it had sensed a life and death crisis. When it discovered the flying stone, it was already too late. The stone directly hit its head. The blue spirit cat's eyes rolled back and it fell to the ground. Then, it transformed into a dark blue stream of light and flew into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng immediately felt that his mental strength had increased a little, and his experience had also increased by 1,000. Even after killing the blue spirit cat, Lin Feng was still somewhat stunned. In his previous life, he had heard of this secret realm. Because it was relatively mysterious and the secret realm scroll was not easy to obtain, although many people wanted to take it down, they had all failed. After all, the blue spirit cats were already so vigilant, let alone the secret realm elf. Up until now,
no one had discovered the secret realm elves of the Blue Spirit Forest. However, was this what others meant by being very vigilant? Wasn't this a little exaggerated? Lin Feng was somewhat puzzled. Could that be a silly cat just now? Lin Feng thought and continued walking forward. However, a moment later, he stopped. This was because in front of him was actually another blue spirit cat. At this moment, this blue spirit cat was lying on the ground and licking its fur. This time, Lin Feng did not hesitate and threw out another rock, directly killing the other party. In the following period of time, Lin Feng would basically encounter a blue spirit cat every 100 meters. Moreover, these blue spirit cats actually did not guard against him. Only a few of them were frightened away by Lin Feng when he walked in front of them. Lin Feng was somewhat dumbfounded. Didn't someone tell me that blue spirit cats are very difficult to find? There's one every few steps. It's simply too easy. Lin Feng was overjoyed because at this moment, his mental strength had already reached more than 30 points and his experience points were also more than 20,000. Perhaps in this secret realm, his mental strength and the Azure the Arch longevity physique could both make a huge breakthrough. It had to be known that now that the Azure the Arch longevity physique was at level 10, he needed 100,000 experience points to advance it by another level. However, a single blue spirit cat gave him 1,000 experience points. It had not been long but he already had more than 20,000 experience points. If he had dozens or hundreds more, wouldn't he be able to break through? However, he was also somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, according to what he heard outside, blue spirit cats were very difficult to find and should indeed be very difficult to spot. Why was it different when it came to him? It was possible for one of the cats to be silly, but they couldn't all be silly, right? Lin Feng touched his chin and pondered. However, when he touched his mask, he was suddenly stunned. The Landry Mask. Chapter 39. Secret Realm Elf, Divine Level Pressure. 1. In order to avoid the two people just now, Lin Feng used his mask to hide. Because he was worried that he would encounter others again, Lin Feng did not take off his mask. The mask mainly concealed him by resisting the detection of mental strength. Moreover, the blue spirit cat mainly used mental strength to sense danger. Therefore, in the perception of the blue spirit cat, he was actually no different from a rock. This was also the reason why the blue spirit cats did not discover him. After figuring this out, Lin Feng appreciated this mask even more. He looked at this forest and could not help but sigh. This is my blessed land. Lin Feng smiled and looked around. Then, he began to use the ability of the mask to crazily hunt the blue spirit cats. 10, 20, 30. In just 2 hours, Lin Feng had killed more than 100 blue spirit cats. At this moment, his experience points had already reached 120,000 and his mental strength was also more than 130. This meant that Lin Feng's mental strength could cover an area of more than 130 meters. Lin Feng did not use his experience points to increase his level. Actually, killing the blue spirit cat did not give him much experience. However, because Lin Feng's level was too low, he was given more experience points. If he increased his level, he would not have as much experience points for killing the blue spirit cats. Therefore, Lin Feng spent his experience points on the Azure the Arch longevity body. The Azure the Arch longevity body also successfully advanced to level 11, allowing his 5 attribute points to be increased by 11 times. ID, Myriad Law King. Profession, Mage. Data, Vitality 180. Attack 120/740, Physical/Magical Attack, Defense 120/120, Physical/Magical Defense. Talent, All Methods Known, SSS Level. Mental Cultivation Technique, Azure the Arch Longevity Body LV11. Equipment, Ice Crystal Scepter, Silver Level Weapon, Madman Armor, Silver Level Armor. At this moment,
The increase in Lin Feng's vitality and the enhancement of the Madman armor had already reached 180 points. His magic attack and equipment had even reached 740 points. If he increased it by another 2 levels, Lin Feng's magic attack would probably allow him to compete with a bronze level expert who poured all his attribute points into a single attribute. However, in fact, although ordinary bronze level experts would focus on a single attribute, they would more or less increase the other attributes. Therefore, they were about the same as the current Lin Feng. Of course, this referred to bronze level experts around level 110. At the bronze level, one would obtain 20 free attribute points for every level up. Therefore, at level 110, the total free attribute points were only about 1,100. After using them, these experts would only be around Lin Feng's current level. However, Lin Feng did not think that he was comparable to a bronze level. There were 20 free attribute points at the first level of the bronze level. The higher the level, the higher the attributes. This was even without the enhancement of equipment. As for his attributes, it had been boosted by his equipment. Therefore, Lin Feng would not be too careless. When he encountered a bronze level beast, he still had to run. After Lin Feng upgraded the Azure the Arch Longevity Body, he still had more than 20,000 experience points. He looked at the experience points needed to upgrade his skill to the next level and could not help but be stunned. 500,000. Are you kidding me? Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Although he did not have a level limit, he still needed a lot of experience to level up. 500,000 was indeed a little too much for him now. Therefore, he had no choice but to think of other ways to increase his strength. His level would not increase for the time being. If he wanted to increase his level, he had to leave the secret realm first. In that case, the only thing that could increase his strength was skills. Lin Feng looked at his 2 skills. Because they were both divine level skills, they also required a lot of experience to level up. To advance from level 1 to level 2, he needed 10,000 experience. Lin Feng was helpless and could only increase both skills by 1 level. However, the effect was obvious. Ice Fragment LV2, throw out 2 ice spears. The ice spears will shatter after hitting an enemy, dealing 200% magic damage to the enemy. The shattered ice spears will pass through the target and cause splash damage to all enemies within 50 meters, dealing 100% magic damage to the sputtered enemy. The target will receive a 50% deceleration effect for a minute. Cooldown time is 10 seconds. Space Travel LV2 allows user to instantly reach any place within 1,000 meters and 50% of the spell intensity. Cooldown time is 10 seconds. After leveling up, the damage of the ice fragments did not increase, but there was an additional ice spear. Moreover, the splash range and damage of the fragments also increased. This greatly increased Lin Feng's monster clearing ability. Previously, in the Profession Awakening Hall, it was because the splash damage of the ice fragments was not high enough that caused Lin Feng to be so exhausted. Now that the range and damage had increased, if Lin Feng went again, he might be able to reach a higher level. The range of the other skill, space travel, had also increased from 500 meters to 1,000 meters. It had to be known that even a silver level expert would take a few seconds to travel 1,000 meters. This space traversal skill was simply worthy of being a divine level skill. Of course, this did not mean that Lin Feng was qualified to challenge the silver level. The silver level could fly around. Although the speed was not much different, Lin Feng was still relying on his skills. The skill had a cooldown period. During the cooldown period, the silver level experts would have enough time to catch up to Lin Feng. Although the skills had been upgraded, the experience needed to continue upgrading had also increased. It actually required 100,000 experience points to upgrade the 2 skills to level 3. The reason why divine level skills were divine level was because they were meant for divine level experts. 100,000 experience points was naturally nothing to a divine level expert, but Lin Feng had to accumulate it for a long time.
Chapter 40. Secret Realm Elf, Divine Level Pressure. 2. Looks like I have to increase my level after leaving this secret realm.
Lin Feng sighed. He could only rely on increasing his level to improve from now on. Of course, if he wanted to level up, he had to save his experience to level up in one go. Otherwise, the experience bonus from killing enemies across levels would be gone, and it would be even harder for him to earn experience. Lin Feng did not continue to farm blue spirit cats because he had a more important goal, which was to take down the secret realm. At this moment, he was not weaker than a level 110 bronze level expert. Coupled with his divine level skill, there was hope of him taking down the secret realm, provided that he could find the secret realm elf. Although so many people had failed to take down this secret realm, Lin Feng would not be willing to give up if he did not try. After all, this secret realm was really very useful. Now, Lin Feng had already entered for more than 2 hours and only had more than 3 hours to explore. Moreover, he had only explored a small area of the entire Blue Spirit Forest. From this, it could be seen that the Blue Spirit Forest was really huge. Lin Feng walked deeper. The secret realm elf was usually in the depths of the Blue Spirit Forest. Of course, Lin Feng would also deal with the blue spirit cats he encountered along the way. After all, they were no different from mental strength and experience points. An hour later, Lin Feng's mental strength was already close to 200. Moreover, because he was directly walking to the depths, he had already arrived at the inner area of the forest. Lin Feng looked around. At this moment, the surrounding trees had become even taller. Under the cover of those trees, the sky could no longer be seen. However, it was more appropriate to say that the void could no longer be seen. Looking up, he could only see the branches of the trees flickering with a dark blue light, somewhat like stars. Not only that, but after arriving at the depths, even the number of blue spirit cats had decreased a lot. It was as if those blue spirit cats only lived in the periphery of the forest. Even if there were 1 or 2 of them, they were still more vigilant than the blue spirit cats in the periphery. Even Lin Feng successfully spotted them. It was still somewhat difficult to succeed. After walking for a long time, Lin Feng discovered that there seemed to be someone in front of him. It was not a good thing to encounter other people in the secret realm. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to circle around the other party, but after discovering that the other party was also heading deeper, he quietly followed. Lin Feng approached the other party and quietly followed from 100 meters away. One's mental strength would increase by a little with every level. Even if the other party was at the bronze level, his mental strength was only about 100. Even if the other party was an expert, Lin Feng still had a mask. As long as he did not have any big motions, the other party would not be able to discover him. After Lin Feng approached the other party, he quietly spread out his mental strength and ended up hearing the other party's discussion. The other party was 2 men and a woman. They were all young people and seemed to be students of a certain college because they were all wearing the same clothes. As for which college it was, Lin Feng did not know. In his previous life, he did not pay much attention to this. Lin Feng's mental strength spread over and did not attract their attention. He heard them discuss. "Senior, the blue spirit cat I saw just now is so cute. Can you help me capture it so I can bring it back as a pet?" One of the girls said to a boy. The boy was clearly the leader among the 3 of them. He smiled when he heard this. "Alright, if we find the secret realm spirit later and attack the secret realm, we'll definitely help you capture a blue spirit cat as a pet." "Alright, you're the best. You even want to take down the secret realm. You're so powerful," the girl said with a smile. When the other boy saw this, he could not help but purse his lips and roll his eyes. As for the boy in charge, he immediately felt somewhat smug after being praised by the girl. Lin Feng was somewhat speechless. Why did this woman look like a fake schemer? However, he ignored it because he heard the boy say that they were also going to take down the secret realm. If he wanted to take down a secret realm, he had to find its secret realm elf. He either had to defeat the secret realm elf and then sign a master-servant contract with the other party, or he had to influence the other party emotionally so the other party would take the initiative to sign the contract. Of course, most people tried the first approach. They would directly beat the other party into submission. Unless the secret realm elf really had a good impression of the other party, it was impossible for the other party to succeed in influencing it. However, the blue spirit forest was mysterious and unpredictable. It was difficult to say if they could find the secret realm elf, let alone take down the secret realm. Therefore, when Lin Feng heard that the other party wanted to take down the secret realm, although he paid a little attention, he did not care. He would think about it after finding the other party. Actually, Lin Feng was only giving it a try now. This was because the blue spirit forest was too big. It was really very difficult to find the secret realm elf inside. However, how could he be willing to give up without searching? Lin Feng did not care about the three of them anymore. Although the three of them were not weak and the person in charge was even stronger than Su Jiahao, it did not matter. Lin Feng was about to leave, but just as he was about to leave, he saw a cat on the tree above the three of them. That was not a blue spirit cat because the blue spirit cat's body emitted a dark blue color. On the other hand, this cat's entire body was black. If not for the fact that Lin Feng had unintentionally glanced at it, he might not have noticed it even if it was beside him. This was because that cat was really too dark and had almost fused with the darkness. At this moment, the cat seemed to have just woken up. Then, it turned around and looked at the three people below it before preparing to continue sleeping. However, it seemed to have sensed that someone was looking at it and actually looked in Lin Feng's direction. Therefore, Lin Feng and the other party looked at each other from 100 meters away. When the cat saw Lin Feng, because Lin Feng was wearing a mask, it only saw a golden mask. It was first stunned and somewhat puzzled. Chapter 41 Secret Realm Elf, Divine Level Pressure. 3. 41 Secret Realm Elf, Divine Level Pressure. 3. This was because in its mental perception, Lin Feng was like a stone, but why would the stone look at it? However, when it carefully observed the mask, it was suddenly shocked. Meow. A cat cry that resounded through the world alarmed the three people below and even some people extremely far away. The black cat instantly fled. Only then did Lin Feng realize that the other party was even larger than he had imagined. Because the other party was in the darkness just now, Lin Feng only saw a rough outline. Now that the other party was escaping, Lin Feng could see the entire scene clearly. The other party was actually as tall as a person, and this was even when the cat was on all fours. If it stood on 2 feet, wouldn't it be even taller? Secret Realm Elf. Lin Feng's heart stirred and he wanted to chase after it. The three people below the black cat naturally discovered the black cat and were immediately shocked. What is this? Such a huge blue spirit cat? No, it's black. Could it be a secret realm elf? The three of them looked at each other and chased after the other party. Lin Feng was the same. He chased after them. Moreover, Lin Feng also discovered that the cat's cry just now had attracted many people. He could sense that many people were rushing over. This was not easy to deal with. Although Lin Feng's mental strength could only cover more than 100 meters, after exceeding the range, as long as there was a relatively powerful aura, he could still sense it. Lin Feng could sense that at least 5 powerful auras were rushing over. Moreover, these auras were all above the bronze level. In other words, among the people present, Lin Feng might be the weakest. Lin Feng thought for a moment and could not help but slow down. It was already a pleasant surprise to discover the secret realm elf. However, there were too many experts now. He might not be able to do it. Therefore, Lin Feng could only slow down and see if he could act according to the situation. As the black cat fled, it kept looking back, and his main target was Lin Feng. It discovered that Lin Feng's speed had slowed down and seemed to be somewhat surprised. However, Lin Feng did not give up on chasing, so it did not stop. As for the others, it did not seem to care much. The black cat kept running deeper and deeper, and more people chased after it. Everyone felt that it was a secret realm elf. This was because ordinary blue spirit cats were all blue, and only this cat was black. Moreover, ordinary blue spirit cats were definitely not so fast. At this moment, more than 10 bronze-level experts were chasing after it. One of them was even more than level 150. However, they actually could not catch up to the black cat. Lin Feng was a little excited because the more people chased after him, the more chaotic it would be later. The more chaotic it was, the higher the chance of him taking advantage of the chaos. Of course, if there were too many people, Lin Feng's chances of succeeding would also decrease. However, looking at the black cat's situation, even if there was no one, he might not be able to succeed. This was because the other party seemed to be very powerful. Even when facing a bronze-level expert above level 150, it actually had the advantage in speed. The two sides chased for more than half an hour. At this moment, there were actually more than 20 people chasing. Moreover, they had also arrived at the center of the forest. Suddenly, everyone stopped and was stunned. Lin Feng followed behind. When he saw everyone stop, he thought that they had surrounded the secret realm elf, so he also sneaked up. When he went forward, he was also stunned. This was because there was a towering tree in front of him. That tree was probably 1,000 meters tall and its trunk was extremely thick. Even if a person hugged it, they would probably not be able to hug it completely. On the tree, countless dark blue lights flickered like stars. It was extremely spectacular. The black cat stood at the end of a branch on the tree and looked at everyone. "It's so beautiful," a girl exclaimed. The others discovered the black cat and chuckled. "The secret realm elf is mine." Therefore, everyone rushed forward and prepared to capture the black cat. Seeing this, the black cat actually did not escape anymore. Instead, it let out a loud cry. Meow. Everyone felt their heads tremble and their eardrums seemed to be about to be pierced. Then, a pressure actually attacked from the cat's body. This is the pressure of a divine-level expert. When Lin Feng saw that pressure attack, he was immediately shocked. Chapter 42 Mental Strength Expansion, Accepting a Pet. 1. 42 Mental Strength Expansion, Accepting a Pet. 1. The pressure attacked like a tide. Everyone directly fell to the ground, but Lin Feng still stood on the spot. What's going on? Lin Feng was immediately stunned when he saw this. Not to mention that he was only level 10 now, even a king-level expert would not be able to withstand the pressure of a divine-level expert and would be instantly crushed into meat paste. However, at this moment, the surrounding people only fell to the ground and were pressed to the ground. As for him, he was not injured at all and did not feel any discomfort. Could it be that the pressure was fake? However, he had clearly sensed the aura of a divine-level expert. Not only was he puzzled, but the cat was also stunned. The others had clearly been pressed down, so why was Lin Feng the only one who was fine? The black cat looked at Lin Feng, especially at the mask on his face, and seemed to understand something. Its limbs could not help but soften, and its entire body trembled. Lin Feng also saw the black cat's performance and immediately understood. This divine-level pressure was fake. The pressure was actually a form of mental strength suppression. As for divine-level mental strength, it was incomparably powerful and could naturally cause such a terrifying effect. The Blue Spirit Forest was a secret realm that increased mental strength. In that case, the secret realm elf of the Blue Spirit Forest naturally had very powerful mental strength. Perhaps the other party had encountered a divine-level expert before and was able to simulate a divine-level pressure, but it did not have the effect of a divine-level expert. As for the others lying down but him being fine, Lin Feng felt that it was probably because of the mask again. The mask could block the detection of mental strength, so mental strength was naturally useless against him. Moreover, Lin Feng looked at the cat and saw that it seemed to be a little afraid of the mask. However, this was understandable. The mask could be said to be the other party's nemesis. It was normal for the other party to be afraid. After thinking this through, Lin Feng directly walked forward. When the black cat saw Lin Feng walk over, its legs trembled even more and it could not help but take a few steps back. It wanted to escape, but the key was that it could no longer escape. The people who were pressed to the ground were all shocked when they saw that Lin Feng was actually fine. They had never seen a divine-level expert before, so they naturally did not know that this pressure carried a divine-level aura. However, they could also sense that this pressure surpassed all the experts they had seen. The other party actually completely ignored such a terrifying pressure. What level of expert was this? Who is this? I think I've heard of that mask before. He's the Myriad Law King? Myriad Law King? Isn't the Myriad Law King in a level 9 main city? Some people recognized Lin Feng's outfit, but this also caused them to become more shocked. Didn't the Myriad Law King only come out of the beginner village recently? They had also heard the server announcement at that time, but why would the other party appear in this secret realm? Didn't this secret realm scroll appear on the battlefield of a level 8 main city? They had never heard of anyone selling the scroll. Lin Feng was not in the mood to explain to them. He only wanted to subdue this mystic realm elf now. Therefore, he walked under the tree and looked at the black cat. He said indifferently, "Come down." His voice did not contain any emotion. Just like those top experts, he ignored everything. This was also a small trick of Lin Feng's. Since the other party could simulate the pressure of a divine-level expert, it must have seen a divine-level expert before. Moreover, the other party seemed to be a little afraid of him now. He might as well beat it at its own game and pretend to be an expert to let the other party sign the master-servant contract. Indeed, when the black cat heard this, it could not help but struggle and hesitate. Lin Feng frowned slightly and said with dissatisfaction, "Come down." The black cat took a few steps back and was even a little crazy. Its fur stood up. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. As expected, elves who had seen divine-level experts were indeed different. They were not so easy to compromise with. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's body also emitted a pressure. The pressure was earth-shattering and was actually not inferior to the pressure emitted by the black cat at all. Seeing this, everyone who was pressed to the ground was stunned and lowered a little again. However, they were also somewhat puzzled. Although the pressure that Lin Feng emitted felt incomparably powerful, it was not as great as the pressure that the black cat gave them. This was because Lin Feng had actually also simulated divine-level pressure. However, compared to the range of the divine level, his range was much smaller. This was because his mental strength was too low and could only cover about 200 meters. However, it was actually not right to say that it was a simulated version because this aura was the aura of his previous life. This was a true divine-level aura. The black cat sensed Lin Feng's pressure and was slightly stunned for a moment. It could not help but take a few steps back. However, in the end, it still came down from the tree and squatted in front of Lin Feng. At this moment, the black cat lowered its head, as if it did not dare to look at Lin Feng and looked a little afraid. "Let's sign a master-servant contract. In the future, you can follow me," Lin Feng said. At this moment, he was somewhat excited, but his face was expressionless. He really did not expect that he could actually settle a secret realm so easily. When the black cat heard that the other party wanted to sign a master-servant contract, it immediately exploded and took a few steps away from Lin Feng.
Seeing that it seemed unwilling, Lin Feng said indifferently, "Do you want to die?"
These words actually made the black cat's heart tremble, reminding it of someone.
It looked at Lin Feng.
Although he was wearing a mask, it could sense the indifference in the other party's eyes. This person had the same kind of indifference to everything as that certain someone.
Don't kill me, I'll sign," the black cat shouted.
Lin Feng was stunned when he heard this.
The other party could actually speak.
In his previous life, Lin Feng had also conquered many secret realms, but those secret realm elves could not directly speak. At most, they could only communicate with their mental strength.
This secret realm elf was somewhat different. Chapter 43 Mental Strength Expansion, Accepting a Pet. 2. 43 Mental Strength Expansion, Accepting a Pet. 2. However, this did not affect Lin Feng from subduing the other party. He would slowly study it in the future. Lin Feng waved his staff a few times and a contract actually condensed in the air. On it, Lin Feng had already formed a hand seal. Lin Feng directly handed the contract to the black cat and did not say anything. The black cat was dejected and wanted to go back on its word, but it still pressed its paw down. Then, the contract burned itself. Lin Feng also felt that he seemed to have something branded in this world. This was a very magical feeling. Bang! Suddenly, the towering tree in front of him actually turned into specks of dark blue light which was transferred into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng suddenly felt his mental strength increase explosively. 200 points, 300 points, 400 points. It kept increasing to 500 points before stopping. In a short moment, his mental strength actually directly increased by more than 300 points. Lin Feng was somewhat shocked. Moreover, he also felt that his mental strength was still continuing to increase, but the increase was relatively slow. This made him involuntarily glance at the black cat. Subduing a secret realm would not increase one's strength at all. The benefits of a secret realm would only slowly manifest over time. However, given the situation now, it clearly did not make sense. This could not help but make him suspect if this black cat was really an elf of the blue spirit. Forest. However, the contract just now was targeted at the elves and had already taken effect. What was going on? When the surrounding people saw that Lin Feng had subdued the black cat and the pressure on their bodies was gone, they all stood up. Congratulations, Myriad Law King, for subduing the secret realm. Some people congratulated him one after another. Although the Myriad Law King had only recently left the beginner village, they could all sense the pressure just now. The other party definitely did not look like he had just awakened his profession. He was definitely stronger than them. Although the secret realm had been subdued by the other party, they did not dare to have any more ideas. Moreover, they definitely had to be polite after encountering an expert of this level. Facing everyone's politeness, Lin Feng only nodded slightly and did not say anything. But gradually, the atmosphere became a little awkward. This was because once the secret realm was subdued, other than the owner of the secret realm, everyone else would be teleported out of the secret realm. However, after waiting for a while, nothing happened. Lin Feng was also stunned for a moment. Then, he sent a mental voice transmission to the black cat and asked, "Why didn't you teleport them out?" In Lin Feng's opinion, the other party was a secret realm elf. Since the others were not teleported out, it was definitely the black cat's doing. Unexpectedly, the black cat said, "How can I teleport them out? I don't know how." "Aren't you an elf of this mystic realm?" Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, and he had a bad feeling. "Who said I'm a secret realm elf? Also, who said this is a secret realm?" The black cat was also somewhat puzzled and looked at Lin Feng. Logically speaking, the other party should know this. Lin Feng's heart sank. What was going on? This black cat was actually not a secret realm elf, But the contract had clearly taken effect just now. Could it be that there could be two elves in a single secret realm? Moreover, the other parties seemed to have said that this was not a secret realm. What was going on? Thinking of this, Lin Feng became even more curious about the Blue Spirit Forest. This place was probably not simple. However, now was not the time to think about this. Although his pressure just now was very terrifying, he was only a paper tiger. If the people opposite him reacted, he would probably be in trouble. Therefore, Lin Feng calmly said, "You guys can continue exploring the secret realm. I'm leaving." As he spoke, without waiting for the others to react, he grabbed the black cat and directly used spatial teleportation to disappear from the spot. When everyone saw Lin Feng suddenly disappear, they were all very shocked. As expected of an expert. This was definitely a spatial level method. They were also very happy after hearing Lin Feng's words. Originally, they were still wondering why they were not teleported out. It turned out that the big shot had allowed them to stay. The big shot was indeed magnanimous. It had to be known that letting others explore his secret realm would consume the resources in the secret realm. Usually, if one wanted to explore those controlled secret realms, they would have to spend resources to pay their way in. Now that the big shot was letting them explore for free, didn't it mean that the other party was magnanimous? Therefore, everyone thanked him one after another. "Thank you, Myriad Law King." Then, they all happily explored the secret realm. Lin Feng did not hear their thanks. Instead, he directly shuttled 500 meters away. Then, he waited for the skill to cool down and shuttled a few more times before stopping. Although his spatial travel distance was more than 1,000 meters, his mental strength could only cover an area of 500 meters. Moreover, this place was abnormally mysterious, so he did not dare to travel casually. After finally stopping, Lin Feng looked at the black cat and said, "Tell me, what's going on here? Aren't you an elf?" "I'm an elf, but this isn't a secret realm. Also, shouldn't you know all this? Don't you recognize me?" The black cat looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Lin Feng was stunned. What did it mean when it said that he was supposed to know this? Also, why would he recognize the other party? Seeing that Lin Feng did not speak for a long time, the black cat seemed to have realized something and immediately took a few steps back, looking at Lin Feng angrily. "You're not Xiao Yaozi. Who are you? How dare you lie to me?" The black cat actually emitted an extremely powerful aura. This aura was actually comparable to a top bronze level expert. When Lin Feng heard this, his heart stirred. Xiao Yaozi? He had actually heard this name. It had to be known that this name could not be found in all the records of humans. However, the other party actually knew. It seemed that this black cat was not simple. Chapter 44 Mental Strength Expansion, Accepting a Pet. 3. 44 Mental Strength Expansion, Accepting a Pet. 3. Who is Xiao Yaozi? What is this place? Lin Feng asked. Aunt. How dare you question me? You're courting death. The black cat seemed to be very angry and pounced forward with an extremely powerful aura. Lin Feng did not do anything in the face of the black cat's attack, as if the other party's attack was not worth mentioning in his eyes. Indeed, before the black cat could touch him, it seemed to have hit an invisible wall and bounced away. The black cat was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Then, it got up and said with grief and indignation, "Damn it, the master-servant contract." Although the master-servant contract could not allow Lin Feng to completely control the other party, it was also impossible for the other party to betray him. Therefore, even if Lin Feng allowed the other party to attack, the other party would not be able to injure him. Speak, who is Xiao Yaozi? What is this place? Lin Feng asked again. The black cat did not answer. It looked at the mask on Lin Feng's face and asked,
who gave you this mask? Lin Feng touched the mask on his face. The other party was not afraid of this mask previously, but it recognized this mask?
This is my reward for completing a mission. Mission?
Reward. When the black cat heard this, its heart skipped a beat, as if it had thought of something, but it did not say it.
You haven't answered my question. Who is Xiao Yaozi? What is this place?
Lin Feng looked at the black cat and asked.
The black cat had a mocking expression and said disdainfully, "Why should I answer your question? And, don't think that you can restrict me just because you signed a master-servant contract with me. I'm stronger than you think."
Lin Feng looked helpless.
Why was this cat so stupid?
At this moment, it seemed that the black cat's outburst just now had attracted some people nearby. There were only 2 people who came, but they were both bronze-level experts. However, from the looks of it, they had only just entered. When Lin Feng saw the clothes of the 2 of them, his heart stirred.
Someone from the War God Hall.
When the 2 of them arrived and saw Lin Feng, they did not care and even specially shook the clothes on their bodies.
In their opinion, no one dared to provoke the people from the War God Hall.
Therefore, they could not be bothered to investigate Lin Feng's level. When they saw the black cat confronting Lin Feng, they were first stunned before they were overjoyed.
Secret Realm Elf.
The 2 of them looked at Lin Feng and said indifferently, "Kid, this mystic realm elf is ours.
Hurry up and get lost."
When the black cat heard this, its heart stirred.
If Lin Feng was killed by someone else, wouldn't the master-servant contract be gone?
Therefore, it said loudly, "Those 2 ants, as long as you kill this kid, I will reward you heavily." The 2 of them were stunned when they heard this. It was actually a mystic realm elf that knew how to talk. They had picked up a treasure. Lin Feng looked at the 2 of them, killing intent flashing in his eyes.
He was about to attack. Brat, didn't you hear me telling you to scram? I'm a member of the War God Hall.
You have to think carefully about the consequences of offending my War God Hall. One of them hurriedly shouted when he saw that Lin Feng did not leave and even seemed to have the intention to attack.
He was not stupid and knew that the other party was clearly pretty capable.
After all, the other party had dealt with the mystic realm elf for so long. Therefore, he quickly used the War God Hall to threaten him.
The War God Hall. How impressive. Lin Feng laughed angrily.
When the 2 of them saw that Lin Feng really wanted to attack, they were also furious. In other places, when they announced the name of the War God Hall, everyone had to give them some face. However, the other party actually seemed to look down on the War God Hall. How could they tolerate this?
You're courting death.
Therefore, the 2 of them directly rushed forward and prepared to teach Lin Feng a lesson. Lin Feng snorted and waved the staff in his hand, directly activating his skill. 2 ice spears condensed above Lin Feng's head, and the surrounding temperature was instantly reduced by the bone-piercing cold air emitted by the ice spears. This was the first time Lin Feng had used the ice spears after the skill leveled up. Although there was an additional ice spear, the effect of the ice spears did not decrease at all. Instead, it increased. When the 2 of them saw Lin Feng's skill, they were actually stunned on the spot.
This? What level of skill is this? You dare to kill us? We're from the War God Hall. How dare you?
The 2 of them were stunned by Lin Feng's skill and actually forgot to resist for a moment.
They only kept threatening him.
The black cat was also stunned when it saw the ice spear above Lin Feng's head.
This is a divine-level battle technique. How is this possible? His aura is only around bronze level. Why does he have a divine-level battle technique?
Zhongya, you stinky woman, what exactly did you do?
The black cat muttered, but no one else heard it.
Lin Feng looked at the 2 people in front of him expressionlessly and the ice spears above his head directly flew out.
Die!
Lin Feng softly spat out a word.
The 2 of them were directly struck by the ice spears.
In fact, the ice fragments even spread out in different directions. The two of them turned into ice sculptures and then exploded.
After killing the two of them, Lin Feng looked at the black cat.
When the black cat saw Lin Feng look over, it could not help but tremble.
If I suffer two of his skills now, won't I be finished? Why don't I give in first?
No, I'm the heaven-swallowing divine beast.
How can I give in? I'm just pretending. The black cat kept thinking in its heart.
Lin Feng directly came over and grabbed the back of its neck, preparing to leave because it was almost time for the exploration of the secret realm to end. The black cat was grabbed by the back of its neck and could not help but be furious.
"Ant, you actually dare."
Before the black cat could finish speaking, it felt the surrounding temperature drop a little. When it realized that Lin Feng was looking at it indifferently, it immediately shut up.
"Humph. Just you wait.
I'll show weakness first.
When I recover in the future, I'll teach you a lesson."
Lin Feng did not care what the black cat was thinking. Instead, he looked at the forest with a solemn expression.
The Blue Spirit Forest was definitely not just a secret realm. It wasn't that simple. No wonder everyone said that it was abnormally mysterious. There were probably many secrets inside.
Thinking of this, Lin Feng glanced at the black cat in his hand.
The other party should know a lot.
Seeing Lin Feng look over, the black cat actually put on a smile and shrunk a little to the size of a normal cat. Lin Feng was stunned. It seemed that this guy was someone who could only be persuaded by force.
Then, Lin Feng's body emitted a dark blue light. The light directly enveloped the two of them and they disappeared on the spot.
Chapter 45 The Strong Are Respected, Blood River, 1. 45 The Strong Are Respected, Blood River, 1. Lin Feng directly appeared in Erlong's house, and the black cat also followed him back.
Lin Feng looked at the black cat and became even more puzzled.
Logically speaking, although elves could appear in reality, they should not have a physical body. However, the black cat climbed onto the sofa and kept stepping on it.
"What throne is this? It's actually so soft." The black cat kept jumping on the sofa, looking a little excited.
Lin Feng was just about to ask the black cat some questions when he seemed to have sensed something and suddenly became angry.
"You're courting death."
Lin Feng directly pushed the door open and walked out. He saw the heavily injured Erlong. At this moment, Erlong's body was covered in wounds. The wound on his shoulder was especially bad. It was so deep that his bones could almost be seen.
"Young master, leave quickly." Erlong kicked violently.
His entire body was covered in blood as he said anxiously.
"Looks like this guy has a helper." "So what? Bring them all back."
A group of people chased after them outside the district. The leader was level 30, and the rest were just ordinary people. Lin Feng had long discovered them, but he ignored them. He only waved his hand and used the special skills of a priest to treat Erlong's injuries.
"What's going on?"
Lin Feng asked Erlong.
"They're from the Tiansheng group.
I just met them in the black market and was chased by them."
"Young master, leave quickly,"
Erlong said.
"Tiansheng group."
Killing intent bloomed from Lin Feng's body, scaring the black cat that had just followed them out. The people who had caught up had already surrounded Lin Feng and the others. The leader of the group smiled sinisterly and said, "Tell me, who is the person who went to our group today?" This group of people had encountered Erlong in the black market and thought that Erlong was that expert. They originally did not dare to act rashly and were about to report it. Unexpectedly, after careful investigation, they discovered that Erlong was only level 10.
This also made them realize that Erlong was not the person from the day.
However, since that person had Erlong's appearance, the two of them were definitely related. Therefore, they directly attacked and prepared to capture Erlong. This was how things unfolded into the current situation.
At this moment, there were so many people gathered in the district. The other residents locked their doors and windows and did not dare to look further. However, there were also people who had called the police. Lin Feng stabilized Erlong's injuries and looked at everyone. I originally thought that the Tianqing Group was just a small company and did not have a deep relationship with the War God Hall, so I planned to let you off. I didn't expect you to court death. When the group of people heard this, they could not help but laugh. Tianqing Group, a small company? Ha ha ha, you dared to look down on our Tianqing Group? Facing everyone's mockery, Lin Feng did not do anything else. He directly flashed in the air and actually grabbed the neck of the leader and slowly raised him. I alone will turn your Tianqing Group into a river of blood tonight. As he spoke, Lin Feng exerted strength and directly broke his neck. When the ordinary people who followed saw this, they were all shocked and directly fled. However, Lin Feng did not let them off. Since they were lackeys, they had to be prepared to die. At this moment, Lin Feng was even stronger than before he entered the secret realm. He even dared to fight a bronze-level expert. How could these ordinary people escape? As soon as Lin Feng released his pressure, those people fell to the ground one after another. Their hearts were all shattered by Lin Feng. Seeing this, Erlong could not help but say, "Young master, let's leave quickly." Someone should have called the police. Once we're caught by the police, with the methods of the Tianqing Group, we might still end up falling into their hands. Erlong's words stunned Lin Feng. In the past, he had always known that the strong were respected in this world, but he had never felt it so clearly. Or rather, he did not feel it when he was at the bottom. At this moment, he finally understood what it meant to be respected by the strong. In his previous life, he had always been nurtured by the Qin family. When facing the strong, he thought that he only needed to respect them. Today, he finally realized that not only did the weak need to respect the strong, but the strong could also rule the lives of the weak. For example, those officials could manage ordinary people, but in the face of powerful ability manifestors, just the Tianqing Group, they were the ones who were controlled. The strong are respected. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is? Lin Feng smiled. It was unknown if he was happy or sad. He looked at Erlong and said, "Don't worry, I've said it before. Tonight, I'll make the Tianqing Group bleed so much that it forms a river." As he spoke, he grabbed Erlong's shoulder and directly teleported. He did not leave but went to the Tianqing Group. Half an hour later, Lin Feng brought Erlong to the ground floor of the Tianqing Group. "Young master, the Tianqing Group has bronze-level experts. There's no need for us to fight head-on now. We'll come again after our levels increase." Erlong persuaded. "It's fine." Lin Feng did not explain and only said indifferently. As for the black cat that followed Lin Feng, it looked at Erlong with disdain. "They're only bronze level, I wonder how many I can kill with a single breath back then." On the way here, Erlong also saw the black cat. He thought that it was just an ordinary cat, but he did not expect the other party to be able to speak. Moreover, its tone was terrifying. Did this cat just speak? Erlong looked shocked. "You're the cat. Your entire family is made up of cats. How dare you provoke me? I'm the heaven-swallowing divine beast." The black cat seemed a little angry when it heard Erlong call him a cat. When Lin Feng heard that it was a divine beast, his heart stirred, but he did not ask further. Instead, he walked towards the Tianqing Group. "Young master," when Erlong saw Lin Feng leave, he hurriedly followed. Chapter 46 The Strong Are Respected, Blood River, 2. 46 The strong are respected, Blood River, 2. Seeing that no one was paying attention, the black cat immediately stomped its feet a few times. "Forget it, I won't argue with an ant." Then, it followed. When they arrived at the bottom of the Tianqing Group's building, the security guard saw a man wearing a golden mask walking over and immediately shouted, "Stop!"
Lin Feng ignored him and continued walking forward. When the security guard saw Erlong behind Lin Feng, he was immediately shocked.
Then, that person is here again. Quickly call the chairman.
Lin Feng stopped in his tracks. Erlong was actually more famous than him, but he did not hesitate and continued to walk forward.
Moreover, he also released the pressure on his body. Boom! In an instant, the entire building shook, as if it would collapse at any moment.
Not only that, but at this moment, everyone below level 50 in the entire building was directly killed. Of course, Lin Feng did not target those ordinary people this time.
These people were only making a living here.
They were not even considered lackeys. There was no need to kill them. When Erlong saw this, his face immediately turned pale. At this moment, Lin Feng was like a god of death in his eyes. As for the black cat, it walked like a cat and slowly followed behind Lin Feng. When it saw Erlong standing rooted to the ground, it had a disdainful expression.
Isn't it just mental pressure suppressing some ants? Don't make a fuss.
On the 66th floor of the Tianqian group, Su Jiahao and his son were discussing something with the people from the War God Hall. Suddenly, the three managers behind Su Tianqiang exploded into a cloud of blood mist, and the entire building shook.
Not only that, but they also felt a terrifying pressure. That pressure seemed to be high and mighty, ignoring everything.
The three of them were shocked. Su Jiahao and the person from the War God Hall were fine, but Su Tianqing's face was a little pale and his body was trembling.
Who is it? Su Jiahao was indeed a bronze-level expert. He immediately reacted and walked downstairs.
The person from the War God Hall also reacted and ran downstairs.
Su Tianqiang felt a little uncomfortable and could only resist with his mental strength.
He followed with a flushed face. The Tianqing group was in chaos at this moment, and the ordinary people were all screaming.
This was because those ability users had all exploded into a blood mist.
At this moment, the Tianqing group was really covered in blood. When Su Jiahao went downstairs and saw all of this, his face was ashen. When he went down to the first floor and saw Lin Feng and the others, he was even more furious.
It's you! Su Jiahao looked at Erlong and was very angry.
He directly took out a bow and instantly shot an arrow. Lin Feng grabbed Erlong and teleported, disappearing from the spot. The arrow Su Jiahao shot landed where Lin Feng and the others were standing just now and instantly exploded into a huge pit several meters deep. When Erlong saw this scene, his heart trembled.
Was this a bronze-level expert?
He could not help but look at Lin Feng worriedly. He wondered if the young master could really handle this. Su Jiahao was not surprised to see the other party dodge. After all, the other party had just revealed his strength during the day. However, when he scanned Erlong with his mental strength and discovered that the other party was only level 10, he could not help but frown slightly. Then, he noticed Lin Feng. He could tell that Lin Feng was probably the one who dragged Erlong away. At this moment, the person from the War God Hall also arrived. When he saw Erlong, he was stunned because he also realized that Erlong was only level 10. Then, when he saw Lin Feng, he could not help but think of something.
A golden mask and a black robe. Are you the Myriad Law King?
The person from the War God Hall asked.
You know me?
Lin Feng looked at that person when he heard this. Su Jiahao recalled the other party's identity, the person who cleared the beginner village's SSS score.
Of course I know you. I'm Lu Ming from the War God Hall. Our War God Hall even tried to recruit you, but you rejected us, Lu Ming said with a smile.
In fact, he was very curious about the Myriad Law King. It was said that the other party had controlled the dungeon in the gloomy forest. Therefore, the War God Hall opened up the position of an elder to recruit the other party, but the other party rejected their offer. One had to know that Lu Ming did not even dare to think about the position of an elder. His grandfather was only an elder of a branch hall, and the other party was only a step away from the main hall elder.
War God Hall?
Lin Feng smiled.
Perfect, I'll deal with you today. Lu Ming's smile froze, then his expression darkened. What do you mean?
Literally. Lin Feng smiled. Lu Ming was somewhat puzzled.
Was the other party trying to kill him? But why? I have no grudges with you. Isn't your meaning a little inappropriate? No grudges? Because you've joined the War God Hall, I have the greatest grudge with you.
Lu Ming's expression changed. The other party was targeting the War God Hall.
How bold. Hee hee, you've only just awakened your profession and you dare to target the War God Hall? Do you really think that you're impressive just because you've controlled a beginner village dungeon?
As Lu Ming spoke, he began to think.
If he killed the other party, would the control of the dungeon fall into his hands? When the black cat heard this, it could not help but ask, "Kid, what is the dungeon you guys are talking about?"
Unfortunately, no one answered its doubts, which made it so angry that it could only stomp its feet.
So what if you're the Myriad Law King? You have to pay the price for killing someone from my Tianqian group, Su Jiahao said fiercely. Then, he drew his bow and drew the string. A light arrow condensed and shot at Lin Feng. Lu Ming did not move.
In his opinion, although the other party was famous, the other party was just a newbie who had just awakened his profession.
It was a good opportunity for Su Jiahao to try and see if he could control the secret realm after killing the other party.
Chapter 47 The Strong Are Respected, Blood River, 3 47 The Strong Are Respected, Blood River, 3
If possible, he would just kill Su Jiahao.
Thinking of this, Lu Ming couldn't help but glance at Su Jiahao from the corner of his eye. When Lin Feng saw the light arrow shoot over, he directly teleported and dodged. He appeared behind Su Jiahao and punched. Su Jiahao instantly felt his hair stand on end. He was an archer, so his attributes had been added to his attack power.
His health and defense were not high.
Therefore, he hurriedly turned around and blocked Lin Feng's fist with the longbow in his hand, but he was directly sent flying.
All of this happened in an instant.
Even Lu Ming had just reacted. Lu Ming was also shocked.
What method was this? Spatial skill? But how was that possible?
The weakest spatial skill was at the gold level.
He had never even seen it before. How could the other party, who had just left the beginner village, learn it?
However, Lu Ming did not hesitate. He condensed a magic ball in his hand and directly aimed it at Lin Feng. After he sent Su Jiahao flying, Lin Feng saw the magic ball fly over. At this moment, the spatial teleportation had yet to cool down, but Lin Feng was also very agile and directly turned around to dodge.
Boom!
The magic ball hit the wall, creating a huge hole.
Even the second wall cracked. Lin Feng glanced at it.
Although his attack was high, his defense was insufficient. If he was hit by the two of them, he would probably be severely injured.
Hence, he did not want to continue fighting.
Therefore, the ice crystal staff appeared in his hand.
Two huge ice spears instantly condensed above Lin Feng's head. It's you!
Seeing this, Su Jiahao and Lu Ming still did not understand that Lin Feng was the person who had come to snatch the scroll during the day. However, the other party had just snatched something in the daytime but had come again to kill them at night.
He was really going too far.
The two of them did not dare to be careless.
They knew the power of this ice spear.
Earlier during the day, they had suffered a loss from the other party's skill, so they naturally would not underestimate the other party at this moment. The two of them looked at each other and prepared to join forces to resist the other party's skill. It had to be known that during the day, the other party had only used an ice spear and they were already injured. At this moment, if they did not join forces to block the two ice spears, they would probably really die here. Lu Ming and Su Jiahao released their skills at the same time, but they were extremely shocked.
Why? Didn't the other party just leave the beginner village? Why was he so powerful?
Lin Feng waved his hand and 2 ice spears directly flew towards the two of them. At this moment, the two of them also used their skills.
Space-piercing arrow. God of War magic ball.
An arrow and a magic ball collided with the ice spear.
One ice spear instantly exploded, and countless ice fragments splashed out.
The other ice spear still flew out. Seeing this, the expressions of Su Jiahao and the other two changed drastically and they directly ran out of the building. Although the second ice spear did not explode, it was still blocked for a while thanks to their skills. Therefore, the two of them dodged the direct attack of the second ice spear. However, after the second ice spear exploded, coupled with the fragments of the first ice spear, 2 layers of fragments scattered in all directions.
The entire company's first floor instantly turned into an ice world.
Erlong looked at this power and could not help but swallow.
Young Master was too strong. Were the 2 bronze-level experts dead?
Although the black cat was not as shocked as Erlong, it looked at Lin Feng and became more and more puzzled.
Why could he use a divine-level skill at such a low level? Could it be that he's Zhongya's son?
When the black cat thought of this, it could not help but be stunned.
That's right. If not for this, how could he use a divine-level skill like this and even have that mask?
At this moment, Su Jiahao and Lu Ming were not dead yet, but they were almost dead. The moment the fragments scattered, they frantically resisted. Although they did not die on the spot, they were still half crippled. With his mental strength, Lin Feng discovered they weren't dead and was slightly dissatisfied with himself.
As expected, level 10 was still a little low.
Even with a divine level skill, he still couldn't kill 2 weak bronze level experts. Lin Feng walked towards the two of them and was about to understand the situation when Su Tianqing finally arrived downstairs. When he saw this scene, he knelt down without a word.
Please show mercy and let my son off. I'm willing to hand over the Tianqing group with both hands.
At this moment, Su Tianqing also understood that he had provoked an expert, but his son was everything to him. If his son died, his Tianqing group's backer would be gone, and there was no point in keeping the Tianqing group. Therefore, he might as well use the Tianqing group to exchange for his son's life. In his opinion, as long as his son was alive, he would be able to start another company. When Lin Feng heard this, he sneered.
What's the use of such a small company? Su Tianqing was stunned. That's right. The other party was such an expert. Why would he care about a company? However, he was unwilling to give up.
Young master, as long as you're willing to let my son off, my Su family is willing to do anything. In his opinion, as long as the situation could be resolved, the War God Hall would find trouble with the other party sooner or later. However, when he saw that Lin Feng did not seem to be tempted, he could only grit his teeth and say, Sir, I believe there are some things you can't do yourself.
Why don't you accept the Tianqing group and work for you?
When Lin Feng heard this, he could not help but look at Erlong.
Erlong was not strong enough now and indeed needed resources.
He also needed to establish his own faction. In this world, as long as the battle of ability manifestors did not involve ordinary people, no one would care.
Moreover, even the battle of ability manifestors had to be within the rules.
Only by constantly becoming stronger could one unbind himself from some of these seemingly ridiculous rules. At this moment, there were some rules that he still had to follow. For example, if he wanted to find trouble with the War God Hall alone, he would have a difficult time doing so on his own.
Who would believe that the War God Hall was a rebel against humanity? If he killed the people from the War God Hall, he might even suffer a backlash. However, if it was a battle between two factions, it was understandable.
Thinking of this, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Su Tianqing.
It's fine if you want me to let your Su family off.
Go and kill him, Lin Feng pointed at Lu Ming and said. When Su Tianqing heard this, his expression changed drastically.
Did he want the Su family to permanently offend the War God Hall? He could not help but look at Lin Feng.
Although he was wearing a mask, from his voice, the other party was clearly a young man, but he was so scheming.
What? You're unwilling?
Then your Su family can die with him. Seeing that Su Tianqiang did not move, Lin Feng prepared to do it himself.
I'll do it, Su Tianqing said and walked to Lu Ming. How dare you? If you kill me, the War God Hall will not let you off. My grandfather is an elder of the War God Hall.
Lu Ming was seriously injured on the ground and struggled to crawl out of the Tianqing group building.
When Su Tianqing saw this, he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He punched Lu Ming's head and then seemed to be half deflated as he knelt on the ground. The Su family. Ha ha ha.
Lin Feng ignored Su Tianqiang and only pointed at Erlong. From now on, he's the chairman of the Tianqing group.
He will help me manage the Tianqing group.
Erlong was stunned when he heard this, but he did not say anything.
He knew that Lin Feng only wanted to give him a title.
Erlong was fully aware that Lin Feng knew that he did not know how to manage a company, but that didn't matter. Lin Feng just needed him to be the person in charge on the surface.
In fact, the person managing the company would still be Su Tianqiang.
However, the Tianqing group would no longer be under the control of the Su family.
Su Tianqiang also understood this.
He glanced at Erlong, then nodded and said respectfully,
Roger that.
Chapter 48 In 3 months, there can only be one voice in Linhai City, 1. 48 In 3 months, there can only be one voice in Linhai City, 1. On the 66th floor of the Tianqing group, it was already noon the next day. Lin Feng was sitting on the sofa and eating. Su Tianqiang, Erlong, and the others were standing respectfully at the side. As for Su Jiahao, he had already been sent to the hospital for treatment. Although the other party was seriously injured last night, with his current medical standards, he would probably be out in a few days. After all, there was a priest in the hospital.
After wolfing down the food, Lin Feng drank a glass of water in satisfaction.
From last night until now, he had only just eaten.
The black cat was also eating. As it ate, it praised, "Kid, the taste of your food is really not bad. It's a pity that this is only ordinary meat. If it was the meat of those demon beasts, the taste would be even better."
Lin Feng ignored the black cat's words. The other party was arrogant to begin with.
Last night, Lin Feng had also asked the other party some questions, but the black cat always answered vaguely.
Lin Feng could not be bothered to ask further. In Lin Feng's opinion, as long as his strength reached a certain level, there were some things that he would learn about even without the other party telling him. It was useless for him to know so much now. At the side, Su Tianqiang was reporting the situation of the Tianqing group. At this moment, he was very shocked. At this moment, Lin Feng was no longer wearing a mask and his true appearance was revealed. That was why Su Tianqiang was so shocked. The Myriad Law King, who was praised outside and had caused a massacre in the Tianqing group last night, was actually just a youth. How could he not be shocked? After reporting the situation, he stood at the side and was a little uneasy. For a moment, it was indeed difficult for him, who had been in a high position for a long time, to adapt, let alone facing a 17 or 18-year-old youth. After Lin Feng heard Su Tianqing's words, he frowned slightly. Originally, he had accepted the Tianqing group to deal with the War God Hall. Although the strength of the two was not equal, Lin Feng only wanted an excuse. However, after hearing Su Tianqing's report, he realized that the entire Tianqing group could not expand. The reason was actually very simple. Because of Lin Feng's massacre last night, other than the 3 people present, only Su Jiahao was left in the hospital. Moreover, so many people had died last night. The external influence had to be resolved with money. This caused the current Tianqing group to be unable to expand in a short period of time.
They could only maintain it. Are you saying that the Tianqing group doesn't have any money now? Lin Feng asked. Su Tianqing nodded in embarrassment.
To be honest, it was indeed a joke for the Tianqing group, which had a market value of billions, to not have money. However, this was the truth. The impact last night was even greater than Lin Feng had imagined. Just the shaking of the building last night had attracted the attention of many other factions in Linhai City. Moreover, today, the person cleaning the building had spent the entire morning just cleaning the blood. Lin Feng was also somewhat speechless. Did this mean that it was his fault? However, Lin Feng did not regret it. If not for this method, why would Su Tianqing stand here obediently? I don't care about this. It's your business to manage the company. Currently, I only have one request. Within 3 months, there can only be one voice in Linhai City. Can you do it? Lin Feng said indifferently. When Su Tianqing heard this, he looked at Lin Feng in a daze.
Was this a joke?
Although Lin Feng was powerful, it was not that simple. After all, Linhai City was so close to Zhonghai. Previously, the Tianqing group seemed to be powerful in Linhai City, but they were only an upper-middle-class faction. There were at least 10 factions stronger than the Tianqing group. What Lin Feng wanted was for Linhai City to become the territory of the Tianqing group in 3 months. How could this be possible?
Young master.
This is impossible. If the company has sufficient funds, we can still slowly plan.
We can first incorporate those small factions before resisting those experts.
However, even so, it will take at least many years.
Su Tianqing cried. This is your business.
I only care about the outcome, Lin Feng said.
Su Tianqing opened his mouth and was really speechless. The other party did not know how to manage the company at all.
Even if he explained, he would only be playing the lute to a cow.
Erlong said thoughtfully, actually, the key factor is still lack of money, right? Su Tianqing glanced at Erlong and nodded with a bitter smile. That's easy. Young master, don't you know how to forge equipment? Then let's forge more equipment to sell and we'll have money. Erlong smiled.
Lin Feng glanced at Erlong and thought that this guy was quite smart. Then, he looked at Su Tianqing.
Then how much does it cost to deal with those small factions first? Su Tianqing was stunned for a moment. The other party knew how to smith equipment? He was also a blacksmith? A 17 or 18-year-old blacksmith? He quickly replied, a few $100 million should be enough to deal with those small factions. Alright, I'll give you a list later.
Collect the materials for 10 sets of equipment according to the list and I'll directly forge them for you, Lin Feng said.
Since it's to deal with small factions, it shouldn't take 3 months, right? Is 1 month enough? Su Tianqing hurriedly nodded. Enough. It was just some small forces. As long as they had money and Su Tianqing recruited more people, together with Su Jiahao, it would not be a problem to get it done within a month. As for Lin Feng, Su Tianqing did not expect him to make a move now.
Lin Feng's intention was clearly to sit behind the scenes.
Although he would have to make a move sooner or later, wouldn't it make him look useless if Lin Feng had to make a move so quickly? Young master, what about the War God Hall? Su Tianqing asked. Chapter 49 In 3 months, there can only be one voice in Linhai City, 2. 49 In 3 months, there can only be one voice in Linhai City, 2. Last night, he had killed Lu Ming. The other party's grandfather was an elder of the branch hall of the War God Hall. He had clearly already offended the other party to death. If Lin Feng did not have a way to deal with this, wouldn't he be finished? It's fine. If the other party comes looking for me, just inform me. Lin Feng calmly spoke. When Su Tianqing heard this,
he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Since Lin Feng was so calm, he definitely had something to rely on. In his opinion, since the other party was so powerful at such a young age and was even a blacksmith, he must be a disciple of a large family. Otherwise, how could he be so monstrous? Moreover, he had just learned that the other party's surname was Lin. Although Lin Feng did not say his background explicitly, in Su Tianqing's impression, other than that Lin family, who else had the ability to nurture such a genius? Su Tianqing felt that it was not a loss to offend the war god hall if he could cozy up to the Lin family. Lin Feng could roughly guess what Su Tianqing was thinking. This was also because Lin Feng had done it on purpose. In the end, he was still a little weak now. Even if he could forcefully suppress Su Tianqing and the others, he still had to worry about the other party rebelling at any time. That was why Lin Feng vaguely mentioned the Lin family. In fact, Lin Feng had nothing to do with that Lin family. This was something he had known in his previous life. The reason why he revealed his true appearance was also to tell Su Tianqing that he was not afraid of him rebelling. If the other party had the guts, he could go ahead and try. Lin Feng stood up and prepared to leave. He still had to return to school. Now that school had already started for 4 days, he had not even chosen what to specialize in. When he stood up, Lin Feng thought of something. He did not seem to have the money to go back. The money from selling the equipment last night, Lin Feng believed that he could understand. Erlong reacted quickly and immediately handed over a bank card. Lin Feng put the bank card in his pocket and instructed, "If there's anything, call me directly or come to Zhangjin College to look for me." Then, Lin Feng left. Seeing Lin Feng leave, Su Tianqing and Erlong looked at each other. Su Tianqing smiled and said, "Brother Erlong, please take care of me in the future." Erlong also smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries with Su Tianqing. The current him was even more certain of his thoughts of following Lin Feng. If not for Lin Feng, he would probably still be wandering around the beginner village at this moment. Who could imagine that in just a few days, he could actually stand here and be on equal footing with the CEO of a corporation? Lin Feng did not care about this. After returning to school, he prepared to choose his specialization. However, when choosing a specialization, Lin Feng was a little hesitant. What specialization should he choose now? The specialization of the academy was the same as the Profession Advancement Hall. It was divided into 2 major factions, physics and magic. Then, according to the profession, it was divided into different specializations. But should he choose to become a mage? Or should he choose something else? Logically speaking, the current Lin Feng was closer to becoming a mage, so he should choose the mage profession. However, he already had the knowledge of his previous life. To be honest, it did not matter if he did not attend the academy's classes. Moreover, he was too advanced. The academy's classes might not be able to keep up with his progress at all, and classes were even more dispensable. Lin Feng thought for a long time and decided to choose the same profession as the one in his previous life, the warrior profession. The main reason why he chose the warrior specialization was because Lin Feng wanted to hide his identity. After all, the Myriad Law King was a mage. If he chose the mage specialization, it was inevitable that he would be exposed. In addition, his main focus would definitely not be on studying in the academy. Compared to other specializations, he naturally knew more about the warrior specialization. Then, he could save more time to do other things. Therefore, the warrior profession was definitely the best choice for the current Lin Feng. Thinking of this, Lin Feng went to the academy's admissions office and directly filled in his professional will. For talent, Lin Feng decisively wrote B-level. The person in charge of the admissions office was a student and should be a member of the student union. Zhangjin College was jointly governed by the student union and the school board, so it was not strange for the student to be in charge here. The person in charge looked at Lin Feng's talent level. Although he did not say anything, his eyes still revealed faint disdain. Although a B-level talent was not weak, in a school where geniuses gathered, a B-level talent could only be considered average. It was no wonder that the other party was not even interested in talking to Lin Feng. Lin Feng could not be bothered to say anything else. After filling in his intended specialization, he prepared to leave. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to leave, the person in charge said, "The school opening ceremony is the day after tomorrow. If you have time, remember to participate." When Lin Feng heard this, he nodded and only replied with "Alright." Seeing this, the person in charge could not help but be a little angry. He muttered, "You only have a B-level talent, but you're already so arrogant." Lin Feng did not hear this. However, even if he did, he could not be bothered because he still had something to do. When the person at the side heard this, he smiled and said, "Zhang Tao, aren't you also a B-level talent? How dare you laugh at him? Tisk, I'm about to change my profession to bronze level. Do you think I'm the same as you guys? Trash." Zhang Tao glanced at the surrounding people and mocked. The person who was mocked was not angry. Instead, he teased, "So what if you're bronze? The president has long been bronze. Even if you successfully change your profession, won't you still be suppressed by the president?" Zhang Tao blared at the other party. "Tell Chen Jinyang to wait. When I reach bronze level, I'll definitely pull him down. At that time, all of you will serve me tea." Chen Jinyang was the president of the student union. Like Zhang Tao, he was only a sophomore. However, Chen Jinyang had long changed his profession to the bronze level, and Zhang Tao could already be considered a genius for being able to chase after him with his B-level talent. However, Zhang Tao was still unconvinced by Chen Jinyang. He felt that the other party had only relied on his family and his A-level talent to improve so quickly. Zhang Tao felt that if he had Chen Jinyang's qualifications, he would definitely not be inferior to the other party. The surrounding people only smiled at Zhang Tao's words. "Alright, I'll wait for you to defeat the president. I'm just afraid that you'll be beaten into a pig's head." "Humph. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Watch by yourself. I'm going to enter the game to level up." With that, Zhang Tao left. The others did not care about him. Zhang Tao's ability to advance to the bronze level in a year was also inseparable from his efforts. On the other side, Lin Feng had already returned to the dormitory and was preparing to enter the game. "Although I'm an all-round professional, my shortcomings are still relatively obvious. Moreover, I've already chosen the warrior profession. I have to learn some warrior skills," Lin Feng thought. Not only that, but the War God Hall would also come looking for him at any time. He needed to become stronger as soon as possible. He would set a small goal first and reach the bronze level in a month. Then, Lin Feng did not hesitate and directly activated the login ring. However, he felt that he seemed to have forgotten something. On the other side, the black cat stretched and turned over comfortably on the sofa, preparing to change its posture and continue sleeping. However, it unintentionally glanced around and realized that there was actually no one around, so it immediately sat up. Where did that kid go?" The black cat had actually been forgotten by Lin Feng at the Tianqing group. After eating, it had only taken a nap and had actually been forgotten by Lin Feng. "This bastard brat actually left without bringing me along. Damn it!" the black cat said fiercely. Now, it no longer rejected following Lin Feng. In its opinion, Lin Feng definitely had an extremely powerful background. If it followed Lin Feng, it might be able to recover. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would actually forget about it? He seems to have entered a certain space. I seem to be able to follow him in. The black cat was suddenly somewhat puzzled. Then, it let out some obscure syllables, as if it was chanting an incantation silently. Erlong noticed the sound in the office, so he pushed the door open and entered just in time to see the black cat finish its incantation. "Let's go!"
The black cat shouted softly and disappeared. Erlong happened to see this scene.
When Erlong saw this, he rubbed his head and could not help but sigh.
Young master is indeed young master. Even his cat has the ability to disappear into thin air. Chapter 50 50 Powerful Pet 1 50 Powerful Pet 1 Lin Feng entered the game and directly appeared in Blazing Sun City. He looked around and realized that no one was paying attention to him. Then, he walked to a remote place and took out Landry's mask. As soon as he put on his mask, he saw a black shadow pounce over. It was extremely fast and he actually could not dodge. Bastard brat, you didn't even bring me along when you left. We've already signed a contract. Is this how you treat me? The black shadow pounced on Lin Feng and said fiercely.
Lin Feng ignored the other party's complaints, but he was somewhat shocked.
The black cat was actually so fast that he actually could not dodge it. He remembered that the other party's speed was clearly not this fast in the Blue Spirit Forest. Moreover, he also remembered that he had forgotten about the other party in the Tiansheng group. Now, the other party had actually entered the game with him. What was going on? How did you enter the divine realm? Lin Feng asked. When the black cat heard this, it was also somewhat puzzled. I don't know either. Did you just say that this is the divine realm? Lin Feng nodded. The black cat sneered. They dare to name this place the divine realm? This place? As soon as the black cat finished speaking, it suddenly trembled and looked nervously in the direction of the Profession Awakening Hall. What is that place? The black cat asked. It had just felt a gaze. That gaze was extremely terrifying and filled with a murderous aura. That's the Profession Awakening Hall. Don't you know? Lin Feng said. Profession Advancement Hall? The black cat was a little confused. It really did not know and wanted to take a look, but when he thought of that gaze, it felt that it was better to forget it. Lin Feng looked at the black cat and felt that the other party most likely did not know. However, he was not surprised. Ordinary mystic realm elves could not transform into physical bodies. The black cat could transform into physical bodies and even communicate. It was already very powerful. By the way, why were you so fast just now? Lin Feng asked again. When the black cat heard this, its eyes darted around. It would not tell Lin Feng that it was only because it had signed a contract that it showed signs of recovery. My strength probably increased a little. After all, didn't I just eat lunch? Ha ha. Lin Feng shook his head. The other party clearly did not want to tell him, so he could not be bothered to ask further. In any case, both parties had signed a contract, so it was impossible for the other party to harm him. On the contrary, after signing the contract with the black cat, Lin Feng felt that his mental strength had been increasing. From yesterday to today, it had actually increased by a point. Increasing 1 point of mental strength a day might seem very little, but it was actually extremely terrifying. It had to be known that even if one leveled up, the increase in mental strength would only increase by 1 point. Seeing that the other party did not seem to know about this, Lin Feng could not be bothered to say anything. After all, the other party kept so many secrets from him. Seeing that Lin Feng seemed to be holding back evil intentions, the black cat could not help but think fiercely, "Kid, just you wait. When I recover to the divine level and destroy the contract, I'll teach you a lesson." The man and cat each had their own thoughts as they walked out of the city. When the surrounding passers-by saw this, they also knew that Lin Feng was the Myriad Law King and could not help but make way. Although the other party had only just changed his profession, they could not afford to provoke someone that even the various large factions wanted to rope in. Although he openly rejected the recruitment of the various large factions, who could guarantee that he did not communicate with them in private? Therefore, no one was willing to provoke him. When the black cat saw that others were actually making way for them, it thought that it had contributed,
so it walked very arrogantly. Only then did the others notice that there was a cat and could not help but be a little surprised.
What is this, a pet? The pet from that dungeon? It's actually a cat. As expected of someone with an SSS score in the gloomy forest. He has only just awakened his profession, but he actually obtained a pet. The surrounding people stared at the man and cat in disgust. When the black cat heard the discussion, it could not help but be a little angry. You're the cat. Your entire family is cats. I'm the heaven-swallowing divine beast. What a cute cat. Some girls could not help but say when they saw the black cat angry. The black cat glanced at the woman and realized that she was a beauty. It actually did not flare up. Instead, it walked even more arrogantly. Lin Feng's expression darkened. This was actually a perverted cat. In the crowd, Zheng Tao, who had just entered the game, looked at Lin Feng, especially at the silver staff in the other party's hand. He muttered in disdain, "Tisk, isn't it just an SSS score? What's the big deal?" However, it was not difficult to hear jealousy in his words. Zheng Tao looked at Lin Feng's back and gradually became puzzled. Have I seen him somewhere before? In the Profession Awakening Hall, 5 statues stood tall. A puzzled voice also sounded from the depths of the hall. That cat seems to have a familiar aura. In the War God Hall of Blazing Sun City, an old man sat on a high seat. The branch hallmaster actually stood respectfully below. The old man's aura was condensed and his pressure was overwhelming. Clearly, he was a top bronze level expert and was about to break through to the silver level. Have you found out the origin of the Myriad Law King? The old man asked indifferently. Elder Lu, we haven't found out yet. The other party is very mysterious. Moreover, that mask has the effect of blocking mental strength. We can't directly investigate, the hall master replied. When Elder Lu heard this, he glanced at the other party. In that case, we can directly kill the other party in the divine realm and wait for the mask to fall. At that time, we can just see who respawns in the city. Yes. The hall master replied and retreated. The hall master was actually somewhat depressed. Back then, it was the higher-ups who said that they wanted to recruit the other party. Now, they wanted to kill the other party. What was going on? Chapter 51, 51 Powerful Pet, 2. 51 Powerful Pet, 2. However, he did not dare to complain directly. The person in front of him was an elder appointed by the branch hall of a level 8 main city to specially supervise the work. Although bronze level experts could not attack casually when they came to a level 9 main city, them being sent to guard the branch hall also showed how much the higher-ups valued this matter. Although the hall master did not know why the higher-ups were doing this repeatedly, he could only do as they said. It was said that if he completed the mission, he might also become a bronze level expert. This made his heart burn. If they could improve further, who would be willing to stay in this level 9 main city? Seeing the hall master retreat, Elder Lu slowly closed his eyes. He was about to become a silver level expert. However, if he relied on himself, it would probably take a long time to accumulate. Fortunately, he had obtained this mission. If he figured out the identity of the Myriad Law King, the War God Hall would reward him with a secret medicine to level up. When I reach silver level, I can head to the level 7 main city. That's a true battlefield. At that time, I can also try to aim for gold. Elder Lu thought to himself, when I reach silver level, I can better take care of my grandson. This Elder Lu was actually Lu Ming's grandfather. However, it was obvious that the other party did not know that Lu Ming was already dead. Otherwise, he would not be so calm. The same thing was happening in many factions. They all wanted to know the identity of the Myriad Law King, but compared to the War God Hall, their methods were more gentle. Lin Feng brought the black cat to the wilderness and began to grind experience. There were also endless dungeons in level 9 main cities.
However, after leaving the endless dungeons of the beginner village, one needed dungeon scrolls to enter. Level up materials were usually priceless and were in the hands of those large factions. Moreover, Lin Feng did not have much money now and could not afford the endless dungeon scrolls at all. Therefore, he could only come to the wilderness to level up. However, he asked Su Tianqing and the others to pay more attention to endless dungeon scrolls. If there were endless dungeon scrolls for sale, he would definitely buy them. At most, he would spend more time to forge some bronze equipment to sell. At this moment, Lin Feng directly arrived at the respawn point of the level 30 experience monster. A level 30 elite monster had 1000 health.
Although Lin Feng could not directly insta-kill it, it was still very easy. Actually, Lin Feng could also farm higher level monsters, but he would need to use skills.
On the other hand, it was very not worth it to farm monsters in the wilderness and use skills. This was because although he could continue using skills as long as they cooled down, it was more tiring. Although Lin Feng's mental strength was powerful, it was really tiring to farm.
Moreover, the monsters in the wilderness were not that concentrated. If he used a skill, he might not be able to kill too many monsters.
The cost-to-effect ratio was not high either. Therefore, relatively speaking, the current him was the most efficient at killing level 30 elite monsters.
At the respawn point of level 30 elite monsters, there were also many teams farming monsters.
However, the people in those teams were all level 30 to 40.
Some were even level 50 to 60.
At level 60, although they would have more than 600 attacks if they contributed all of their free attribute points to attack power, who would do such a thing?
Moreover, level 30 elite monsters had 1000 HP.
It was very easy for accidents to happen when farming alone. If they were killed by the monsters, their equipment would drop and be picked up by others. It was better to cooperate and farm together. Of course, their levels exceeded the level of the monsters.
Although they were killing elite monsters, their experience was not high.
Moreover, when they formed a team, they would share the experience.
After sharing it, the experience would be even less.
This was also the reason why many people had spent so much time and were still in level 9 main cities.
This was because leveling up was really not easy.
When someone saw Lin Feng come over, they were all very surprised. They clearly knew Lin Feng.
Isn't this the Myriad Law King? Why is he here? Could he be here to gain experience? Stop fooling around. He just awakened his profession and is level 10. Do you think you're writing a novel? Do you really think he would come to kill level 30 elite monsters?
The surrounding people laughed and some were surprised. Of course, there were also people who went up to invite Lin Feng to form a team. This was because they knew that the boss dungeon in the beginner village had 2000 health. Since the other party could pass the SSS score, it should not be a problem for him to kill level 30 elite monsters.
Big Boss Myriad Law King, do you want to team up?
A team came over and asked. He directly called Lin Feng Big Boss and was very polite.
Team up? What do you mean?
The black cat was somewhat puzzled. It was not strange for the person to see that the black cat could speak. Although it was rare to see a talking pet, it was not unheard of. However, the other party had obtained a pet so quickly. This was really impressive. Killing monsters together to level up, the person explained.
Killing monsters? Level up?
So you're increasing your strength through battle. You should have said so earlier.
The black cat came to a realization. That person smiled and then looked at Lin Feng. Big Boss Myriad Law King, how about it? Let's team up.
Seeing that the person was polite, Lin Feng also politely rejected the other party.
Thank you, I don't want to form a team. You don't want to form a team? Don't tell me you want to do it alone?
But, that person was somewhat shocked. When a woman in the team saw this, she said sarcastically, "He's a big shot.
It's fine if he doesn't want to form a team.
When he finds out how powerful elite monsters are, he'll come and form a team himself."
Lin Feng glanced at the woman and did not say anything.
He was not to the extent of bickering with a woman over a single remark. The captain wanted to say something else, but he was pulled away by the woman.
Seeing this, the black cat was also disdainful. "TSK, how powerful can these demon beasts be?" Chapter 52 Powerful Pet, 3. 52 Powerful Pet, 3. When the surrounding people heard this, they could not help but look at the black cat. "Is this cat a pet? How arrogant. Bastard. I'm not a cat. Are you courting death?" The black cat was a little angry. "How are you not a cat? You're acting like a cat and you're still saying that you're not a cat?" The person continued to make fun of the black cat. Seeing this, Lin Feng did not say anything. He also wanted to see what ability the black cat had. "You're courting death." The black cat was so angry that its entire body was trembling. Then, its body suddenly emitted a powerful pressure that directly pressed down on that person. However, Lin Feng clearly felt that this pressure had the aura of a divine-level expert. However, although the power of the pressure had the aura of a divine-level expert, it was only the power of a bronze-level expert. However, that was not something the other party could resist. Facing the pressure, before the other party could do anything, the other party directly turned into a ball of light and flew into the main city, leaving a few storage bags on the ground. Still not dead? The black cat was somewhat puzzled. Lin Feng looked at the black cat indifferently. It seemed that there was more to this black cat other than it having met a divine-level expert. In level 9 and level 8 main cities, they won't be directly killed. If you kill them, they will still respawn in the city, Lin Feng explained. Respawn? The black cat looked in the direction of the main city in confusion. The surrounding people were trembling. This is a bronze-level pet? I think so, yes. The way those people looked at the black cat changed. A bronze-level pet had actually appeared in a level 9 main city. So what if the other party respawns? I'll just do it again. If I can't get it done once, I'll do it 100 times. This is the outcome of mocking me. The black cat said fiercely and ran towards the main city. Lin Feng's mouth twitched when he heard this. That person would probably be killed until being forced to quit the game, right? He ignored the black cat and went over to pick up the other party's storage bag to check. He could not help but curse inwardly. There were a total of 2 storage bags. One contained a few pieces of beginner equipment, and the other contained some useless things. When the surrounding people saw Lin Feng's actions, they did not dare to disturb him. They had heard what the cat said just now. If they offended the other party, they would be killed continuously. They did not want to be killed until they were forced to quit the game. It was not only these people. There were also spies from some factions in the dark who had also seen how powerful the black cat was. Lin Feng naturally discovered them, but he did not make a move. There was no way to directly kill the other party here. Moreover, if he killed one, more would come. Therefore, it was meaningless unless he was like the black cat and kept killing at the revival point. The spies, especially the people from the War God Hall, swallowed nervously when they saw the black cat leave. How do we kill the other party? Someone asked. They were the people sent to kill Lin Feng. However, even though the black cat had left, they did not dare to move for the time being. The plan has changed. Let's go back and inform the hall master and elders first. Another person said. The companion nodded and ran back dejectedly. Lin Feng naturally did not know this. He put away his storage bag and prepared to farm monsters. Naturally, he still wanted the beginner equipment. Although he looked down on it, a mosquito's leg was still considered as meat. Now, he was desperately short of money. Previously, he thought that he did not need any resources, but now, he realized that he still had to have money. In my previous life, my resources were always prepared for by others. Now, I have to work hard myself. Lin Feng sighed inwardly. Fortunately, he had accepted the Tianquan group. Otherwise, he would really have to collect all the resources himself. Then, he turned to look at the elite monsters and was about to move when he heard an earth-shattering cat cry from the main city. Meow. Lin Feng hurriedly turned around. With the black cat's bronze-level strength, was it really possible for it to encounter trouble in the main city? He did not hesitate and hurriedly ran towards the main city. The black cat could not die. He still had to rely on it to increase his mental strength. Chapter 53 Damn, what attack is this? 1. 53 Damn, what attack is this? 1. When Lin Feng arrived at the city gate, he saw a black shadow fly out of the city. It was the black cat. After the black cat flew out, it landed heavily on the ground. Then, it quickly crawled up and arched its body. All the cat fur on its body stood up as it looked angrily at the city. Eh? A puzzled voice sounded from the city. Then, a voice sounded. The city prohibits anyone above the bronze level from attacking. The voice was incomparably dignified and even mixed with dense killing intent, as if anyone who violated it would pay a heavy price. Humph. Do you dare to report your name? What ability do you have to hide? If you dare to appear, I'll definitely tear you into pieces. The black cat said fiercely, but it seemed to contain a trace of weakness. As if in response to the black cat's words, a pressure suddenly appeared in the city. The pressure was extremely terrifying and attacked like an avalanche. When the black cat saw this, it directly slipped away without a word. When it saw Lin Feng, it seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly hid behind Lin Feng. When Lin Feng saw this, his expression darkened. Before he could move, the pressure had already arrived. He hurriedly released his mental strength to resist. Another divine-level expert? Lin Feng was shocked. Why was he encountering divine-level experts one after another recently? Since when were there so many divine-level experts? After the pressure touched Lin Feng, it seemed to pause for a moment before retreating like a tide. Then, there was no longer any sound in the city. Lin Feng looked into the city solemnly. When the pressure retreated, he sensed that the last place the pressure retreated to was actually the depths of the Profession Awakening Hall. This was because the moment the two sides came into contact, he actually sensed the statue in the Profession Awakening Hall. There was actually a divine-level expert in the Profession Awakening Hall. Who could it be? He thought of those statues and his heart skipped a beat. Was it Xiao Yaozi? Then, he looked at the black cat with a livid expression. Who did you offend? The black cat said resentfully, how would I know? I just arrived at the resurrection point and was about to kill that ant again. As soon as I attacked, there was a reaction in the Profession Awakening Hall. Is it not Xiao Yaozi? Lin Feng asked. Xiao Yaozi? If it was Xiao Yaozi, would I still be standing here? The black cat said. Then, it realized that it seemed to have belittled itself and added, although the divine-level expert in the Profession Awakening Hall is not weak, he's far inferior to Xiao Yaozi. Lin Feng's heart stirred. The person from the Profession Change Hall was really a divine-level expert. Moreover, from the black cat's words, the other party seemed to understand the power of divine level very well. However, Lin Feng did not ask further. He knew the black cat's character and that it would not say anything else if he asked again. Therefore, he could only warn, don't cause trouble for me. Then, he headed towards the spawn point of the mutated beasts. He still had to continue farming experience. As for the divine level expert in the city, the other party had said that those above the bronze level should not attack in the city. Therefore, he could not be bothered to investigate further. He would find out sooner or later. Kid, are you blaming me? The black cat watched Lin Feng leave and was somewhat indignant. Kid, stop right there. What exactly do you mean? The black cat chased after him, but Lin Feng could not be bothered to deal with it. In the city, everyone's faces were pale. Although the pressure in the Profession Awakening Hall was not targeted at them just now, they still felt how terrifying that pressure was. They did not know that it was divine-level pressure. They only felt that the pressure was like a mountain pressing down, making them unable to resist at all. Elder Lu, who had also sensed it, looked in the direction of the Profession Awakening Hall in shock. Not only did he sense the pressure, but he also saw an attack. Before Lin Feng arrived, the black cat was sent flying out of the city by an attack from the Profession Awakening Hall. The black cat did not react, but Elder Lu saw it. That attack flashed and was very condensed. Elder Lu had no doubt that he would not be able to resist it at all. Elder Lu did not know what level of expert was in the Profession Awakening Hall, but this did not affect his fear. He had once seen a gold level, LV 300, expert in the War God Hall, but compared to the other party, the gold level was nothing. Is this dark gold level, LV 400? Or diamond level, LV 500? Elder Lu muttered. In addition, he was also very shocked by the black cat. The other party had actually withstood such a powerful attack and was unscathed. When did a level 9 main city become so terrifying? He had actually encountered such an expert as soon as he arrived. At this moment, two people came to upload the news to Elder Lu. One of them was one of the two people who had been monitoring Lin Feng just now, and the other was the Hall Master of the War God Hall in Blazing Sun City. What? That black cat is the Myriad Law King's pet? After hearing the report, Elder Lu's expression changed drastically. The person nodded solemnly. However, that black cat seems to only have the strength of a bronze-level expert. I didn't notice anything else unusual. Elder Lu's expression kept changing. He glanced at the other party and was somewhat amused. That was because they had not seen that attack. Elder Lu wanted to go back. The other party had that black cat. How could he succeed? However, when he thought of the hope of breaking through to the silver level, he was somewhat unwilling. Are you sure that black cat is only at the bronze level? Elder Lu asked. I'm sure. The pressure displayed by the other party is at most at the intermediate bronze level, that person replied. Elder Lu pondered for a moment before saying to the Hall Master, all right, bring people to surround the other party. Intermediate bronze level. With so many of you, you should be able to deal with them. Chapter 54 Damn, what attack is this? 2. 54 Damn, what attack is this? 2. The Hall Master was stunned for a moment when he heard this. He looked at Elder Lu, his gaze saying, what about you? Elder Lu looked at him and said indifferently, why? Are you questioning my decision? I wouldn't dare. The Hall Master said and gritted his teeth before walking out. You're at the peak of the bronze level, but you're going to attack. Then what are you here for? The Hall Master thought. Elder Lu knew that the other party was unconvinced, but he did not say anything. Since they were sure that the black cat was only at the bronze level, he would let the other party try. If that was the case, he would also contribute after killing the Myriad Law King. If not, the other party would not be able to come into the city to find trouble with him. He had just heard the voice in the Profession Awakening Hall. Those above the bronze level could not attack in the city, so he should not be in much danger. In the end, he still could not give up the hope of breaking through. At the same time, the anomaly in the main city's Profession Awakening Hall was also spread.
The people of the various large factions were shocked. The Profession Awakening Hall was suddenly enveloped by a mysterious veil. For a moment, some people did not dare to change their professions in the Profession Awakening Hall. This was until the Qin family and the Zhou family jointly issued a server-wide announcement. The Profession Awakening Hall now has a Divine Realm NPC. This NPC is in charge of maintaining the stability of the main city and will not casually attack. As soon as the announcement was made, everyone finally understood what was going on. However, some top experts did not seem to be surprised, as if they had long known. In another level 9 main city, Su Xiuxiu and Yi Ningxue also arrived at the Profession Awakening Hall. At this moment, they also left the beginner village and prepared to change their profession. After leaving the beginner village, they obtained the support of the Qin family and were equipped with a full set of bronze equipment. Just as they were about to enter the Profession Awakening Hall, they saw the notice. The moment they saw the notice, they looked at the Profession Awakening Hall and hesitated. However, when they thought of the Qin family's words, they still entered. Since the Qin family and the Zhou family had said that this was an NPC that maintained stability, there should be no problem. Lin Feng also saw this server announcement inside. He did not know about this NPC. It had to be known that he was a divine level expert in his previous life, but no one had told him about these secrets. This made him resent the Qin family for a moment. He had been in the Qin family for 10 years until he became a divine level expert, but he actually could not come into contact with some of those secrets. Did the Qin family not treat him as one of their own? Lin Feng could not be bothered to think too much about it. In any case, he only relied on himself in this life and did not care about those things. However, there was still some estrangement between him and the Qin family. Lin Feng arrived at the mutated beast respawn point again. When those people saw Lin Feng return, they all moved aside. After all, the other party had a bronze-level pet. Seeing that everyone had moved aside, Lin Feng ignored them and directly ran to farm monsters. As for the black cat, it yawned and ran to a tree to take a nap. Isn't he using that black cat to farm monsters? Seeing this, someone could not help but ask curiously. The black cat was furious. Who said I'm a cat? Step forward. The person who spoke shrank his head and hurriedly fled. He did not want his equipment to be dropped. Seeing this, the black cat could not be bothered to chase after him. For some reason, it felt exhausted all over. It was probably too tired from escaping just now. It did not feel anything about the divine level attack in the Profession Awakening Hall just now. Seeing this, everyone distanced themselves from the black cat again and looked at Lin Feng. Is he going to farm monsters himself? But this is a level 30 elite monster. The Myriad Law King can get a SSS score in the beginner village. It shouldn't be a problem for him to kill these monsters, right? Everyone discussed. Lin Feng ignored those people and only used a normal spell attack on the monster. The monster's health directly decreased by 3/4. Damn, what kind of attack power is this? Such a high attack power. Could it be that he specializes in attack? But it's impossible to focus on attacking. He just left the beginner village, right? When everyone saw that Lin Feng had almost insta-killed the monster, they were all shocked. What kind of reaction speed is this? Isn't he a mage? What the hell? Its physical attack is also so high? Before the shock could end, another round of shock occurred because the monster reacted after being attacked by Lin Feng. Just as it was about to counterattack, it was killed by Lin Feng's close combat attack. Seeing this, everyone was completely stunned on the spot. Some teams that were also farming monsters around could not help but stop what they were doing. 2 of them were even instantly killed by the monsters because they were stunned for a moment. Lin Feng did not hesitate and continued to kill the next monster. Unfortunately, it's not a monster from the dungeon. The experience is not very high. Lin Feng thought to himself. Although Lin Feng was killing monsters above his level in the wilderness and would receive bonus experience, he was still not gaining much experience. Previously, in the Blue Spirit Forest, every time he farmed the Blue Spirit Cat, he would only obtain 1,000 experience points. That was because the dungeon also had bonuses. Now, he only had a cross-level bonus. The experience of each monster was only 600. When he came out of the Blue Spirit Forest, he still had more than 70,000 experience points in the experience pool, but it was only enough for him to advance to level 20. Lin Feng wanted to make up for it and directly advance to level 30. However, at this speed, it would probably take 2 days. It was really too slow. Looks like I have to think of a way to get an endless dungeon scroll. Lin Feng thought to himself, but his hands did not stop. He continued to farm monsters. Suddenly, a monster was killed and dropped an equipment. It emitted a green light and immediately attracted everyone's attention. This is equipment drop. Damn! Bronze level equipment. Someone exclaimed. For a moment, everyone's eyes revealed greed. Lin Feng frowned slightly and directly picked up the equipment. He looked at the surrounding people. What do you want? He did not expect that the monster would actually drop equipment. Elite monsters did drop equipment, but they were usually useless equipment. He did not expect that this monster would actually drop bronze equipment. Could it be that his luck had actually improved? When the surrounding people saw Lin Feng pick up the equipment, their hearts tightened. Only then did they remember that the other party was the Myriad Law King. Just now, the other party had easily killed a level 30 elite monster alone. They couldn't believe that they actually had designs on him. This time, the group of people was also stunned. The atmosphere was a little silent. Unfortunately, human greed could not be suppressed, especially when greedy people had formed groups together. They would become even more fearless. Although they were temporarily suppressed, as long as there was a catalyst, they would completely erupt. In the crowd, there were people from the War God Hall. They had also seen how powerful Lin Feng was when he was killing monsters just now and were momentarily hesitant, wondering whether it was difficult to take down the other party. However, at this moment, they discovered that their chance had arrived. The Hall Master of the War God Hall immediately said, "Don't be afraid of him. There are so many of us. He's definitely not our match." Everyone's heart skipped a beat. That's right. There were so many of them. How could he be a match for them? Just now, although they had witnessed Lin Feng killing level 30 elite monsters alone, he was only killing them one by one. When Lin Feng heard this, he immediately looked at the person who spoke. When he saw that the other party was actually the Hall Master of the War God Hall in Blazing Sun City, his face turned ashen. War God Hall. You're courting death. The Hall Master smiled coldly and actually added fuel to the fire. The staff in the Myriad Law King's hand is a silver level equipment. As long as you kill him, the equipment will be yours. As soon as these words were spoken, those people's eyes turned red. If they would still hesitate about bronze equipment but silver equipment was enough for them to fight with their lives. It had to be known that every silver equipment was worth hundreds of millions. The Hall Master of the War God Hall in Blazing Sun City did not forget to give the person beside him a look. That person immediately understood and directly rushed towards Lin Feng. When everyone saw that someone had taken the lead and it was even someone from the War God Hall, they immediately rushed forward. The battle was about to begin. Kill. Kill the Myriad Law King. Obtain silver equipment. When Lin Feng saw everyone rush over and some people even directly released long-range attacks, his expression immediately darkened. There were so many attacks. It was enough to instantly kill him. The Hall Master of the War God Hall in Blazing Sun City smiled and then looked at the black cat sleeping under the tree. He instructed the surrounding people, keep an eye on that cat. Since the other party is asleep, ignore it. Although Lin Feng's expression was a little ugly when facing those attacks, he did not panic.
Since you're courting death, I'll send you off. Chapter 55 Wherever I go, I will not tolerate the people from the War God Hall. 1. 55 Wherever I go, I will not tolerate the people from the War God Hall. 1. In front of Lin Feng, dozens of attacks flew over. There were also many close combat professionals who directly rushed towards him.
Boom! All kinds of colorful attacks landed where Lin Feng was, emitting a huge roar. At the same time, they stirred up a wave of dust.
Is he dead? Someone asked.
When the dust dissipated, a huge pit dozens of meters deep was left on the ground, but there was no sign of Lin Feng.
Where is he? Why didn't he drop any equipment?
Those people were puzzled and searched in the deep pit.
He's not dead yet. Suddenly, someone discovered Lin Feng's figure and immediately exclaimed. Everyone hurriedly looked up.
Lin Feng floated in the air with two huge ice spears under his feet. It turned out that just as the attack was about to arrive, Lin Feng directly used spatial travel to flash into the sky and activated the ice fragment skill. The War God Hall Master of Blazing Sun City was stunned when he saw this, especially when he saw the two ice spears. Lin Feng looked at everyone, his eyes filled with killing intent.
He shouted, "Die!" Two ice spears immediately flew out.
One flew towards the people under his feet, and the other flew towards the Hall Master of the War God Hall in Blazing Sun City.
Not good, retreat quickly.
When the Hall Master of the War God Hall in Blazing Sun City saw the ice spear flying over, he immediately felt a chill run down his spine. He could smell the scent of death. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly dodged, but it was already too late.
Bang!
The ice spear hit a person and that person directly turned into an ice sculpture and exploded.
Then, countless ice fragments flew in all directions. Ah! Help!
Boss Myriad Law King, I know my mistake.
Let me go. Most people could not dodge in time and turned into ice sculptures one after another.
Only a small number of high-level warriors had more health. These people resisted for a while and let out pleas for mercy, but they still turned into ice sculptures in the end. Lin Feng would not pity these people. Since they had chosen to attack, they had to bear the consequences.
The black cat sleeping under the tree was also suddenly woken up. When it saw the ice fragments flying over, its fur immediately stood up and it hurriedly fled. Kid, do you want to kill me? Bang! 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 The sound of ice sculptures exploding continuously sounded. Then, storage bags exploded one after another, but no stream of light returned to the main city. Unfortunately, no one had time to notice this phenomenon.
Lin Feng landed on the ground. At this moment, a thin layer of ice had formed on the ground, and there were also dozens of storage bags.
He looked around. Although the range of the ice fragments was not small, there were so many people. There would definitely be a few who escaped. He did not plan to let these people off. The people who had just escaped were all pale and had some injuries on their bodies. Before they could heave a sigh of relief, they saw Lin Feng look at them. A few people immediately begged for mercy. Boss Myriad Law King, I was wrong. Please let me go. Boss Myriad Law King, I'm willing to compensate. Can you not kill me? Of course, there were also people who directly fled, such as the Hall Master of the War God Hall in Blazing Sun City. The Hall Master was indeed worthy of being an expert who was about to break through to the bronze level. Although one of the ice spears was aimed at him, he still escaped. However, he was in a sorry state. Kid, are you trying to harm me? You'd better give me an explanation. At this moment, the black cat walked over angrily. It was actually fine and looked unscathed. Lin Feng looked at the black cat in surprise,
but when he heard its words, his expression darkened.
Ha! Hee hee, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Don't take it seriously, the black cat said resentfully. I'll leave these people to you.
Remember to bring those storage bags, Lin Feng said and immediately chased after the hall master. Looking at Lin Feng's back, the black cat had an indignant expression. Then, it looked at the people begging for mercy.